know where we were. That's the last 10 years. Now we have the sleeping giant. That's what I call hydrogen. Imagine vitamin C. All of you know about vitamin C. It's a powerful antioxidant.
To the oxygen.
Powerful antioxidant. Imagine that's hydrogen. Nobody knows about it yet. After today, your mind is going to be at a different level. You're going to feel like you just want to share this with the world. So today, Dr. Paul's going to get into the science of hydrogen so that you really have an understanding what it is. It's going to be incredible. The afternoon, we're going to break here about 12 o'clock or so for lunch, about 2 hours. We'll come back and we're going to go through the affiliate program. So you know all about the compensation plan. So right now we're going to be learning about the science behind the water. So Dr. Paul, come up here, please. Give him a round of applause, y'all.
Okay, so can you hear me? I don't think so. Maybe not. Hold on. Check, check. There we go. Okay. Well, was that cool or what? I was watching it like you were, and I was sitting there going, I remember that day, and that was just a few months ago, and it's very exciting to where we are today. So I'm going to do something real quick, actually. Okay. Okay. Very good. Well, did you all enjoy that? Did it give you an understanding or a thought process of why we're all here and what the vision is? I think we can just break, go change some lives and sell something. Okay, my little clicker. I'm gonna go over here, and if it gets noisy, I'll turn it off. But, okay. Can you still hear me? Okay. All right. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I don't like my voice in my ears so loud. This is better. And then I'm going to move this. Like that. I like to walk around a little bit, interact with you. And so here we are with the wellness professional. That's what you are, a wellness professional. We want to train you though. I'm a doctor, and that doesn't mean anything, really, because knowledge has nothing to do with what's behind your name. Have you ever felt that way? Have you ever felt like you knew more than the person you were talking to that had licensures behind their name that was supposed to be guiding you, and you're like, how come you don't know about this and I did, right? Have you ever felt that way in life? I can tell you, I work with doctors all the time. I'm training doctors, and they're no different than you. If they haven't been exposed to something, they don't know about it. And so, unfortunately, in school, in medical school, there is no nutritional training. I think it's about 4 hours. There's very little about nutrition. And up until recently, I think COVID, if we can think of a blessing that came from COVID, people are starting to have parallels between nutritional content or different things that you're putting in your body and the effect in the body. Because I can tell you, 2 years ago, if you'd had a conversation about cancer with someone, they would say, food has nothing to do with a disease you've contracted. Yet don't eat sugar for diabetes. But for this disease over here, no correlation. And so it was many times compartmentalized when it comes to medical training. Well, you know, cancer, they're giving you sugar and donuts at the cancer clinic, but that's not going to have a problem. And so there really wasn't a lot of understanding. And so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to walk you down a path. It's going to be a little bit, or it's going to be a lot of information. And I just want you to prepare your minds, drink the water. Because the first thing that's going to happen when you drink the water, when the hydrogen hits your stomach, you have a hormone in the body called gastroghrelin, Grelin. You all need to go and study this. It will take you about a year to go through even what's in Wikipedia on ghrelin secretions and everything that ghrelin regulates from circadian rhythm to you name it in the body, cognitive function, plasticity of the brain, all kinds of things. So it is one of the most important. You have leptin, I'm sure you've all heard of that, and you have ghrelin. People don't hear about ghrelin as much as leptin. But literally, when the water hits your stomach, within 2 minutes to 3 minutes, you have ghrelin secretions going to the hippocampus, the hypothalamus, and the brain stem to increase cognitive or brain function and to change plasticity about 32%. We have EEG equipment in the office. We can put a cap on your head and we can actually, in real time, show you the difference. And I'll show you a picture later. But this is why I want you to drink some water, because it'll help your brain take in the information. Because there's going to be some new truths and some new ways to think about this water and why you're presenting it to other individuals. I am a medical professional, and so I'm coming from a perspective of how it's going to change your body. You won't see what I call dog and pony shows. Have you ever heard of what a dog and pony show is? It's where I come up here and do a lot of cool stuff, pull a rabbit out of my hat, and do all this kind of stuff. I don't present that way. I present with data, proof, and with information that you can go to Dr. Google and even he will back me up. Okay? What we want is when we're presenting information to individuals or to a professional, we want them to be able to go to another source and see that that's backed up. Okay? Waiting for that second image, but it didn't happen. So that's what you want. Not that you can't catch someone and give them the water and they're like, holy cow, I feel that and I felt better. I want a system. Of course you're going to have that. We have it all the time. But you want, for those that are skeptical, we have 4 different types of people, roughly. If you've ever done these personality tests, you have 4 different types of people. And for those that we call emeralds, if you did Danny Johnson's program or what have you, emeralds are the ones that want to follow the rules. We want to know the rules. We want to understand it. We want to tell me the law, tell me the rules. I want the data. For those individuals, you can't short circuit the information or the data, can you? You've got to give it to them. Others that are fun and exciting and they're just waiting for a party to happen, yeah, the water will probably be enough for them. So you have to understand the person you're talking to. If you ever find yourself talking to individuals and some of them you just don't connect with and the other ones you completely connect with, you might want to look at your personality type and the personality types of the people you're really connecting with, because that's what you're talking to. And so when you begin to understand there's 4 different types of personality groups, they're all valuable. Everyone is valuable. We need each other, right? Imagine if everyone was just a fun party waiting to happen. Nothing would get done but fun parties. We wouldn't have the rules and we wouldn't have the stoplights and we wouldn't have the things going. So, and then you have the pearls, right, that are waiting for a mission. They want to know, do you give to charities? Do you help the world other than selling products and helping everyone that takes your product? Do you do stuff? Like some companies give away certain parts of their products to those that are needy. So get to know the individual you're speaking to. Personalize your message. So in my presentation today, I'm going to go through a lot of data because you're being trained. It's not quite as exciting as it might be if we were doing something else. But I want you to be prepared to take in information. It also may be different than you've heard in the past. I want you to be prepared for that mentally. What I'm teaching you today is 100% truth. You can go and you can scrutinize anything I tell you today. You'll find that it is true. I promise you that. There is nothing I will say today that's not scientifically proven, is not 100% true that I'll say as it relates to this presentation. So I want you just to be prepared mentally. Because it might be a paradigm shift. It might be a different way of seeing something that you've done in the past. And at the end of the day, we are all here for one reason, and that's to help others. Is that true? I'm here for that reason. I'm here purely to help others. We understand that there's an exchange. We understand that unfortunately money has a process in this world. If it didn't, I'd even be more happy, right? But the reality is I'm here today to empower each of you to go touch, change, and bless life. That's it. That's why I'm here. And in the process, as you change lives, passion occurs in you and in the individual that you're talking to. And they will feel it and they will want to share that. That's how we end up duplicating our efforts. That's how we end up teaching others. That's what gives them the purpose to get up in the morning and talk about something, is the fact that it's changed their life. I have just last weekend, and this is just a story, and where's Cesar? Cesar was just on the plane coming here yesterday and ended up making a friend with the person sitting next to him, and they're texting already, and she's asking about the water and stuff. You know, that's a gift. That's a gift. Not everyone can sit on a plane, make a friend with someone, and still be texting them that night and later, right? That's a gift. And so you may ask Cesar how he does that. Like, tell me how you do that, right? So we can learn from each other. But last weekend, I sat in a room about twice the size of this. It was round. There was gorgeous, ornate woodwork on the ceiling. It was a gorgeous room. There was about 70 of us specifically invited. Don't know why, but that happened. But we were all sitting there, and there were amazing individuals who have started companies, okay? And they all were there to help others. There were attorneys. There was the founder of Teladoc. There was my good friend, Dr. Mancini, who put the whole thing together, and he's on Fox News and the doctors, and he's Dr. Phil's chiropractor and all these things. Everyone that was there was specifically there because it was an invitation to come. And we were just there speaking. I was got the opportunity to be the first speaker after Fab opened up the meeting, because they all wanted to learn about hydrogen. They wanted to understand how can we change lives. And you know what happened? No matter what they did for a living, no matter how many billions of dollars, billions, some of these people were worth, at the end of the day, they all had the same desire. How is this water going to help me? And how is it going to help people that I know? And they began drinking water. And in the back of the room, we had an Echo H2 machine set up. And during the 2 days, you heard that machine, hydrogen water, hydrogen water, hydrogen water, hydrogen water. People were getting up, drinking the water. And people are coming to me going, this is what I'm experiencing. This is what I'm feeling. This is amazing. I got to have one. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And one of the attorneys in the room had 15 offices in Texas and 5 homes, right? And he says, how many machines do I need? And I said, how many break rooms do you have? He says, I have 10 break rooms. Because I have 10 offices. And I said, then you need 10 machines. Okay, fine. I have 5 houses. Then you probably need 5 machines, unless you're going to take one off. Okay, 15 machines. Okay, no problem, right? These are the kind of people that you're sitting with. Not all of us have that opportunity where someone just like 15 machines, no big deal, done, right? Sometimes it's going to be a person who says, I can't do anything but this, and this is where I want to start. And so in all of this process, we want to help people, but we also want to meet them where they're at, right? We don't want to say, well, something's wrong with you because you can't get the most expensive product. We really want to meet everyone. We have a product from $149 up to $5,000, right? I think most people can accomplish that. And we even have financing for the $149 product. So we can do this. And if you ever find anyone who's in such a situation where they can't, call me, we'll work something out. Because if it's that point of life and they still need help, let's figure out how we can do it, and we will do it. So with that being said, this is why I'm here. I hope that you're here with the same energy, is to love and lift. And that's really what synergy science is about. And so we're going to get started. We are going to go through some deep information. We're going to get towards the end, and we're going to have some fun with some alkaline water myths. I put at the end, the very end, and we'll talk about that. And then, as Amanda said, after lunch, we'll get into money, right? After we're all tired from eating and we're all, we'll have some more water, wake back up, and we'll talk about money because, you know, that's the deal. So as was just talked about in the video that you saw with Amanda and I, is the fact that this is where it all started. Am I blocking too much for you, sweet? Okay. So this is where it started. On the Carnival Liberty maiden voyage out of Fort Lauderdale. Okay. My queen, the love of my life, Jacqueline Nelly. I try to say she's not French, but she's a little bit French. But I just try to say a name like that because I think she's awesome. But this was us. You know how they have those little stations on the ship you can go and take pictures? We literally took that picture while we were there. And so it was cool. We've been married 28 years and just half campers. So on this ship, it was a 9-day cruise. And like I said, I really did think it was weird. I lived in Florida at the time. We went on cruises all the time because it's really inexpensive if you live in Florida. Like Florida residents get, I think it's $75 a day. You can go on cruises for a nice cruise. You can do $50 to go on those cruises. But you could do like $75 and get a good cruise. So we were going on this cruise, and our friends took us with them because I had helped them in their business. And as a thank you, they had us go on this cruise. And they brought us water. It was literally a little carry-on suitcase. And I was like, what's that? And my wife, so imagine I'm going to paint the picture for you. The guys will have to listen and just suffer through this. But on the drive from Orlando to Fort Lauderdale, my wife was doubled over and pain in the backseat of the car. And couldn't do anything but lay there and just deal with it. Now, this was normal for us. It was horrible that the first day of the cruise was our first day of cycle, and we were driving down on a Sunday morning. So I went to Walgreens to have her change her gear, and they were asking me if I needed them to call an ambulance for my wife. And I said, why? And they said, she doesn't look like she's going to make it. Like, she's been out on this long. I'm like, isn't that she looks every month? And they're like, are you serious? I'm like, 100%. So she was highly anemic, and at that time, she'd make a certain noise, and I knew she was going down, and so I would come to get her, and it was a tough deal. So we get on this cruise, and I'm thinking to myself, I am going to be on this cruise largely by myself and my friends, right? Like our two friends, and my wife's going to be back in the room because she's not going to be able to. It's a 9-day cruise. First day of the period was the first day. Most of that cruise she'll be in bed. So they give her the water, and literally she did clench her fist like I did when I was with Amanda in that video. And she said, babe, my body craves this water. I can't stop drinking it. And I said, okay. And what I actually said was, I will drink the toilet water. You drink that. Because my friend had jokingly said, it's on the ship, it's all toilet water. Because it's, sharing. Well, I think that's what we call this, is toilet water. Actually, if we really think about life, because it's coming from the city and it's just a circle. So the long story short, if you don't filter it, you're drinking straight toilet water. So the reality is, here we were, and we're on the ship, and I'm like, I'll drink the water, you drink the special water. And within a day and a half, she was feeling better and up and around. And I was like, holy moly. And that's really what changed our life, because I was like, wait a minute, she's feeling good. We went to the Panama Canal, not through it. We went to it because I didn't want to go through it in a ship. I wanted to see another ship go through. We went to Costa Rica. We went to these, I held a sloth in my hand. We went on the river. She participated in that cruise. And I was like, wow, what a gift. Because she would have been in bed. So for us, this is really where it all started. And so on this cruise, my friend Kalevi and I were having lox and bagels one morning. And I said to him, what will this do? I wonder if the battery's going out. I don't know. Anyways, can you guys hear me anyway?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I might turn this off then. Can you hear me okay if I speak at this level? Little more? Good, back. I don't want to yell. So right there, is that good? I'm stuck with it. So anyways, here we were, and I was telling him, okay, I see that it's helping Jacqueline. Okay, I see it's helping Jacqueline. What will it do for those with diabetes? Because that was my life at that time. Everything I was focused on was individuals with diabetes. And he goes, oh, I have a bunch of people with diabetes and they are getting better. And I'm like, getting better? What does that really mean? And he said, their blood sugars are normalizing in a few days. And I'm like, what the heck? Literally, that was my thought. And so, yeah, I think that's good. Good. Very good. Okay. There's a guy. It's Tim. His name is Tim Bird. So, anyways, we ended up having this wonderful conversation, and I'm like, wait a minute. If this can help people with diabetes, it was my whole entire focus. I was lecturing at St. Petersburg College at the time, Oklahoma State University, teaching courses on pedophilics and epidemiology for diabetes. And I was like, if we can help people with diabetes, this is the holy grail. And that's really what I was thinking, is that we can help some people. At that time, I had 8 companies, but one of the companies that I had was a manufacturing company for shoes and orthotics for people with diabetes. And we were all about protecting them from having cubitus ulcers on the plantar surface of their foot and then having an amputation. That was our entire focus, was preventing amputations and what we call limb salvage. And so when I started to see that we could give, I think I'm good, right? Is that, everyone can hear me good?
We have the Facebook and they can't hear us.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, keep going. So, where's your Facebook coming from? This one? Oh, okay.
And Zoom too.
And Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll get a little closer to this one. So anyways, I thought to myself, if we can help the pathology or the disease, rather than just keeping them having their feet, that's a huge, huge difference, right? And so I started giving the water to individuals with diabetes, and within 3 to 5 days, a majority, not all, but a majority of them were normalizing. What we call the glucose tolerance test. And I was like, what on earth is going on? And literally, where you're on, all right. The people online will be happy. Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks. I'm gonna put it.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah. Thank you, Tim, the man. Okay. So it was one of those moments, literally, where you're like, okay, we can change some lives, and that's what I'm all about. So understand that I didn't know much at that time. I was just trying to figure it out because everyone else was telling me a story, and I was saying, I don't agree with that story medically, scientifically. It makes zero sense that it's the pH of the water. And this is where I want you guys to understand there might be a paradigm shift in your thinking. Because I said to myself, if they're telling me that I put water in a glass and I fill it up and it's a pH of 9 or 9.5 or whatever it is, and I can put the reagent in, it goes purple, right? Okay, great. But now I just put a few drops of lemon juice in it and it plummeted from purple. And I'm like, stomach acid is far more buffering or far stronger than lemon juice. That means when I'm drinking it, the reaction occurs and that same thing's happening. So how can it be the pH? It's not possible because the body will mitigate that too fast. Buffer, what's called buffering. Because the stomach pH is anywhere from 1.5 to 3.5. Well, lemon juice is 1.5, right? So if we've got the same environment, but hydrochloric acid is far more powerful than lemon juice, I'm thinking that doesn't make sense. You can't tell me that that's why we're normalizing diabetes because we would see a trend of people drinking lemon juice water, that all of a sudden diabetes is going away if it was simply pH, right? This doesn't make sense to me. And so I wanted to figure out what's the mechanism. I can't deny that people are being helped, but I need to understand the mechanism because medically it makes no sense. And any doctor with any sense in their head should be saying there's no way this can occur. And so sure enough, as I said in the video with Amanda, it was about 1.5 years. And I was trying to figure it out. There was no studies I could find. There was nothing I could find. And finally, I had one of my employees, his name was Chris. He had a PhD in water chemistry. And he worked for me. He went to Emory University in Georgia, and he had a PhD in water chemistry. And I said, here's this list of documents that all these companies, several of them are giving out saying this proves that it's pH. Can you look at these documents? I've looked at them. I can't find anything in them. Can you please look at it with your PhD in water chemistry? Tell me if you can find anything. I think most of it's nonsense. So we went and looked it over one evening and came back the next day and said, no, you're right. Most of it's worthless. It's completely opposite of what happens in water chemistry when I got my PhD. However, here's this one document. I think it holds your answer. And I'm like, what? You found something? He said, yes, buried on page 35 of this one study. Look at this graph. They're saying that this tells the story. You see these things, DH. And I was like, DH, what is that? And he goes, dissolved hydrogen. And I was like, boom. And the second that word was spoken to me, I felt, and you've all been there, when you had a child, or you had a beautiful moment where you served someone, or you had an experience where you felt that warm, wonderful feeling come through your body and you knew what you just heard was right. And I felt that. It went right through me and I said, oh, thank you, Chris. He goes, do you want me to keep researching it? I have several of the projects. I can stop them. Nope. I got it from here. Thank you. And he goes, okay. And he went on with what he was doing. And I was like, dissolved hydrogen. I knew, I had a feeling those bubbles were in there and it was hydrogen, but I didn't understand what hydrogen does, other than the Hindenburg, right? We knew what happened then. So the reality was I went on a deep dive, and I'll tell you the big difference. In life, it's all about asking the right questions, right? Have you ever noticed that? In life, it's about asking the right questions. Now that I had hydrogen, I could research hydrogen. And now I found a number of things. But if I hadn't known it was hydrogen and hadn't studied that, I wouldn't have found all these things. I started finding stuff going back to World War II. I started finding stuff and I was like, whoa, this is crazy. And so that's my journey. And I wanted to share that with you because I think many times we come across things. I think many times we find things. I think many times we're looking for something and we might stumble into truth or we might stumble into something. And I think sometimes we have help and we find our way to the answer. And once we find the answer, you cannot deny that answer. You cannot deny that that is the mechanism. That made sense to me, that regardless of the pH of the water, hydrogen gas could be in there because hydrogen gas does not affect pH. And that's what started making sense. It's like, oh, it's a gas. It would leave, it would go. You start to understand Boyle's law and you start to say, it all makes sense. You shake the bottle too much, you do this, you heat it up, you do, okay, now everything everyone's been saying makes sense because it's a gas, right? And so this was the journey. And so it all started with me saying, okay, alkaline water is good, but nothing to do with the pH. It's the hydrogen gas. So, okay, hydrogen gas was a by-process of electrolysis. And so, boom, I get this. Now we need to look at where the weaknesses are in electrolysis. What are the natural laws that affect this process? It's like gravity. You never get away from gravity. Thank goodness, we'd all be floating around the room, right? But we can't get away from gravity. So everything we design and do on this earth has to do with gravity, with an understanding, right? We make cars because they would function differently if they floated. The wheels wouldn't matter if they turned, wouldn't go anywhere, right? So everything we do is based on gravity as a law because it controls us. Well, the same thing is true in electrolysis. You have minerals that are positively charged. You have electrodes that are negatively charged. They attract. It's like marriage. Opposites attract. And what will happen is these minerals will bond to electrodes. It's just nature. You can't stop it unless you understand the law. And if you understand the law, then you can then work with that law and use principles to function within that law and overcome the weakness, right? And so that's effectively what I began doing. Going back many years ago, I said, okay, if it's electrolysis and it's hydrogen gas, then that means the hydrogen, if we're going to dissolve it, has to be tiny. We need to keep it nano size. Then that means the electrodes have to be kept clean. The problem that people are saying after a few weeks, I don't feel the same until I clean it, is because the electrode has a layer of calcium. The hydrogen bubbles will coalesce or get too large. And next thing you know, they will not dissolve because they're too large to dissolve. You would then have to deploy pressure or time. We don't have either one in a flow-through machine. We've got that water going through quickly. So what else would we do? Let's keep the electrodes clean. So in 2005, we had the first patent. In 2007, a second patent happened where we reversed polarity of the actual electrodes. That was life-changing for us. And we decided to reverse polarity because now the electrodes will last longer. We never have the coating of calcium on there. You never have to overcome the fact that the hydrogen bubbles get too large. You never have to overcome the overheating of the electrodes. You don't have to overcome any of it because you just stop the minerals from bonding because we're swapping anodes and cathodes every time we use the machine. It keeps those electrodes clean and functioning the way they were designed to in the laboratory when the machine was like, this is good, right? In a perfect state. Well, it's going to be very imperfect within 2 weeks sitting in Florida water or California water because you have too many minerals that are building up. So, okay, it's what it is. So I hope you understand my journey. I'm explaining this to you because that was my journey. We had to sit and figure out what the heck's going on because this was before Canyon. Believe it or not, this was before. When I got into this water, there was nobody in the business. Panasonic had just exited. They were the first ones with a machine. I'm sure you didn't know Panasonic had a machine. Panasonic had a machine, and then they got out. They're like, it's too small of a market for us. And so here I was joining this company at the time that made this machine, and they didn't know what they were doing. They had no idea. The company selling to them wasn't really manufacturing. There's so many lies in the industry. But the reality was, here was me trying to figure out and make heads or tails with the internet not being what it is today, with everything going on that it was, trying to figure it out. And we did figure out a lot. It wasn't until a few years later that I developed the Equinine Ultra, which was our first machine to make a neutral pH water, where we could get rid of the pH equation. And that's because 15% of human beings are harmed by higher pH. Now, the industry has told them you had a detox symptom, but really what they had was not that. It was a Hertzheimer effect. And it's because it threw the body out of balance because the pH can harm people. And some people's body is like, I don't really want that. And they will balance in 2 or 3 days, but it's not a good thing, right? So I wanted to figure out, how do we overcome the Hertzheimer effect? How do we not harm anyone in the process? The stomach is acid. It makes no sense putting anything alkaline, and there's no such thing as alkaline foods. So why are we putting alkaline things in the stomach, causing the stomach to buffer constantly? If the stomach pH is acid and you put something in it alkaline, what's the reaction? HCl, or hydrochloric acid. And the body's going to fight to bring the pH back down. If you don't have hydrogen in your system, how do you make HCl? You can't. So you can't make hydrochloric acid if you don't have hydrogen in the body. But if you're forcing them to constantly buffer their stomach acid, you're actually putting what's called a metabolic burden on their system. And it's not good for them. And they're going to have to start taking HCl tablets, or they're going to have other issues going on in the body. So I'm looking at all these things. You got to understand, it wasn't just one little solution like, oh, I'm going to sell machines. I want to really look at what's happening with the individual from day one to 365 days later. What's going to happen to their human body? And so that's the kind of things we were looking at. And so that's why, and I want you to understand the why. I wanted to purely focus on what was the mechanism of healing without having any negatives, 0 negatives. And I wanted to design or develop a machine that would be able to help people, heal people, fix gut issues, which was the thing I'm the most passionate about, because I believe all disease starts from a dysfunction in gut. And we wanted to fix those things. So the ORP.
I think if we just turn it off, it should be fine.
I don't know here. Put it off. So leave it over. So that's what brings us till today. And I want you guys to understand that's what brought us to today, is looking for a solution for all human beings without having any negatives and not having any, can you guys still hear it fine? Yeah. Okay, good. I think we fixed it with the phase of the speaker. So I hope that helps you understand that I didn't wake up one day and go, oh my gosh, I want to make a machine and just make it. It was really helping my wife. And then when I helped my wife and some other patients with diabetes, I was like, whoa, we can do some serious stuff with people. And it was a process of perfecting something that was working well. And it wasn't always perfect. The Echo 9 Ultra was a machine that I only kept for about 1.5 years and had to get rid of that machine. Why? Too much maintenance. The one thing I'm telling you, Echo never has had is a requirement for maintenance. We had one machine that constantly needed cleaning because when I mixed the 2 waters to make a neutral pH, there was a propensity for this 3-way solenoid valve that we were using to get plugged up with calcium. And if you had high TDS in California, it could be 2 weeks, it could be 4 weeks, it could be 6 months. It was like, who knows, right? It depended on the water. So I had to kill that machine, and we did. And then we went back to everybody on the bottom and said, guess what? We made a better one, and here you go. And they're like, well, thank you. And so we went through that process because what we don't want is required maintenance on a constant basis. We want people to have a machine that will heal them and facilitate their body healing, but not have a constant demand for cleaning that machine because most people don't want to do it. And so I hope you understand that that's how the journey came with Synergy Science, Echo, and now you have machines that are perfected, that are beautifully working, no issues, and they're amazing workforces. And we're going to get into detail with them. Here's a little bit about me. I've been in the water just after 9/11, if you remember that. That's when I actually got into the water business and when started understanding and people were talking. The guy that we went on the cruises was telling me, oh, I've heard about this. Do you know anything about this? And it all started. And today, we've been in 5,000 for the 2nd year in a row, growing rapidly as a company. And I own the company, just so you know. Some of you may ask the questions, but I started it, I funded it, I founded it. I have no partners other than my amazing wife, and there's no investors in the business. So really, I decided what happens. That's a good place to be if you're me, right? And so what that also tells you is you're not going to have surprises. What you're going to hear today, I'm saying, and unless some tragic thing happens on Monday afternoon on the way back to Utah, you can count on what I'm saying to you. This is our building, and I'm very grateful for this building. It's a beautiful place to come. And within this building is an event center. We rent it out to companies. We do weddings. We do all kinds of things. But what I really want to do with the event center is have you as my guest in my home and bringing others that are passionate about helping other people. That's what matters to me, is using this to help people. That's what it's for. But this is where our warehouse is. This is where our studio is. This is where all of our employees are. We have a second warehouse a minute away, but everything ships out of this facility. These are our categories. Eco hydrogen water, which obviously you know, that's what we're going to learn about majority today. Synergy resonance technology, which is the ability to put formulas into water that can benefit or help or affect the body in a positive way. That's what I think is good. If you've ever heard of homeopathy or anything like this, it's a wonderful thing that can help people. We do have EMF protection, as we talked about, and I, in that video, was talking about traveling with this, and that's what we do everywhere in the world. I used to go to Europe every quarter, and I'd have it up in the backpack, and it felt great when I got there across the flight. We have the home filter, which cleans water, and there are some proprietary things relating to our home filtration that are awesome. And so we do have a whole house filtration system. You don't need to worry about just your shower. You can actually have every part of your house have clean water that is wonderful. And it's important, I believe. And then we have a sauna, which we don't have, but maybe we'll have later. But we have an individual, what we call a portable, full spectrum. Full spectrum means near, mid, and far infrared sauna. Basically, it's a way to sweat. That's what a sauna is. When you sweat, toxins go out of your body. So I call it a controlled sweat. You can get in instead of running around the block. You can get in a sauna and then get in the shower or whatever you want to do. So that's the deal. Here are some amazing, powerful females that love and use our water every day. And I don't know Reba McEntire as well, but I know Elle McPherson very well. Layla Ali is a very dear friend. And Lee Allen Baker, who is an actress, if any of you are watching Disney or different shows. And now she's gotten into Christian movies, so you'll be seeing Lee Allen Baker. And there's many more. Just last week, we have another country music singer, and now she's gone into Christian music. Leanne Rhymes, if any of you have ever heard. So Leanne Rhymes just officially endorsed our water, has been using it for a while. She had gut issues and it's helped her. And so she has the Echo Go, she has the pitcher for when she's on the road in Nashville, and then she has the Echo H2 machine in her home. And so we could go on and on and on when it comes to all the people. Here are some wonderful male people that are personal friends. Have you ever heard of Carlton off of, way back in the day when we were kids watching him do the dance? How did Alfonso know it's his wife? His wife was EMF sensitive, and she did research and found our EMF products and purchased them, and they changed her life. And then she wanted to call the company and say, I need to tell more people about this. We have a reach. We kind of know some people. Let's talk about that. So they ended up getting our water. They got everything in their RV. They now just bought a ranch outside of Austin, and they live in LA, but they get out there as often as they can. So obviously, he's the host on American Fungus Home Videos now, right? That's what she was seeing. Dr. Fan Mancini, who is, I think, going to have a show on NBC here pretty soon because Dr. Phil is exiting, Dr. Oz exited, there's no doctor anymore, so they're asking him to do both the Spanish and English show because he's bilingual. So he's a very close friend. I was just with him, like I said, this last weekend. Novak, who is the top tennis player in the world, uses our water and our EMF products. And then you have Cameron Matheson, and probably the men don't know who he is, but if any of the girls in the room watch Hallmark Channel, he's the host for the morning show. It's called Hallmark Home and Family Show. So he's the host of that and has been in movies and different things. And then here's some doctors, some wonderful people that have endorsed our products and used them and promote them in their reach out. And so we have a lot of people on. I'm sure you guys have heard Dr. Hassan. He's a good friend. And his wife Chelsea and him love the water. So The problem. Let's get to the problem. Gut dysfunction. This is what I want you all to be teaching others. It is the gut. Probably the most unsexy part of anyone's body, right? No one's like, man, I like her because of her gut. I mean, who says that? No one. It's weird, right? So, but yet, how important is the gut? It's extremely. You can almost put it before the brain. I'm going to show you some slides and the trillions of numbers of cells in the gut versus the rest of the whole body is a little bit mind-blowing. But understand, the gut is where immune function is. They call it the second brain. There's a lot going on. More of your personality than you probably care to admit happens because of the gut. And a lot of stuff going on. So let's talk about gut dysfunction. I think we've all heard about that, right? Is there anyone in here that has not heard of gut issues and the fact that people have issues in their gut? Anyone heard of that or never heard of it? Okay. You've heard of it. But how many of you heard what to do about it? Like, what do you do to fix the gut? Those people are like, oh, yogurt, fermented foods, but that's going to take forever, I promise you. It can take you 2 years to do it that way. You're sick again, and you have another antibiotic, and now it's wiped out again. On it goes. So we're going to talk about that. Number one, 70% of immune function is tied to gut health. So let's talk about what the heck it means to say gut health. What does it mean if you have a good or bad gut? You have a dysfunctioning gut or a functioning gut. What does that really mean? So I'm going to teach you, and I want you to understand. It's all about bacteria, okay? And if I'm standing in anyone's way, just tell me, because I can go stand in the corner and still talk. It's all right. I've done this a few times. So when we look at the health of the gut, we're talking about anaerobic microflora or anaerobic bacteria. I'm gonna be on your side of the room. How about that? So what we talk about is anaerobic. So we have two main types of bacteria, aerobic and anaerobic. 1 to 4% of the bacteria in the gut should be aerobic, and 91 to 96% should be anaerobic. This is really critical because the types of food items that anaerobic bacteria want is fiber and fat. The type of foods that aerobic bacteria want is sugar and carb. So we have a tiny bit of bacteria that like sugar and carbs, so we should eat that much sugar and carbs. Little bit. When we're celebrating each other, yay! But we shouldn't be eating cake all day long, right? That's not our diet. Sodas, sugar, all these kinds, we shouldn't be pouring it in the system because we're encouraging the other bacteria to grow and be there. We want anaerobic microflora that can take in fiber and take in fatty acids. Why do we want that? Because they convert to what? Hydrogen. So in our gut, the creator, the engineer, the master engineer of our body, put a hydrogen generator right in our gut. How do we know that? Where do you think the gas comes from? It's the gut. It's fermentation. It's converting things into, just like a car, you have a tailpipe. Something happens. You convert fuel into energy and out comes some stuff. Well, this is the same with us. We have a tailpipe. So we are converting food items and things into energy, and out the tailpipe comes the exhaust. So in our case, it's methane, it's hydrogen. There's a number of things going on in the gut, depending on what we're eating. Sometimes it doesn't smell so great, depends on what we're eating. Beans, right? You know the song. So the reality is we should be producing hydrogen in the gut. So Mr. Paul here would not have had to develop these beautiful equipment if all of our gut was working. Because we would be functioning, all the miracle experiences you have with the water would be happening every day. That would be a miracle, because it would be normal, right? It's because I believe 97% of the population have dysfunctioning guts. So therefore, if we're saying 70% of immune function is tied to gut, then they're walking around with 30% immune function. And if you have 30% immune function, you're more susceptible to invasion. It's no different if we wiped out 70% of our military in this country in one day, like you do with an antibiotic. We as a country would be more susceptible, right? And I can promise you invasion would occur quickly. If 70% of our military, planes, tanks, whatever, was wiped out in one day, they would die pretty quickly. Go get them. They're in trouble, right? So the reality is it's the same as us. We're constantly having stuff happening. It's our immune function that fights our battle. That's our military. If we get our immune function up to where it is, that's when you know people that are around other people that are sick constantly and they're not sick as often. Now, if someone's never sick, that doesn't mean they have the best immune function. It could mean they have a very, very poor immune function. And that stuff's just coming straight in. Immune function is good because you should get a workout. You should get sick a couple times a year. That's very healthy. It actually works out your immune system. But the reality is we want to have bacteria in our gut. That's what's doing the fighting. That's our immune function. And most importantly, we want anaerobic microflora. So normally when we were babies, we would have hydrogen production in our gut. And the purpose of hydrogen, we're going to go over in a second. But effectively, in a nutshell, it reduces oxidation. Okay? That's actually, hydrogen is a reducer of oxidation in the body. Oxygen is an oxidizer. Hydrogen is a reducer of oxidation. And so hydrogen would naturally modulate, signal modulation is what we call in medicine, but it would modulate pathways in the body that we call antioxidant pathways. Hydrogen does that. Whether it's telomerase, it's NERV1, it's NERV2 pathways, it's SIRT1, for those eggheads in the room that understand what I just said. It's all the antioxidant pathways that are amazing in the body. That's where hydrogen is doing its beauty. And then, of course, I told you earlier, ghrelin secretions, which go to the brain, change cognitive function. So we should be smarter naturally, right? If we were producing hydrogen. We would also have the flexibility, or what's called plasticity in the brain. That would be occurring with us naturally. And so all these things, we were designed. It's that side of the room, not what you But the reality is we have been built to thrive. We've been built to self-heal. We've been built to be a combat mechanism for any what? Invasion. It's when we destroy gut that we no longer can fight our battles and we are now susceptible to invasion. That's it. It's the most unsexy part of your body. That's the most important. It's your gut, right? So it's all about the terrain. And I want to introduce an idea to you because there are many false teachings in medical. And the thing is, it's easy. If I know something you don't know, it's easy for me to manipulate you, right? If I know more than you, I can sell you a bunch of crap because you don't know what to say about it. The guy looks like he knows what he's talking about. I'm going to do it. Here's my $50. Give me a bottle, whatever. It could be grass from the yard. I can tell you it's great. I'm going to change it. So the point is we need to be educated. We need to understand the way this body, I believe this body is resilient. This body has the ability when it has the right tools. A car is an incredible machine. You take the brakes out, what happens? It goes into something else and it's no longer great. Any part of that machine that is no longer functioning is a liability to you when you're using that machine. It's no different than this machine. If you lose abilities within the body and it's a core like breaks, you're going to crash. And the same is true for the human body. The gut is your immune function. It is your antioxidant system. It's your system that affects health dramatically. So I'm driving this home. The horse is down. I'm kicking it, right? And I want you to understand this principle because it's critical for you to understand. You were created to thrive. It's because of pesticides, heavy metals, stuff that you're eating every day that causes disruption to your gut. And if you use an antibiotic, then it wipes it out in 1 to 3 days, depending on which one you get. And I would say antibiotics are excellent for life-threatening bacterial infections, but not anything else. But yet we pop them like it's bubble gum, or some candy. Like, oh, I'm not feeling good. Antibiotic. Then all we're doing is wiping out our immune function. It's not good. There are legitimate reasons to use an antibiotic. 100%. There are legitimate reasons. But I believe we overuse them in our society. And when we overuse them, it's for viral infections that antibiotics don't touch. But what'll come is what? A destroyed gut and then inflammation. And it's the inflammation, that chronic inflammation and oxidative stress that will cause disease. And so that's where I want to take you down this path mentally so that you don't think it's all about alkaline and acid in your body. This is all false. This is where I want to take you down a paradigm shift. And that's why I asked you earlier to be prepared mentally. It's nothing to do with pH in the body. The body will manage pH on its own. You can't affect blood pH. I know that is what some of you have been telling people. And so I beg you to listen and understand pH of blood is one of the most critical things in the body. The range of pH in blood is 7.35 to 7.45. It's that narrow. That should tell you something. If it's that narrow, don't you think the Creator understood that and created the body to manage that pH with everything it has? Yeah, you're not going to change blood pH until you're back, like within minutes, right? So understand how blood pH is affected is carbonic acid in breathing. That's how you manage pH of blood. One more breath per minute will do more for blood pH than anything you drink or put in the stomach. And aren't we lucky? Because one soda would kill you. If that water with an alkaline pH of 9.5 could help you, then a soda at 2.5 would kill you instantly. You have to understand you can't have both equations. You can't have one equation and negate the other side. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. If you say that 9.5 water helps someone, then 2.5 water soda kills them. Or lemon juice water kills them. You can't have both sides of the equation, you see. This is where we have to open our mind for a paradigm shift. And understand, I can't own this one and then tell them, no, don't look over there under the curtain. They both have to be true because they are true. So what do we come to? It has nothing to do with pH. And that's what you have to understand. Blood pH is stable. It's not changing much. Are you going to shock? On one side, if you go below 7.35 or above, you begin to be in jeopardy of going into shock. So if that's true, which it is, the body is going to guard blood pH with everything it has. And you just need to understand that. It is true. So when we talk about pH in the body, every organ is a different pH. Every system is a different pH. The human cell is 13 different pHs. based on what aspect of the cell we're actually testing. Please understand, pH is based on function. The stomach's acid. You couldn't say to someone, well, I want to make your stomach alkaline because I think that's better. You would kill them. You would not have digestion. So you cannot make the body be different than what it's designed to be, or it will not function. Okay? So we have to wipe out pH. You have to unlearn all of that and say pH is unimportant. You can test urine and saliva pH, for example, and it can sort of tell you a story. But really, the saliva pH is based on what you ate a half an hour ago many times. And urine, if it's first thing in the morning, it's the phosphates that you cast off from all of your processing during the night. So you have to do a pH test after that. And you have to do it the same exact time every day. So you catch the cycle the body is the same time every day. Then you can start to see, okay, what range is my urine and my saliva pH? And yes, I'm taught, as an MD, I'm taught to do that. It's called Reams testing. And what do? We give them calcium. You either have calcium citrate, calcium, there's different types of calcium. And so we can go with calcium glutamate, and that's simply, I can give them one pill and it's gonna balance both the saliva and the urine pH. And now they just take calcium glutamate, right? And this is like after the end of all that, you're like, just take some calcium, because calcium is a buffering agent, right? So please understand that the pH of what you're consuming is really unimportant. And I know that you've been taught cancer can't thrive in an alkaline environment. This is not true. Cancer thrives the more alkaline the cell is. In alkalosis, cancer will go nuts. Otto Warburg never said that. What Otto Warburg got a Nobel Prize for was teaching that cancer thrives on sugar. That's what the Nobel Prize was on. It had nothing to do with pH or oxygen. What he actually said was cancer thrives in an oxygen-rich or an oxygen-poor environment because it's glycolysis that cancer thrives on, which is sugar. Okay. So again, I'm asking you to paradigm shift, because I know that this has made sense to your minds, but scientifically and medically, it's not accurate. So what I want is for each of you to be able to stand in front of a doctor, a medical doctor, any kind of doctor, and go, here's the story. And they go, well, you're the first person that's ever got it right. I'm ready to sign up. That's what you want, right? You don't want them to smile at you and go, oh, you're so, thank you so much for coming, and you don't do business with them. You also don't want dumb doctors in a program who never took time to think, and they're just doing something, right? You want the medical professionals that are thinking, because they're the ones that are going to help their patients. They're going to be the ones that are like, oh my gosh, that makes complete sense. Okay, the literature supports what you're saying. Okay, this is awesome. That's why we will add 3,000 chiropractic offices in the next 18 months. That's why we will add 5,000 MD offices. That's why doctors are behind us promoting, because the story that we're telling is true, accurate, scientific. It's too easy for me to challenge the other conversation I'm teaching you the opposite of right now, because there's no doctor that could say, you're wrong. Every one of them will say, actually, I don't know why I got something to do. Because when I talk to them, I'll be like, really? What are we talking about here? You tell me how that supposedly happened. No, it doesn't. It actually doesn't. So please understand, I want to power you and empower you to be able to have an accurate conversation with anyone, your neighbor, and the most respected doctor on the planet that supposedly has been taught and trained. I want you to be able to hold your own in that conversation and have them respect you and go, wow, you just taught me something and it completely made sense. I'm on board, right? That's what you want. And so when we talk about disease models, we're talking about bacteria and terrain. I said to someone the other day, I was sitting at dinner with someone and I said, we need to stop thinking. It's not going to happen. Sorry. I love you guys over here. You know, my friends. talking to you all day. So the reality is terrain, biome, this is what it's all about. Okay? In your gut is a biome or a terrain. What do we mean by terrain? It's like a desert. How many of you want to live in a desert? Why not? It's inhospitable for you. Are you any smarter than bacteria, or are you any different than bacteria? They don't want to go there either. So when we have a terrain or a biome that's inhospitable, bacteria don't grow. So what an antibiotic does is it changes the polarity of the gut tissue in the gastrointestinal tract, the GIT, the gastrointestinal tract. That's what's actually happening. And so the bacteria can't thrive there because the polarity or the electrical potential of the tissue itself doesn't support their life cycle. That makes sense? It shouldn't yet. But it's good that you're saying yes. So it's all about electrical potential. It's all about the environment. And that's what I want you to understand. If we change the polarity of the tissue, some bacteria will go, ooh, thank you. I'm going on over there to live. I'm moving out of that. You heard that song when you get back in the day. Other bacteria would be like, well, I'm going the other direction because I don't like that. I can't live over there. And I don't care how many probiotics you take, nothing will happen long term when the tissue won't support colonies and communities to thrive. It's just like in the desert. You could go to the desert and, hey guys, I'm going to Sahara. Let me tell you, it's peaceful. No one's there. You come with me. And you're like, no. Unless you're making a resort with every grocery store and everything else, you've got to make an entire community, like, or I can't come there. Well, what's a community without the people? And so you can't just make all the stuff and expect something to happen. You have to create it. And that's what I mean when I say build it and they will come. Anaerobic microflora must have a minimum of a negative 300 millivolts to thrive. The tissue itself has to be negative electrical potential. Okay? And so the important thing is I put that when I created these machines, the water itself. Now you guys know that as negative RFE. So guess what? That's correct. You don't have to have a paradigm shift on that. That was right. Negative RFE has tremendous benefits for gut recovery. Okay? So as long as that's in the water, it's antioxidant. It's going to help the gut. When you help the gut, you help the person. And so in all of these devices, you're going to have negative electrical potential or negative RFE. And so you're going to change the gut rapidly. And because you're never getting calcium buildup, you don't lose the negative RFE. Because the same thing that stops hydrogen stops negative RFE in an electrolysis chamber if there's calcium on the place. You lose the RFE and you lose the hydrogen. Here, you never have that. So really, the big difference from what you're used to, you no longer have to clean and you always have the benefits. Does that make sense? You never lose the benefits. So, as I told you, 100 trillion microbial cells in the gut, 10 times the number of human cells in the body. Imagine that for a second. That's pretty amazing, right? There's more cells in your gut. And then when we look at 150 times the genes carried by that human cells. So this is why I said your gut has more to do with who you are than you want to think. So let's talk about immune function real quick. Immune function and oxidative stress. Immune function produces oxygen radicals while fighting pathogens. Oxygen radicals create oxidation, or what turns into oxidative stress. So through normal living, walking around the planet, doing our thing, this is what's happening. We're producing oxygen radicals, and we're producing what? oxidative stress. But what? Oxidative stress produces inflammation. And what happens when you combine oxidative stress and inflammation? Disease. So through normal living, we are going through a process that naturally, if our gut was working, we would mitigate all this. It would be on a constant basis, no problem, no problem, no problem. The gut is going to mitigate the oxygen radicals, and we're never going to have oxidative stress, and we're never going to have inflammation because the gut is just managing it all and turning it all into other stuff. And there's all these chemical reactions, and then we don't have a problem. But if the gut's not working, none of that happens. And we end up with oxidation, rising, and we end up with oxidative stress. That's where cell function changes. Okay? That's when we get oxygen radicals that are cytotoxic or cell damaging. And that's what's happening to us. Is if our gut's not functioning, then we're not mitigating pathogens that are coming. We don't have an immune function. We're not having an antioxidant system. We're not effectively functioning as a person. And if we only have 30% immune function, then this system is not efficient. And so we're constantly having levels of oxidative stress and inflammation and different things. We're not at our peak efficiency. And so a dysfunctioning gut results in incorrect bacteria and low immune function. Low immune system results in oxidative stress, inflammation, disease. If the gut was functioning, the oxygen radical would have handled naturally. So this is what should be happening in your body. It's not happening in your body because of the gut. So what do we need to do? What's our job? Heal the gut. Exactly. It's really simple. So as I said, I'm here to help people. And how am I going to help people? And if you're on my team, how are you going to help people with me? Heal the gut. That's really what we're doing. If you want to oversimplify, we are going to heal people's gut. Starting in an hour of them drinking the water, the changes begin. Brain, gut. And if we heal the gut, then what did I just teach you? What happens to disease model? What? That's right. Exactly. If immune function prevents disease, and 70% of immune function is tied to gut, and we heal the gut, what just happened to immune function? We just increased immune function. If we increase immune function, is that good or bad? Amazing.
So heal the gut, heal the body.
That's right. That's right. That's really what we're doing. But you've got to have the hydrogen and the negative ORP always in the water to do that. We can't do it every 6 months when you can. We can't do it every 2 months, 3 months when you. We can't have that because now you're unprotected. And people will say to me, well, Paul, if it only takes you 2 weeks to heal the gut with the machine, why aren't you just renting the machines out for 2 weeks and then they shut it back and they go on with their life? That's what people say to me. It's kind of poor thinking, but I understand why they're saying it. Because, maybe they're thinking, I don't want to spend a few $1,000. I want to still have ice cream money. And, if I just heal my gut in 2 weeks, I should be fine for the rest of my life. And I'll say to them, okay, if you will decide right here, right now, to never again put anything in your mouth that has a pesticide in it, a heavy metal, then that's a great solution. So that means you can only eat foods that are organic, non-GMO, that you verify actually don't have pesticides. Like, just not organic GMO, but it really does. Like, maybe you grew the food yourself in your bedroom with lights. Okay. And there's no parasites, and there's no pesticides, and there's no heavy metals in the water that you're spraying on it, and then yes, I think it's a great idea. Rent the machine for 2 weeks. But people are like, no, I don't think I can do that. Like, that seems really hard. And it is really hard. Because you're surrounded by chemicals. Everything you're drinking and everything you're eating is full of chemicals. Especially if it's wheat-based, corn, oats, which is pretty much all your fillers. It's glyphosate. Glyphosate destroys the gut. So please understand, what we're really doing is we're going to fix the gut, and while they're destroying their own gut through every mouthful, we're fixing it again. Fixing it again, fixing it again, fixing it again, destroy, 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 fix, 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 destroy, 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 fix, fix, fix. That's what we're doing every day. That's why the machine has to be working all the time. Because if we miss a month or two, then you ate food for a month or two that destroyed your gut. And then you have to destroy your gut again. And then inflammation comes back and brain function lowers and all these things happen again. We don't have months to do a yo-yo thing because then you'll get a disease at one point and then it's a more difficult job.
So a simplified version is kind of like if you want to eat really healthy for 2 weeks, or you want to do a really good exercise program for 2 weeks, and then you stop and think that's going to be good for the rest of your life. No, because it's actually, you
Right.
lose the benefits when you lose what good you're putting in.
It's lifestyle that causes disease, really. But most of us are not disciplined enough to say, I will not put it in my mouth if it's not completely full. I will go without. I know a couple people in my life that have that commitment and they do it. But it's pretty rare because you go without a lot. You go without food and drink a lot. It's pretty tough, especially when you're traveling. When you're home, you're fine, but you just can't leave your home, right? You can't go and travel the world because what are you gonna find? Whatever's there. So, okay. Are you guys having mental workout issues? Are you fatigued?
That makes a lot of sense because you're basically putting in something healing that helps you deal with a toxic environment.
Yes.
Continue.
Yeah. It's basically chemicals. We're under attack.
No, I think the way you explain it is good. It's simplified and I appreciate it because it's not.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, good news is we're recording this.
It's.
When you're bored on Friday night, you can get some organic snacks. You can watch me again. I'll apologize now. But, if you're that bored on Friday. So we are recording it. You can go back and watch it and you can help yourself because you want to understand this and you want to be able to explain it to others. Because this knowledge is not out there. The knowledge that there's gut issues is out there. It's everywhere. Everyone's talking about gut issues, and they're talking about leaky gut, and maybe stuff coming down your leg. I don't know what's happening with leaky gut. Like, I don't know because I'm serious. Like, what's leaky gut, right? I don't know, but it's a weird term, leaky gut. It's not really leaky gut. It's the fact that bacteria is wrong, and so you don't have no bacteria. You have the opposite bacteria, and that bacteria is going to do what? Give me sugar, give me carbs. And what else comes with aerobic bacteria? Depression, anxiety, the opposite side of emotion too. So please understand, everything is opposite. If you allow the bacteria in the gut to be aerobic, it's going to want opposite foods and it's going to want opposite emotion. If you get anaerobic bacteria back, now we're happy, optimistic, and we're eating fiber and fats that are naturally occurring food, not man-made food. I'm telling you, this is what you need to come to understand. And when you come to understand the gut, that's literally what it is. Food allergies, automatically, you have gut issues. If you're eating salad and having diarrhea, you have gut issues. Because you don't have the right bacteria to process fiber. So what's going to happen? The body's like, sorry, I can't do anything with that. No, it's great. We've been doing it for thousands of years. Gut issue. It's 100% gut issue. And I'm not saying you should eat dairy and gluten, but we have been doing it for thousands of years. And your body, I don't care what you want to eat. You eat what you want to eat. I eat dairy. I eat ice cream. It's not for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't have cereal, right? I intermittent fast. Okay. I do water fasting for 3 to 5 days at a time, where all I drink is my water for 3 to 5 days. It's amazing for the body. Shuts down digestion, completely allows the body to heal. Do what you want to do, but you should be able to eat every type of food, and your body is created to process it. There should be no gluten issues and dairy issues. I mean, we make dairy. So the point is, not like a cow does, right? There's additional vitamins and minerals and other things, but it's okay. Who cares? The point is, eat what you want to eat, but you feel the best. Get in touch with your body. Ask your body what it wants and listen to it. Learn how to listen to your body. But I'm just telling you, if you fix the gut, you should be able to process all different types of food. And I think it's healthy to have all types. When I did my study of 4,000 centenarians, there was no food diet they all had. There was nothing in common other than bacteria in their gut. So if you want to live to be a centenarian, you get your gut fixed. Because you had one person doing chocolate every day, you had another person ice cream, you had another person on coffee, you had another person wine, you had another person with Mediterranean food, you had another person eating fried chicken. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. There wasn't even one religion. But they all said there is a higher power. There was only 4 things I found in common. They thought friends were important. They went outside every day and did something. They did eat some vegetables in their life, but they all had a gut, the bacteria in their gut. And that's the only thing that was the same with all 4 of them. And they're living past 100. So I think proof's in the pudding, right? You got a question?
I was just saying that, so if you're doing the water for like 2 weeks and improving the bacteria in your gut, that you could actually test some things that you would normally have a bad reaction to, like you said, to milk protein or lactose, and you can see how much it improves.
Yeah, and this happens many times. We have doctors that are gluten and dairy intolerant who go to Bastyr, for example. We're close enough to Bastyr. We had MDs, like myself, who were going to Bastyr, and they said, "Man, I've been drinking water for 2 weeks and I can eat donuts now." That's a win. All right, we're going for it.
Not that you want a lot of sugar in your gas tank, because that eventually wrecks it.
I agree. I don't think sugar's ever your friend, except for in small amounts. But she was so happy. She's like, "I have milk and donuts for the first time in years, and I have no inflammation." I'm like, "Yay, girlfriend!" So that's great. She started selling machines, right? So she bought one, and then she started selling to a patient. So the reality is, again, we should be able to process all types of foods. That is what your body is designed to do. Okay, and we have many types of foods. So let's move on. Here are some diseases, and I don't know if you can read it in the back, but here are some diseases and conditions that affect different parts of the body having to do with oxidative stress. So it's pretty much everything. How many of you, with a show of hands, before right now, I don't know if you can read it, but right now, thought, and I'm going to go over here. Do you see all of these things? Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, MS, ALS, OCD, ADHD, autism, migraines, insomnia, depression, dementia, bipolar disorder, and cancer. They're all from oxidative stress. So how do we get to oxidative stress, ladies and gentlemen? Gut dysfunction. So if oxidative stress causes disease models, can we lower oxidative stress?
Yes.
What would happen to the disease? There you go. If hitting your head against the wall causes you a mark and you stop hitting your head against the wall, does the mark go away? Does it stay? It stays? Who's that? Oh, you got one that's still there? So, he didn't think I could hear. I got hydrogen ears. My wife used to call me eagle ears. It didn't matter where I was in the house. She could say something and be like, and I would answer, and she'd be like, how did you hear that? I have big ear holes. I don't know. But anyways, imagine that all these diseases here that affect all different compartments of the body, if they're oxidative stress, and we can reduce oxidative stress, then we can affect positively. So it should be no shock to you when I'm about to show you some studies, and it says hydrogen can inhibit colon cancer. Hydrogen can what? Inhibit diabetes. Hydrogen can inhibit these things. Why? Because hydrogen reduces oxidative stress, which is the cause of disease. This is what I'll promise you. If you will take this journey with Amanda and I, your sales cycle will be better, more enjoyable, shorter, and feel good inside. You will feel true, and you will feel good. Yes.
What can the expectations be for someone who has already had a ton of damage? Someone who is currently dealing with cancer, where cancer can be incredibly damaging to the point where it's going so fast, you can get healing. And every person's different, I know, but as far as if you're interested in giving the water and having someone try it, who currently has cancer.
Okay, that's a great question. The answer is, I don't know for every patient. It would be inappropriate to say a blanket statement of what's going to happen with every person. I was in the Truth About Cancer documentaries. I don't know how many of you watched that or were aware of the Truth About Cancer documentaries. I was in that many, many times. I have spoken at all the live events they've done after the fact. I can tell you that every cancer, natural medicine cancer clinic in the United States of America has our machines. And in Mexico, with Hope for Cancer, Dr. Jimenez has them in his, all in Tijuana and in Cancun. I can tell you that many veterinarian hospitals where you have cancer pets, these are water, and they're helping. Oxidative stress and chronic inflammation are what causes cancer. If we reduce oxidative stress and chronic inflammation, we will positively affect cancer. The other thing that hydrogen does is it affects what's called apoptosis. How many of you know what apoptosis is? Okay, I got 3 people. Apoptosis is a natural process in the body when cells in the body begin to divide incorrectly. They destroy themselves. That's called apoptosis. Somehow, we don't really understand why, when a cell becomes cancerous, apoptosis is turned off. Hydrogen benefits apoptosis. So that's why in the colon cancer study I'm about to show you in just a few minutes, there was 100% cancer cell death in colon 26 induced cancer because of apoptosis.
So if I wanted to give it to my friend that is currently going through that, I would approach it as in like, I really would like you to try this. I would like you to have it ongoing, and I would like to see what your story becomes. I'd like to know what it does for you, because every person going through that is going to be different.
Everyone's going to be different, but they're all going to benefit from reducing oxidative stress.
Well, it can't hurt to have a healing environment.
No, it's impossible to harm them. The one thing you want to be careful of is most doctors in cancer therapy are trained to tell their patients not to take any antioxidant when they're in chemotherapy. Guess what? That doesn't include hydrogen. Because hydrogen is not an electron donor. There is no donorship. Hydrogen is neutral. There is no extra electron. Hydrogen is a selective antioxidant because of its signal modulation effects, not because of donating electrons. The reason the doctors know is because the actual antioxidant aspect of electron donorship can inhibit chemotherapy treatment. That doesn't apply to hydrogen. In fact, we have 114 studies on cancer alone, different types of cancer, and it actually improves the performance of chemotherapy drugs. And you don't look like a war victim. You don't lose all your hair. You don't have all these things. There's huge benefits to combining hydrogen water. And that's the study I'm going to show you was the company that makes 5-fluorouracil, which is the chemotherapy drug of choice for colon cancer, decided to do a study where they combined hydrogen water and chemotherapy. And what was the result I said they had? What percentage of cancer cells were destroyed? 100%. So this is a good thing. Can't get more than 100. Like 107. Right? No. 100% is 100%. Right? So understand we're talking about studies and we should never inappropriately tell someone, hey, because of this cancer study, you're going to be healed. That is inappropriate. Don't ever do that. Don't ever do that. That is inappropriate. And I'm not playing games. I'm not saying it like tongue in cheek, ha ha, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm saying seriously, it's inappropriate to tell someone, yes, this will help you get rid of cancer. You can't say that because sometimes their issues are emotional. Sometimes it's their husband. Well, unless you drown him with the water, it's not going to help him. Okay? So, and I say that very jokingly, but the reality is, if it's an emotional issue and that's tied to gut health, then yes, maybe we will. But if she has breast cancer because she can't get things off her chest, because of communication pattern, it won't be the only thing we need to work on is oxidative stress.
So it's best just to say, let's start your body up off of getting a really healthy gut, getting the good bacteria, and giving your body a chance to start.
Here's what I would say. And again, I'm going to teach you all how to speak the way you should. Cancer comes from oxidative stress and inflammation. Hydrogen reduces oxidative stress and inflammation. There's a very good chance that it will be very beneficial for you. That's all I'm saying. Because you're protected and you're not giving any guarantee. You don't ever give a guarantee. Right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And honestly, you'll increase their metabolic rate, you'll increase their mitochondrial function, which gives them ATP and energy, and you need energy to heal. You need gas in the car to go somewhere. If you have a Tesla, you need battery power to go somewhere. If you don't have battery power, you're going to be sitting there enjoying the Tesla. While you ponder and meditate. So the reality is with cancer, you can help oxidative stress and inflammation. Hydrogen is going to do that. It's not going to take it too low. It's going to take it to a normal range so you no longer have oxidative stress and chronic inflammation. Now the body will be able to do what it's designed to do because the gut's functioning, because you have energy in the system and energy can then start to heal. So do we have thousands upon thousands of people who have cancer that know? Yes. Do we have people that passed away? Yeah. But there's some wild cards in there that you can't control with water alone because there's emotional. There's a lot of stuff. So we have to heal the whole person. We don't just look at it, bam, water, go. Here, that's not the way we should ever be. Yes.
Is it safe to say that it's something to heal your gut?
Yeah, I mean,
Because
of course,
in
you can
today's
say,
society, we have to be careful. Sharing people. And
you always have to be this.
tend to say, don't say anything about eating.
I would say you modulate that bacteria. You can I personally, as a doctor, because I understand, would say you selectively stimulate anaerobic microflora and restore the biome of the terrain. That's what I would say. But I understand what I'm saying. And it's 100% correct. I'm not, healing the gut. I don't know. I would say you're gonna, again, return the biome of the terrain. And you're gonna, what? Selectively stimulate anaerobic microflora. These are the terms that are used in the study. So if I was in your shoes and I wasn't a doctor, I would memorize what the study's saying. And you're simply saying, this is what the study, there's no guarantee. But this is what the study said. So we can see parallels. We can see pieces of the puzzle. We can start to see some if-then statements. There's 1,175 studies. And I can tell you 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it said potential antioxidant, potential anti-cancer. Today, the studies don't say that anymore. They say hydrogen is known as a potent antioxidant. Hydrogen is known as an anti-cancer. We already went through the days when the jury was out. Now, the jury's not out anymore. They know 100% it's reducing oxidative stress, inflammation, it's anti-cancer, blah, blah, blah. So if you just go through the studies from years ago and look at the language, and then you look at the studies being published, which 11 were published in the last week, the language is strong. When at the end of a colon cancer study, it says hydrogen water.
Amanda, can't hear we can't see the screen.
Cancer. This is strong language. So you have no authority to say yes. But you can say, based on this last study I read, it says it can inhibit. Well, inhibit didn't say cure. It said inhibit. So use the words in the study. Hide behind the studies. This is appropriate. In our world that we live in, learn the studies, understand how to communicate that message, and go, look, this is what this study said. And I didn't pay for that study, right? That study was done by a university, that study was done by a medical system, that study was done in Japan, that's it. There's 1,175 of them saying it's reducing oxidative stress and inflammation. So I think you can be 100% safe and never be challenged by saying hydrogen, not echo water, hydrogen reduces oxidative stress and inflammation. What we do is this water is a delivery vehicle of hydrogen gas. And that's appropriate to say. So, fastest way to fix the gut. That's what we've been talking about this whole time is gut, right? What's the fastest way? I told you it was not yogurt, it was not fermented foods. Those are all great. It was not probiotics. That's expensive feed. What's the fastest way? I already told you. Let's see how many. Who's the star in the room? But why? What's the mechanism? No. Hydrogen's not fixing the gut. Hydrogen is what's there if your gut's fixed and working. No. Hydrogen does selectively stimulate ghrelin, but that's one of the brain. That's for neuroprotective effects. Keep going. Haven't heard it yet. Oh, yeah, Wheezy got it. Negative ORP. Why? Polarity of the gut tissue. Gut tissue needs a negative electrical potential to have the right terrain for bacteria that we want, which is anaerobic microflora. That's what would be considered beneficial bacteria by anyone in the world. It's anaerobic microflora. Yes, sir.
So, what's an easy way to say that? I know in another company we used to say, well, this when the water is ionized, the hydrogen molecule goes into your system and looks for the oxygen that's running around in there.
That's all false.
That's all false.
That's all false.
That's the freak.
Yeah. So
It's an fine, you get rid of it.
yeah, but that's false.
It's not that.
Yeah. So the way to say this, that you're modulating or helping the gut come back to its natural state is with electrical potential. So the negative ORP and that alone, not hydrogen, it's not how much water you drink. It's the fact that within the water, when it goes through these machines, I made sure when I designed the system that we have a negative electrical potential in the water. So when it goes into the stomach and then through the caloric valve, which you have two of them in the stomach, but it goes through the caloric valve into the duodenum or the duodenum, however you want to say it, it's tomato. But it goes to the duodenum or duodenum into the small intestine. When it begins to go throughout the intestine and the colon, you are imparting that electrical potential into the tissue. Because it's in contact and it's going to absorb that electrical potential. That electrical potential sets up a biome and a terrain or an environment that those bacteria are like, yes, ma'am, I'm coming. And off they go. Because someone said, you can go to the Sahara or you can go with Paul over to the beach house. And you're like, beach house, please. I'm going over there. That's great. I like water. So it's all about where you want to be and where you can thrive. It'll be a lot easier to thrive at the ocean than in the desert. Yes.
So a simplified way of putting it, can I say something like, your gut, as far as is supposed to be efficient, is supposed to be healing your body, is supposed to be doing what it's supposed to do. And toxic environment that we naturally live in, everything we put in our body affects all of that. The combination of dissolved hydrogen with the negative OP4. Okay, so that's where I'm missing that part, but the effect would be that it discourages
Thank
the
you.
bad bacteria growth and encourages the good bacteria growth. So that's what I'm currently getting.
Yes. So let's talk about this as three different things. Let's think of hydrogen as one mechanism. Let's talk about negative ORP as a second mechanism. And let's talk about frequencies and water as another. So in the machine, you have negative ORP. That's going to affect the gut and heal the gut. Facilitate what? Selective stimulation of anaerobic microflora. That's the term you want to use because that's what the study I'm about to show you says.
But a lot of people that I would talk to wouldn't even understand.
No, that's okay because you're still going to tell them. The good bacteria is anaerobic microflora, and the negative electrical potential in water or the negative ORP will stimulate that good bacteria. That's how you can tell. You can simplify it. I don't. I can tell you that when I sit down with someone and say, look, if the negative ORP will selectively stimulate anaerobic microflora, that's the good bacteria in the gut. They're like, where do I sign up? You're going to fix my gut? Yeah, within an hour. Within an hour, I can outpace antibiotics. Within 2 weeks, you could be eating gluten. You could be eating gluten and dairy with no inflammation. Seriously? Yes. You may have to find a new identity. You can't harass the waiter anymore. But you can eat food. So the reality is, this is why I'm spending this kind of time. Because last night I was really thinking about it. I'm like, I have these amazing people that have whatever they said. It's not going to work. I need to retrain you. And so that's why you'll go back and watch this. And it's going to be like school when you're like, okay, write that thing down. What does that mean? What's the, it's just the way it's going to be. And then once you said it 2 or 3 times, it just comes out and it's okay then. But it's new right now. But when you talk about ORP, negative ORP, that is what helps the gut. It's not the hydrogen. And it could be frequency, but currently it's not frequency.
So the hydrogen does.
The hydrogen does not. No.
They're going to say, well, what does the hydrogen do?
What does it do? What does it reduce? Oxidative stress and inflammation. So let's talk about this right, because I can start to see where the disconnect is. Okay. I'm gonna bring someone, let's pretend I just brought someone up to the room. Fred is up here in the front of the room, okay? Fred currently is not drinking our water. Fred has a dysfunctioning gut. Is Fred going to have oxidative stress and inflammation in his body? Okay. So when we give him a glass of water, we're going to immediately reduce the oxidative stress and inflammation that's currently in his body. So we're going to fix the immediate problem that's in front of us. He's got an oxidative stress and inflammation, so his body's not functioning. We're also giving him the negative
Amanda, can you hear us?
which is going to begin right away to start to help his gut. So
Hello, Amanda. Can you hear us on Zoom? Because we can't see any
two
screens.
different mechanisms we're giving his body. It's not one thing. That's two different things. We're immediately reducing oxidative stress and inflammation. So we're taking a burden off of his body that he has already existed. Then we're beginning a process to rebuild the gut. It doesn't happen in 2 minutes. It's going to take days, but he's going to start to feel that right away. And over the next few days of drinking water, increase. Less oxidative stress. Now the body's producing hydrogen on its own. Oh, we're starting to really feel some mitochondrial function. We're really, right away when you gave him, he felt brain function as well. That's the hydrogen. So hydrogen, within minutes, is going to what? Reduce oxidative stress, reduce inflammation, increase brain function. Right away. That's the things they're going to feel. Now, they're not going to feel ORP, but that's going to be helping the gut. While hydrogen is helping the body, ORP is going to help the gut. Okay? And we're going to get the gut back to where it's supposed to be. And hydrogen's in there as well. And why we still want them drinking the water is, again, they're going to be doing pesticides, they're going to be destroying the gut, it's going to be this whole process of rebuilding every single day. But you have literally multiple mechanisms going on in the body that are affecting different aspects of the body all at the same time. Does that make sense? More?
Yeah, so you're saying that you'd say more that it's a dual benefit for if you're talking about the hydrogen and the negative ORP.
Absolutely.
That the hydrogen you would feel right away because reducing the
Brain.
oxidative stress and inflammation starts opening channels, starts, increasing the mental clarity. But at the
And
same
increased energy from mitochondrial function. So let me explain it this way, because now I've got you guys right where I want your minds. The folder's open. Had his gut been working, all of that would have been happening. So what we're doing is we're giving the body something it's supposed to have that it hasn't had in a while. And as soon as it has this, I thank you. Boom. And it all goes to work. Brain, mitochondrial function, energy improvement, oxidative stress and inflammation reduction, joints will feel better. That's all hydrogen. Hydrogen will have the immediate effect because that's what the body should have been producing all along. So now that the body has hydrogen, which is the effect of a gut working correctly, we're giving them the effect immediately, and we're going to work to fix the factors.
And the negative ORP is what starts laying the foundation to have a healthy gut by discouraging
And be
the bad bacteria,
self-reliant.
encouraging good bacteria.
Yes, and to have
And
self-reliance.
keep it continued and building up within a toxic environment.
Correct. That's immune. So immune function is not from hydrogen. Immune function is from the negative ORP because we're fixing the gut. Remember, 70% immune function is tied to gut. So we're giving them an immediate effect of hydrogen, which is a byprocess of gut functioning properly. But because that's not functioning, we're giving them hydrogen right away to modulate their whole body immediately. Then we're going after them long term, and let's fix the gut. Make sense?
Yes.
Awesome. Yes, ma'am.
So, and you said
And then,
the
sorry.
three name for the hydrogen, and then the negative ORP, and then the frequency mechanism. So
Yeah.
what specifically does that do? That's different.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Hold the thought on frequency. We will get to frequency. Before, sir, go ahead.
Okay, just real quick, and this is based on years and years of
Yeah.
business.
Yeah.
when the water goes through this machine and it does its thing,
Yes,
and there's another thing that the other company talked about being microclustered.
Yeah.
The molecules become smaller, and therefore they're able to get to the brain and do this and this, that, and everything. Is
completely
that
false.
happening in
No.
this?
Completely false. No such thing as microcluster. That was proven false when? In the 80s. So microclustering, and I have it in the alkaline myths of the last part of this lecture today, which we're running slow, but it's okay. But I'll talk about that just so, because that's going to be the big thing. So microclustering was a thought process, I'll call it that water, the number of water molecules in a cluster went from 11 to 14 to 4 to 6. That's actually what this whole premise was based on. And the marketing part of it was it absorbs faster in your body. Okay? Which would be based on the assumption that water absorbs through your stomach, which it does not. Water does not go through your stomach. You have a mucosal lining. If water went through your stomach, then soda would go through your stomach, and everything else would go through your stomach, and you'd have all kinds of crazy chemistry going on in your body. Okay. Anything you ate or drank would be in the interstitial aspect of your body, and it would be scary. You'd have like a whole petri dish going on. So again, what you have on one side of the equation, you have to go on the other side because you can't own only one side of the equation and not reference the other side of it. So alcohol, for example, or anything else we put into the stomach, if it actually absorbed through that mucosal lining, would be dangerous to us as a human being. So the fact that 4 to 6 molecules of water is so much larger than a human cell, it's not, it would be of no benefit. Even if you had water going down to 4 to 6 water molecules, it's so much larger than a human cell. Where are you thinking you're going to hydrate a cell because you've gone down to 4 to 6 in a cluster cell? Now, that's just me being funny, because it's not plausible that water would hydrate faster because it's in different cluster cells. There's no basis for that. It's just so far-fetched. It's crazy, and I apologize that someone taught you that. There was a Nobel Prize won on 2 scientists who discovered how water absorbs into a cell, and it's called aquaporins. So what comes off of a cell, if you can imagine little channels that are called aquaporins. And you can study this and go and read up on aquaporins, and you'd be like, oh, cow, that dude is smart. He really does know everything. They won a Nobel Prize on proving that water absorbs into a cell molecule by molecule, not even a water molecule. Hydrogen and oxygen disassociate for a fraction of a time that we don't have a word for, and then they reassemble in the cell as a water molecule. It's almost like Star Trek, where you're like, beam me up, Scotty. You know, water goes into a cell very differently than we think. It doesn't just absorb like a sponge. And so I want you guys to understand that cells in the body control what goes into them. Just like blood pH is controlled, because it's critical to life, your cells of your body will not absorb things that have a charge, for example. They're not allowed in. Water's neutral. That's the only way it would get in. Okay? So hydrogen gas, which is neutral, can go everywhere. But water has to be neutral to get anywhere. Radicals don't get into cells because they have a charge. The only reason hydroxyl radicals, for example, are the most cytotoxic or cell damaging is because they are an oxygen radical that's neutral. So they can actually go in and destroy mitochondrial respiratory chain. But that gets into a little more science than what we need to do today. But the reality is, you absorb water when it's clean water. Your body will kick it out through the pancreatic system if it's dirty water and you already have a metabolic burden. Believe it or not, there are people walking around this earth that are drinking water that are dehydrated. Because the body says, no, kick it back out. I can't deal with cleaning this water up. I have other priorities that are more important to my system. And so if we're drinking clean water, then your body will say, okay, I will absorb that. And it just comes down to the purity of water. And in our case, what happens? We have hydrogen. And the body is smart and knows there's hydrogen in negative R DNA, and your body knows it needs it, and it will go, give me that water. I need that for my healing. That's what causes your body to actually absorb, is what's in that water. Does that help at all? Yes, Amanda.
Would you mind explaining why we don't get milk from that kind of water? Because that's where that whole.
I agree. Okay, so we know there's a faster gastric emptying. So that's the proper terminology. A faster gastric emptying. In other words, water goes out of the stomach fast. I think you all know when you were drinking the 9 pH water, it went out of the stomach fast, right? Why do you think that happened? Anyone know? Besides Amanda?
To stay more acidic.
Correct. That's right. Go easy, go easy. Remember she said because of the pH of the water was inappropriate for the stomach. The body's like, get it the heck out of here. You have a caloric valve at the bottom of the stomach that's somewhat pH sensitive. It's there to guard the fact that stuff that's in the stomach that could be harmful to the pH balance of the stomach is exited out quickly. So the reason you had a faster gastric emptying had nothing to do with the cluster size, and nothing to do with anything other than the pH was too high. And the body said, get it out of here. So once it goes through the caloric valve into the duodenum or duodenum, that's pancreatic juice. So that's a higher pH. So the body would naturally go, I'm dumping it in there. Because that's where it should be if it's a higher pH. And so then it hits that, then it goes into the small intestine. And then it goes. Yes. If there was hydrogen and negative ORP, the body would take that in faster. And so then the body's going to need it more. If it wasn't, then it would be like a negative one. So it could be true some of the time, but it wouldn't always be true. The other issue is filtration. And we haven't talked about conversation today, but filtration is critical. And so one thing that's dangerous is when you have an electrolysis device and you have a poor filter of water going in, the contaminants that are left are now more bioavailable to the body than they were if you were to drink the water prior to it going through electrolysis. And so that's what's dangerous about using any electrolysis device where you don't have appropriate filtration, including heavy metals, pesticides, because there's some interesting signs when you go through electrolysis. It changes things. Like coliform. It'll amplify or increase coliform going through electrolysis. If there's mold or any other issues in the water or contaminants, they can actually increase or amplify. It's some very interesting science. I've spent a lot of time studying it. We won't talk about it today. It's amazing science. But it's electrolysis and magnetic field and how that amplifies certain things in water. And so we want to be very careful when you have poor filtration and then you run that water through electrolysis, it can be worse for you. So if there's hydrogen in ORP, then the body's going to say, I'll take it because it can help. But if it's other stuff, it'll actually reject it. Yes, ma'am.
Before you move on to the next one, so I know you're going behind a little
Yeah.
bit for us, but would an appropriate metaphor concerning the hydrogen effect and the negative ORP, if I describe it to someone as in like okay, if you've ever been driving in a traffic jam, things closed off, things are blocked, rerouted, all this garbage, and then all of a sudden, things just open up. Guess what? All the original stuff is now available. Everything speeds up. Everything goes faster. You get the mental clarity. You get the energy boost. All of that. I would maybe describe it to someone that way. For the hydrogen effect, and for the negative ORP effect, I would describe it as like if you've seen a farm that's been abandoned at barren is just not good anymore. Someone comes in, gets everything started, gets it. They have to have time to rebuild it and get it good again, get the soil working again, so that things can grow appropriately. Would that be appropriate use?
It's a very long story, but
As far as just the effect of it.
yes, you could say cleaning up a farm or cleaning up anything and having it work efficiently is what
Just laying a
hydrogen's
good
doing.
foundation
Yeah.
and opening that the
Hydrogen, but it's more simple. Hydrogen was supposed to be there in the first place. So the lack of hydrogen is the real problem.
yeah, that's why I
Which
think
comes from that
blocking
issue.
the original.
Yeah. So basically, the simple way to say that is you're supposed to produce hydrogen in the gut. If your gut's not functioning, you don't produce hydrogen, and so we're giving it to you because you should already have it. And then everything will work the way it was supposed to, because now you got what you were supposed to have.
So now it's speed.
What?
Now it's speed.
Well, we want to fix the gut as fast as possible, don't we? We want to get someone back to their efficiency as fast as we can get them. We don't want to take 2 years. Yes, sir.
Question about the shelf life or half-life for both the ORP and HP. Do those expire, hours?
They do.
days?
They do. So we have already tested it. We use gas chromatography, just so you know. We use gas chromatography for all of our testing. You'll see some numbers later. With our water, I can't speak to other waters. I can only tell you what happens with ours. With the hydrogen concentration, you have roughly 3 to 5 hours for half-life. So if we start at 1.5 parts per million, let's say 4 or 5 hours later, you have 0.75 parts per million. Now, the good news is you only need half a part per million to be considered therapeutic. So what would that tell us? 10 hours is roughly when you should drink. If you had an open glass of water right here, you got 10 hours. If you can't drink a glass of water in 10 hours, we have a coaching class that will help you drink water a little better. I'm glad you all got that. Too. So thank you for the question. Now, if we take a container like this, or any container, and we fill it up all the way to the very tippy top with no airspace, we have 15 days. Now, why do we only have 15 days? Hydrogen will go through this container, and it doesn't matter if it's glass, metal, plastic. Hydrogen is so tiny, it will go through. But you're gonna lose, and I'm using a gallon because we've done the equation, okay? In a gallon, if you start with 1.5 parts per million, you're going to lose 0.1 parts per million per 24-hour period through the container. So you have 15 days, right? But technically, you'd have 10 days and still therapeutic concentration. That makes sense? Awesome questions. All right. So we're not only interested in fixing the gut, but we don't want to take all year to do it. So we want to do it fast. So here are some ways. Vitamin C, minerals, probiotics, herbs, diet, great relationships. But the fastest is what? What's the last bullet? Who can read that loudly? Can you read it?
Change the electrical potential of the GIT tissues to at least 300, negative 300 MV, what is that?
Millivolts.
Yeah, of what?
Okay. So what's the fastest way to heal the gut or to restore the proper bacteria into the gut? Electrical potential. And we need what? A negative 300 millivolts is optimal. A negative, anything over 0, negative 100, negative 200, negative 300, it's all going to benefit the gut. But if we can get to a negative 300 millivolts, we rapidly will change the biome and the terrain. Who in the room is having a challenge with the idea of changing the electrical potential of the gut will somehow stimulate bacteria to grow? Who's having a challenge? Ready? Be honest. We're all family here. Okay.
I'm just curious why bacteria care about that, like, biological.
Okay.
I mean, I don't take your word for it, but
Well, that
curious.
beautiful. That's where they thrive. It's all electrical. It's polarity. So you have bacteria that thrive on positive, and you have bacteria that thrive on negative electrical potential. And it's just who we are. We're electrical beings. Bacteria are definitely electrical beings. They function electrically. We are electric, right? We produce electricity inside. We are those kind of beings. But I'm going to show you in a second to answer that question. But bacteria, as you start to study, I'm excited for you to study. Bacteria thrive on electrical potential. And you'll really learn some really cool stuff when it comes down to that. But in our body, the tissue is the terrain. And so they just need a negative for anaerobic. For aerobic, they need a positive. They do different things, so they need a different environment to function. So, but here's what I would say. An aquarium. We like examples in the room. I can tell that already. Aquarium. Everyone picture that I used to have a 55-gallon aquarium with gorgeous fish. They're all African cichlids, okay? Gorgeous fish. What's the most important thing to fish? Oxygen and the water they're in. That's their biome. So what happens if the water gets out of balance? Where did the scum come from? Where? But you had clear water yesterday. Now the water gets out of balance and all of a sudden something starts growing. Where does that come from? Well, that's what got the water out of balance, was the poop, right? The nitrites. But where did the algae come from is my point.
It was already there.
So, who said that? It was in there. And this is what I want you to understand. In a biome, everything is there, positive and negative. Whatever you stimulate will grow. So in that water, when I would start to see in the back corner where there was no light, starting to grow that nice little green algae, if I balance the water, what happens to that growth? Goes away. Where did it go? Died? Or went back into the environment? So it's an interesting concept that I want you all to understand. No different than if I took some hamburger meat in a Ziploc bag, completely sealed, and I put it outside right here in the sun, what might happen in the next day or so? Stuff would start to happen inside. Where did all that come from? Where would the maggots come from? Where would all of it? Where would mold? Where would this? Where would that? Where does it come from? It's already there. So the point is, chemistry is chemistry. Biome is biome. If something's dying, then the stuff starts happening to take it back to the earth, including us. And that's what you need to understand, is what you support is what happens. If you support death, your body goes towards death. If you support life, your body goes towards life.
So the potential for good and bad bacteria is always there. It just depends on what you stimulate.
That's right. So we put a negative ORP, so we stimulate the beneficial bacteria. And that's what grows. Now, here's the study. To answer your question, this study was done many years ago. And what does it say? It says 96 to 99% of the friendly or residential microflora of the intestinal tract consists strictly of anaerobes. Okay, many diseases of the intestine are due to a disturbance in the balance of microorganisms inhabiting the gut. Okay, so just that's what I've been telling you. What does it say down here? Let's read the whole thing. The treatment of such disease involved the restoration of the quantity or balance of residential microflora in the intestinal tract. It is known that aerobes and anaerobes grow at different oxidation reduction potentials. The former require a positive value up to a positive 400 millivolts. Anaerobes do not grow unless the value is negative, between 300 and 400 millivolts. In this work, it is suggested that prerequisite for the recovery and maintenance of obligatory anaerobic microflora in the intestinal tract is a negative ORP value of the intestinal milieu. Okay. Electrolyzed reducing water with values between a 0 and a negative 300 millivolts produced in electrolysis devices possess this property. Drinking such water favors the growth of residential microflora in the gut. A sufficient array of data confirms this idea. However, most researchers explain the mechanism of its action by antioxidant properties destined to detox the oxidants in the gut and other host tissues. Evidence is presented in favor of this hypothesis that the primary target for electrolyzed reducing water is residential microflora in the gut. That helped. Great University in Moscow, right? Many years ago, 1992, by the way. So the reality is, this is where I understood that when I was developing the equipment. I said, this is what we gotta have. That's why I want, not because I had done little clinicals with people on antibiotics. I had people with IBS. And I said, you guys are taking antibiotics every day to keep inflammation down. I want you to start drinking this water, keep taking your antibiotics, and tell me when you start to feel pain. Because that's going to tell me when the water is outperforming the antibiotics. And every one of them within an hour or two said, I'm feeling inflammation pain. Great. I proved the hypothesis. Okay. And so the most important thing to me is that you know what to say when you're ready or wanting to say it. And I've trained a lot of people over 18 years on water, and when we're in a setting, they're like, oh, that sounded great. And then they're like, well, what did you say? And how did you say? So are there any things so far that you have questions about, are unsure of the principle? Because if you understand the principle, then you can make a story out of it. You can use an example of an everyday thing that you're familiar with, how it makes sense to you. But first, you have to understand the theory or the background or the process behind it. And then you can create a beautiful story centering around your understanding of that principle. And it's actually very effective. Like, what was your name?
Sheena.
Sheena, that's right. Sheena wants to use an example, and that's a very effective way of teaching other people. To use an example of an everyday thing people already understand. Okay? Like I did with saying cars without brakes. You understood exactly what's going to happen with cars without brakes. Okay? So, are there any parts of what we talked about? We talked about gut being the most important system in your body to prevent disease or to have your antioxidant system. We talked about the fact that oxidative stress and inflammation, but it's really oxidative stress and chronic inflammation is what causes disease. It's not the first day you're going to have inflammation, you're going to have disease. It's oxidative stress and then chronic inflammation. That means you have it every day of your life. That's what causes disease. So it doesn't matter if we're talking where in the body, but it will cause disease. So, are there any that?
So the inflammation, it's like a overlap, or it's specific on, let's say, lungs or heart, or what the inflammation is coming from?
Good question. She asked, is it systemic inflammation or is it targeted inflammation in the body? Is it in a certain area? You can have both. if your entire immune system is down, or your lymphatic system, for example, is affected, it can be systemic inflammation. It also could be inflammation in your liver or kidney, for example, which is going to stop the liver and kidney from working. Maybe other processes in your body are still working, but those two organs are not. So it can be both. It can be inflammation in a joint, which is going to cause pain, and you might not be able to use it anymore. And so when you reduce that inflammation, you'll be able to have range of motion and use that joint. It could be kidneys that you have inflammation. You could also have fatty liver disease. Yes.
I remember with the vending machine, it was not good for people with kidney problems. And I just read with the, when I was doing the training, on the other hand, the hydrogen is good
Yeah.
for the kidneys. And it's because of the polarity of the plates that doesn't the settings or
Right.
doesn't remember.
Well, because of the fact that you'll always have hydrogen and the ORP, you're always going to have an anti-inflammatory effect. You're always going to have an antioxidant effect, and you're always going to have a restoration of your gut and brain. So there's no contraindication. In medicine, that means there's no negative effect. So of 1,175 studies, there's no contraindication yet on any hydrogen studies. Which, if you thought about it, that would be obvious because you're supposed to make hydrogen. So it shouldn't have any negatives about it. The designer of your body made your body create, right? So, anyways, if you have inflammation in a certain area, then it'll affect that area. If you have systemic, it'll affect all systems. Hydrogen can help with all of it. But typically, if you have inflammation in a certain area, a targeted area, it's because you have oxidative stress in that area. Yeah. Unless it's something like Lyme's disease or other things like this, it's going after the weakest organ.
I think you explained it really well, but remembering it, do you have printed material referring to specific studies or the concept where it can help us in presentation?
I have better than printed. We have created the best site in the world to research hydrogen studies, and it's hydrogenstudies.com. So I own that website. It's one of 300 websites that I own. Having to do with hydrogen since I was the first ever to do hydrogen, since I was the first company, I own all of them. I own hydrogen, pretty much everything. The hydrogen that I bought many years ago before anyone else was taking me to buy hydrogen. That's nice. So hydrogen.net. So anyways, all these kind of things we have. So and someday I'll do something with it all. But we have hydrogenstudies.com, and if you go, you'll see 1,175 studies, and all you have to do, all it is a white page and a search bar that you can type in conditions, disease, whatever, it's going to query all 1,175, and then come up with the ones that are there. So I just did this a couple of days ago. I typed in cancer, and 114 studies come up. So type in diabetes, it's 55. So you type in whatever you want to do. You can type in what? TBI. Anyone know what TBI is? Traumatic brain injury. So type in TBI and you have a bunch of studies that come up showing that hydrogen can help with traumatic brain.
How about the basic presentation, especially if,
This,
just
this,
giving the scientific terms when you want to make sure that you're getting them all correct.
yes, thank you. Listen to Sheena. We want you saying things correctly. We will. So I probably have on my laptop 120 stuff that I've talked and given. You know, I take PowerPoints, adjust them, make a new one, and it's called
you know, whatever it is for that event. So I can always go back and know exactly what it was at an event that I did based on that. What we're gonna do, this is of course recorded, and you're gonna have this as a resource to you. But we're gonna have other PowerPoints that you'll be able to use. And there will be training that accompanies it. So it will be like a PowerPoint with me voicing over the PowerPoint and saying the things you want to hit on this page or this. And this is how you would say this, and this is how you would say that. And then we'll go to the next page, and I'll do the same thing, and then we'll go to the next page. And that's what we're gonna do from a resource perspective to get it out to you, because then you can have the PowerPoint and so that's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna create multiple PowerPoints, 2 or 3. I don't want to say crazy, but 2 or 3 of them. So you have some options. And some of them will have different things in them than others. And so we'll also have PowerPoints on the compensation structure, so that you'll have a PowerPoint that you can do to train others. Okay, cool. I'm like, all my stuff.
And in the instance where you may not have more than maybe a minute, where you're talking to someone there or on their way out the door or whatever, do you have anything like a pamphlet or something where you can point out things quickly and then try and get the member to follow up and do a PowerPoint at a later date? But something that can maybe start them looking at it.
Yes, we are currently creating 10 trifold brochures, which are available. We also have one that I brought you today. When we get it more into the product section, we're going to be passing them out. Tim, is that handsome guy over there? Tim will be passing them out. Okay. Am I good? Was I in? Matt will check and make sure my sound's up. So, anyways, we will absolutely have brochures. We'll absolutely have digital. In the new software that's going to not only run the company, but it's also has all the webinar option, all the marketing, the back office, all this kind of stuff that will be available to you at no charge. You're going to have tremendous assets in there in digital. We also have Synergy Science University for you to go get trained. And to do trainings and to be able to print out a certificate you can put on your wall saying you did training. So it's really important to us that you are trained properly. It's really important to me that you don't make inappropriate medical claims or any medical claims at all. So when I say inappropriate, that's any. You can reference studies appropriately. And what that means is there is a study having to do with diabetes, and this is what it shows. And that's all. You're kind of like a reporter. You're not making a diagnosis. You're not making a prediction. You're just reporting on the facts, which is, here's a study and this is what it said. And there's a good chance to think that it could have a benefit for you. You know, being that nitrogen is supposed to be in everyone's body, it's not just certain people. Right? So we will have all kinds of assets. So I appreciate your patience. Understand, and let me, we're not a new company. We do millions and millions of dollars of business. We have a lot of customers that have been buying our machines for many years. It goes back many years. Hundreds of thousands of machines. But we primarily sold to medical professionals. I didn't have to worry about them saying anything because they're doctors. And so they would take the information and use it for them. So largely, our buckets of revenue were medical professionals, and then we did webinars. And the webinars were promoted from very influential people that had lists of at least 1 million people. So we have a list of 20 million people that we do webinars with on a weekly basis. And we would educate them about our products, and we would generate millions of dollars a month just in webinars. And so that was a very good thing for us as a company. And we have a 1.5 hour webinar. I'd spend a half an hour with question and answer. And next thing you know, there'll be $500,000 or $1 million business as a result of that. So it was good. And then the other focus was medical professionals. Am I good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do medical professionals. Well, now we're just going to be building out this wellness professional program, and we literally want to bless millions of people. And so therefore, we're going to need a lot of people that are sharing, educating others. And so now that we're doing that, it's a different program than what doctors want. Doctors want training. Doctors want to know what to say, but they've got 20 people every day coming in their office that need this. And so it's easy for them to go, hey, hey, Joe, you need this for your rheumatoid arthritis. You need this for your diabetes. You need this for your cognitive function issues. Okay. I'm gonna get a machine. Who is the people listen to? Plumbers and their doctors. That's the two people you listen to. If you really think about it, it's your plumbers and your doctors. That's who you listen to. So the reality is now that we have you, amazing individuals ready to educate others, we need to give you assets, what we call marketing collateral. We need to give you resources. We need to give you digital, and we need to give you paper. We need to give you all that. And so that's why I spent $50,000 on the new software that will allow us to automate instead of just being able to do what we were doing. I want to be able to do what you need us to do so that your life is easier to market. So the fact that there will be an app that you can take a quick video and send it straight to social media or send it out to all your contacts, we want you to have that. We want you to be able to grab social media posts and just click them and send them to your Facebook page right from the phone. That's the kind of stuff that I spend money on doing, because doctors aren't going to do that as much, but you guys can. And so it's very exciting. That's what we're doing. So I don't want you to feel why we're saying in 45 days when everything hits, you're going to be so excited. It's really because Amanda came in February. And it was like, oh, this is great. Yes, this was on my list. I was praying for it, Amanda. I was praying for someone incredible like her, and here she comes. And I'm like, okay, now let's get this software. So I hope that helps. We understand. But that's why we're building all these assets. And it takes time to do these things, but we're doing them because I believe in you, and I believe in what you're wanting to do, and I want to empower you to be able to do that in the most efficient, just like our electrodes, the most efficient way possible with the least input, get the maximum output. And that's the way I think, it's the way I like to do things, and we want to get behind you and put all of our resources behind you so that you can speak. That answer your question and your question? Any others? I'm going to get started back in the presentation, but I want to give one more person a chance if there's someone that has that one question that they're like, I just didn't get that, or can you explain it a little more in depth? Going once, going twice. Okay, awesome. Either I'm wonderful or horrible. So we'll see. All right. So we were talking, the last thing, just to get your mind back to where we were in the space that we were at. We were talking about this study, and it was showing you that how the bacteria in the gut are affected by electrical potential in the tissue in the gut. What we call the milieu. The milieu is another term for biome, that interstitial elements of it. But effectively, this is telling us, again, the important thing is what? And I already said this earlier, but I want to make sure you understand. Negative is for what? Anaerobe. Positive is for aerobe. Okay? So we don't want aerobes in mass. We want small amounts of aerobic bacteria. We want mostly anaerobic. Okay? So I'm going to tell you a cool thing that's on here, and then I'm going to move on. Within the anaerobic are some really, really cool bacteria called hydrogen. So hydrogen, then an O, then trophs, TROPHS, hydrogenotrophs. And so you just say hydrogentrophs, right? You say it fast, just hydrogentrophs. That'd be good. What they do is they are the actual bacteria that converts fatty acids and fiber into hydrogen. They're part of the anaerobic. So when you've got the gut balanced properly, the hydrogentrophs will take short chain and medium chain fatty acids and then water soluble fiber, what we call artificial fiber, and convert it into hydrogen gas. Now, the cool part of the story is they themselves use 30% of the hydrogen as their fuel source. So they're consuming hydrogen themselves. So it's a beautiful symbiotic relationship. They make the hydrogen and then they consume it as their energy source. How cool is that? And then 70% of the hydrogen goes into the body, out the tailpipe. It's a mixture of processes, but it goes into the body to modulate pathways. So that's why we want that, and that's why we want anaerobic microflow. But this is where we were before we all went to lunch, and so now we're in the good news part. Good news on all this stuff we talked about. Hydrogen can help. So what's the 3 reasons? Because everyone I assume is going to ask you when you say, "What's your favorite kind of water?" Or you're walking around and they're carrying a bottle of water, you know that's a good prospect, right? If they're carrying a bottle of water, they're already different than most people, right? So you're like, "Hey, I noticed you're drinking water. What's your favorite kind of water?" And they're like, "The sun," or whatever. They're all going to have their water because, people like certain water. They're used to it. I always say we create water snobs. That's what we do at Synergy Sciences. We create water snobs. And boy, people are like, "I can't drink any water now that I have yours because yours tastes so dang good and it's so smooth and so much. Now I can't go anywhere else to drink water because it's horrible." So we create water snobs. And people are going to say, mine's the sun. What's your favorite water? And you're like, "Oh, Echo water." And they're like, "Echo." Or you can say, "Echo hydrogen water." What? Hydrogen water? What is that? Isn't there already hydrogen in there, right? You're going to get all these questions. And they're going to say, "Why hydrogen water?" And this is the 10-second answer of why hydrogen. Water, right? Why hydrogen water? So it reduces oxidative stress and inflammation. Because of the electrical potential, it helps repair the gut and increase immune function, and then cognitive function. And what was the mechanism I told you earlier that actually affected cognitive function? What was that hormone I told you about earlier? Ghrelin. Yeah. It's actually an acronym. Growth hormone releasing enzyme. Anyway, so the reality is ghrelin secretions, GHRELIN, ghrelin is selectively stimulated when hydrogen hits the stomach or gut. But in our case, it's the stomach because it's going to hit that first before your gut. But these are the 3 reasons. I haven't met anyone yet who's like, "Dr. Paul, I don't really want better brain function. I'm going in. I really want less." Just haven't met them yet. So these are good. Most people you say, "We're going to increase your brain, increase your gut, increase and release oxidative stress or reduce oxidative stress and inflammation." They're happy about that. Now, I'm going to show you a quick little video.
There is no doubt that water is good for you. And thanks to breakthrough technology and recent studies on the effects of hydrogen water, it's growing in popularity. But what's the difference between hydrogen water and plain water? Let's dive deeper into the molecular makeup of plain water. Water molecules have 1 part oxygen and 2 parts hydrogen. And when they combine, the 2 molecules turn into a liquid. But what makes hydrogen water different? Echo machines are designed to dissolve more hydrogen gas into your water, making your normal water into hydrogen water with no pH change. In contrast to plain water, you can see that we now have H2O molecules as well as 2 parts hydrogen gas. These additional H2 molecules are unbonded and remain in gas form. So why is it better to have hydrogen gas dissolved in your water? Hundreds of scientific studies, including the studies by medical gas research on hydrogen-rich water, have helped us understand that there are many biological advantages of drinking hydrogen water, such as neurological benefits that help improve brain function and boost energy throughout the day. In addition to these benefits, dissolved molecular hydrogen has been shown to reduce oxidative stress and inflammation, which are the leading causes of disease. Now you can drink with confidence, knowing the difference between hydrogen water and plain water. Be sure to hit subscribe.
So, that's the number one question I get. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook, people, planes, trains, automobiles, what do they say? Isn't the hydrogen already in water? What are you talking about? You say hydrogen water. I mean, just last night at Amanda's house, a couple of people asked. And I say, no, there's no hydrogen in water because water is now water. So what was originally hydrogen gas and oxygen gas, when they came together, it got friendly, it now made a liquid. It's no longer a gas. So it's no longer hydrogen and oxygen, it's water. It's a new substance, right? So you just say to them, no, water is a liquid, not gas. We're talking about gas. We're putting hydrogen gas in water, kind of like Perrier has water with carbon dioxide gas. We have water with hydrogen gas. Oh. And you use an example, they're like, oh, okay, so does it make it bubbly? Or no, it's not carbon dioxide. It's smooth, you don't even know it's there. And people say, well, does it change taste? And I say, it's like chocolate raspberries. And they laugh, no, it doesn't change taste either. It's just beautiful water. Water shouldn't have a taste, right? If it does, there's something in it causing it to taste. So let's get into some studies real quick. Again, 1,175 studies as of this week, 200 plus human studies, over 170 human disease models. It's actually higher than that now. But what's there in red? The outcomes of the following studies are not indicators of outcomes for others with similar or the same conditions. This is important to understand. Just because you have a bunch of people that have a certain disease and they have great outcomes doesn't mean everybody can have that. And so we have to make sure. Now let's get into some studies. This was the foundational study that kind of blew everyone's doors off in 2009. And Nature Medicine, first of all, Nature Medicine is one of the most respected periodicals in the world for doctors and scientists, because if Nature Medicine publishes a study, it is highly scrutinized. They do not publish it unless they have gone to all extremes to make sure it's legit. Okay? So when Nature Medicine published the fact that hydrogen acts as a therapeutic antioxidant, but the next thing it said is it's selective. That was the big deal that woke everyone up. Because it says selectively reducing cytotoxic oxygen radicals. Now, what's cytotoxic? Cell damaging. So we're talking about here hydroxyl radicals. Okay, I'm going to do that one thing again. I got to go back over this side. So I'm going to use my pointer. How about that? So hydroxyl radical, which is what? The most cytotoxic of reactive oxygen species. So the most cell damaging radical in the human body is what? Hydroxyl radical. What is a hydroxyl radical? If I was to write it on a board, pretend I have a whiteboard up here. If I was to write what makes up a hydroxyl radical, what's the letters I would put on there to represent what it is? Anyone know? Correct. Oxygen, an oxygen and a hydrogen. Neutral. So, wow. Chemistry is beautiful, isn't it? Because an oxygen and a hydrogen are the most cytotoxic oxygen radicals. But if we add another hydrogen to that equation, we make what? Isn't that interesting? Very interesting to me. You go from something that's extremely damaging to something that's life-sustaining with one chain or molecule. So not even molecule now. So the reality is what they showed here is what we induced acute oxidative stress in cultured cells by 3 independent methods. H2 or hydrogen must selectively reduce the hydroxyl radical, the most cytotoxic oxygen radical species, and effectively protect its cells. However, and this was the part that freaked everyone out, hydrogen did not react with other reactive oxygen species which possess physiological roles. In other words, most of your radicals are life-sustaining. They're not damaging. The only things we want to get rid of when we talk about radicals are the reactive oxygen species. So superoxide, hydroxyl radicals, things like this that actually damage cells. We don't want to get rid of radicals that, and it says a physiological role, but what that really means is it has a good purpose. It's life-sustaining. So this woke everyone up. And so what's interesting is hydrogen can be used as an effective antioxidant therapy owing its ability to rapidly diffuse across membranes and reach and react with cytotoxic ROS and protect against oxidative damage. So this is why you now have 1,175 studies. Because all of a sudden in 2009, you see a spike. Our site, hydrogenstudies.com, goes back to 1995. But the spike occurs in 2009 after you have this study published. Okay. Here's one on fatigue or elite athletes. What this is particularly showing is that there was no lactate buildup in the muscle, even though these athletes, these soccer players, were using their muscles and should have fatigue or should have had what we call what's called exercise-induced muscle decline. They did not have it when they were drinking the hydrogen water pre-exercise, but they did when they were drinking the placebo water. So we see in these athletes, and you can see here, adequate hydration with hydrogen water pre-exercise reduced blood lactate levels and improved exercise-induced decline in muscle. Although further studies to elucidate the exact mechanism of the benefits are needed to be confirmed in a larger series of studies, these preliminary results suggest that hydrogen water may be suitable for athletes. Now, I can tell you from doing this for years, we do have athletes. We have teams that need our water. We have people that are high-end athletes that don't want fatigue, and they use that for that reason. Okay. And so this just talks about how they did the study. But let's get into diabetes. There's 55 studies on diabetes. This is one of my favorites because it shares a bigger story. Here you see oxidative stress is recognized widely as being associated with various disorders, including diabetes, hypertension, and atherosclerosis. It's well established that hydrogen has a reducing action, right? So I told you that the studies are pretty strong. This was a randomized double-blind placebo-controlled study on 30 patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus and 6 patients with IGT or impaired glucose tolerance. So what I like about the study is not only did it help with impaired glucose tolerance and type 2 diabetes mellitus, but we see a decrease in what? Cholesterol. Why do we think that is? So this is great. The study was on lipid and glucose metabolism, but here we're showing LDL. We're seeing small dense LDL. We're seeing urinary isoproteins. We're seeing SOD activity. You know, right here, the superoxide dismutase. We're seeing a lot of things that are going on. But why do you think, we can say I don't know, why do you think you would see LDL reduced by 15.5%? Yes. But what's really going on? Because why is LDL there in the first place? So your answer to a question is, why are we seeing it reduced? Well, why was it there in the first place? If you know why it's there in the first place, then you can understand why it was reduced. It was there in the first place because of oxidative stress. The body's putting cholesterol because there's what? A weakness in the veins, and you could potentially hemorrhage. So the body is using LDL as a patch in these cases. So you're removing LDL when the plasticity of the veins are better and you're no longer in trouble. And so the body will take back the patch because you no longer are at risk. And that's further demonstrating that it's removing oxidative stress systemically. And the body is going, oh, thank you. So I like this study for these reasons because it's telling a nice big story. But it says, in conclusion, these results suggest that supplementation with hydrogen-rich water may have a beneficial role in prevention of type 2 diabetes mellitus and insulin resistance. So it's a great study. Okay. And again, there's 55 studies you can read on diabetes. This is just one of my favorites. Here's the one I was telling you about with colon cancer. Now, the company, this is one of the few studies that was done by a company. Most all of the other hydrogen studies, luckily for all of us, weren't paid for. They were done in the name of the medicine. This, the company that makes 5-fluorouracil, which is the chemotherapy drug of choice for colon cancer. And funny enough, we call it 5-FU in the industry. But the point is, 5-fluorouracil, and what they saw was, what did we see? Oxidative stress is involved in cancer development. So what I'm telling you is true, right? Oxidative stress. Hydrogen is a potent antioxidant and exhibits anti-inflammatory and potentially anti-cancer-like activity. So when you get good at reading studies, you begin to see the progression. Here you're saying, what have we learned? Hydrogen's a potent antioxidant. Okay, so they're very comfortable in saying that. And it exhibits anti-inflammatory. Okay, they're really comfortable with that. And potentially anti-cancer-like activity. So the jury's still out on cancer. When this study was done in what? 2015. Now, we're beyond that now. And if I was to show you some cancer studies that have been this year, you would see where it's strong anti-cancer activity. And because we've progressed in our understanding through studies, because there's 114 now, we've progressed that it's no longer potentially anti-cancer. It is anti-cancer. And so this just talks about what they're doing. And what do we see? Hydrogen water administration improved the survival of mice with colon 26-induced cancer. Furthermore, hydrogen water enhanced cell apoptosis in cancer cells. So that's what I was telling you about earlier with apoptosis. Now the cells can go back to destroying themselves when they're duplicating incorrectly, right? So we don't need to worry about cancer because if we started apoptosis again, then the cells will destroy themselves. That's the beauty of letting nature do what nature's supposed to do. Now, this is where it gets kind of cool and fun. Additionally, high content hydrogen water exhibited stronger antioxidative and anti-cancer activity than did natural hydrogen water. So now we've introduced a new topic, natural hydrogen water. Were you all aware that hydrogen water is naturally on the earth? Did you know that? Whoever knew that, raise your hand. A handful of people. So where in this study, they went to Mount Fuji and got hydrogen water. There's 4 places in the US that you can get hydrogen water naturally. There's places in Mexico, there's places in India, there's places in all over the world. So how would naturally hydrogen water happen? It could be base salt reactions, it could be organisms that are eating things and having the same thing that happens to us with our tailpipe. They could be allowing hydrogen to go out. So there's several ways that you get hydrogen water. But what's very interesting is in this study, they took high content hydrogen water, which is basically equivalent to the water you would have with our machines. And they're saying it inhibited colon cancer even more than natural. But the thing that we learned that's very interesting is there was 8 times more hydrogen in what's called the high content hydrogen water than there was natural hydrogen water. Yet it was only 25% more hydrogen in the blood. So what did we learn? It's not linear. Just because you put more hydrogen in water doesn't mean it's actually getting into the body or into the blood. okay? Because there's only so much you need. The body isn't going to use the rest. And what I'm trying to help you understand is that we do not need to believe bigger is better. We do not need to believe that more is better. We just need hydrogen on a daily basis. Even in small amounts is great. But you need it. You need it. So, in this case, we had what? High content hydrogen water can inhibit colon cancer. So very powerful. By the end of this study, they were convinced that high content hydrogen water can inhibit colon cancer. And then they threw in particularly in combination with 5-fluorouracil. So especially when you add it to the chemotherapy drug at the same time, it's really good. And the reason being is because it was 100% cancer cell death when you combine them. Now, interestingly, when you look at this study, hydrogen water had more anti-cancer effect than did the 5-fluorouracil by itself. So they looked at both of them separately and then combined them. And so hydrogen had more of an effect by itself than 5-fluorouracil did by itself. But when you combine them, then the 5-fluorouracil worked much better. Why? Apoptosis, right? And so you had 100% cancer cell death. So again, I want you to see, hopefully, and maybe you're like, whatever, dude, but hopefully you have the desire to want to study, do some research, understand how this works, because I think it's awesome, but maybe I'm just the only one that ever out here like that. It will be too much. So, but I'm hoping there's some of you that are like, oh yeah, this is cool. I want to be able to understand this stuff because it's cool the way the body is supposed to work, right? And if we're eating stuff that's stopping our body from working, I want to understand that too. So, anyways, hopefully this helps you understand cancer is scary, but not scary, right? Hopefully we know it's not a death sentence. Hopefully we know that it's not a guaranteed death sentence. Don't let fear come. People that have cancer, love them, and lift them. Give them hope. Tell them there are ways and opportunities, and love is one of the biggest things, and hope is even greater than that. And so, you know, that's what we need to do. Don't give them promises. Give them love and hope, and say, I'm here. I'm not running away from you. So many people that I talk to from being treated about cancer, it was like my family walked away from me. If I didn't do what they told me I was supposed to do, they were so scared. They told me if I don't do the treatment, they're not going to talk to me. What the fuck is that? Like, who are you to tell a person with cancer I'm not going to talk to you anymore unless you do this treatment that somebody told you they should do? Support that person. Love that person. I'm here for you no matter what. If you think green beans are the answer, I'm here. I'm here. If it's a pink hat, it's a pink hat. Whatever it is, I'm here. I'm just here to love you, right? That's what they need. That's what all of us need, actually. But that's what they especially need when they're feeling alone, when they're feeling picked on a little bit. Why me, right? And so be careful not out of fear to ostracize people. Okay? So here's one on Parkinson's. Someone asked about Parkinson's earlier. Here's a study which says the therapeutic potential of molecular hydrogen is emerging in a number of human diseases and their animal models, including in particular Parkinson's disease. Hydrogen supplementation of drinking water has been shown to exert disease-modifying effects in Parkinson's disease patients and neuroprotective effects in experimental mice. So, and what they're saying here is, here we show that H2 supplementation increases gastric expression of mRNA encoding growth, a growth hormone, secretagogue, and ghrelin secretion, which are antagonized by the beta-kinase. I won't get into that. So, what it also talks about in the study that it was not hydrogen. It wasn't hydrogen going to the brain. That's called striatal hydrogen. There was no hydrogen gas going to the brain. There was ghrelin secretion. So what you're going to learn also as you start your journey in hydrogen, hydrogen is a modulator or a coordinator or a director. Another word for a modulator is a director or a coordinator. So hydrogen is simply getting in the body and going, okay, guys, go do your thing. But when hydrogen was out to lunch, everyone's like, what are we supposed to do? I don't even know. We just sit here and wait. I don't even know. And then hydrogen comes, what are you doing over there? Get up, go. And they go. It's just what happens. It's a manager does. It's what a director does. They get things moving. That's what hydrogen does. Hydrogen is not going to the brain. Hydrogen is not heavy lifting. It's just modulating pathways and giving direction and causing things to happen. I'm oversimplifying a little bit for you to understand what happens. But the reality is, without hydrogen, a lot of systems sit. With hydrogen, they work and do what they're supposed to do. In this case, hydrogen is not going to the brain, it's ghrelin secretion going to the brain. And ghrelin changed the plasticity. Ghrelin changed the cognitive function. Ghrelin went to the hippocampus, the hypothalamus, the brain stem to cause cognitive increase. It was not hydrogen, okay? So this is a nice little chart to help you understand. They did a study on atenolol, which is something you can put in the body to cause ghrelin to happen, drug basically. So here you see the control, here you see atenolol, here you see hydrogen, and then you see atenolol and hydrogen. So what do we see? Hydrogen increases ghrelin more than anything else because that's what's supposed to be the way it works. Okay? And so this is really what it's about. So whether it's Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, autism, bipolar, schizophrenia, any of these kind of neurologic issues, they can be helped with ghrelin secretions, which is selectively stimulated by hydrogen. Now, this is a brain scan. Dr. Kelly Miller did this one. This was a 62-year-old female. Nothing else other than drinking 16 ounces of water out of a machine that looks amazingly identical to this. So he has an Echo-H2 machine in his office in Tampa, and he gave this wonderful female, 62-year-old female, our water out of this machine, 62 years old. Nothing else was done. This was minutes. And can you imagine 32% plasticity change? In other words, the flexibility of the brain was changed by 32% in minutes. Normalization, and what we're talking about is alpha and beta, 58% normalization. Here we see before and after significant differences. Is that interesting to any of you? That's pretty cool. When you can see color, right? Colors are cool. So, now, I'll tell you what he said in the email. He said to me, and this is, I'm quoting, and I can show you the email, if anyone doesn't believe me, I'll show you. Hopefully, believe me. But he says, Paul, come, next day. Pretty freaking amazing. I would only expect these differences to happen after 60 to 90 days of doing many things right. He said, this blew my mind. I had no idea this was possible in 5 minutes. But that's what happens when your body has hydrogen that it should already have. As soon as it has it, it goes to work. And the body responds immediately. Immediately. I can tell you, I have people that have tremors that will drink 2 glasses of water at a trade show where we're at, and within minutes their hands are still, and they're looking at you like, what the heck did you just do? They're like, I'm feeling tingling in my brain. I said, just wait, in 20 minutes it'll be in your feet. And sure enough, they come back. It's in my feet. I said, you haven't had hydrogen in a while. These are doctors. These are doctors, and they come to you with their hands in their pocket because they're embarrassed that they have tremors, right? I mean, he couldn't even hold the glass. I could only fill it halfway full because he was sloshing it out. Imagine him. We wept together. When he looked in my eyes and said, what did you just do? He said, grow in your brain. A beautiful thing. So, good stuff. Good stuff. So, this is just me being a wise guy But I thought you might be interested to know that even zebrafish can be affected by hydrogen gas. In fact, the molecular hydrogen on innate immune activity and survival of zebrafish. I just thought that was fun. Right? I didn't put the one about sexual drive in mice. That was just not, I don't want to stir anything up on a Saturday afternoon. This one, for any eggheads, this is a very good study. It gets deep into cytokine storms and all kinds of things. Very interesting. Yeah. So, and then of course this is some fun stuff too. Obviously, on the site you can type in COVID, and you'll see multiple studies having to do with COVID and long haulers and inflammation, or what's called cytokine storms. You'll see a lot of cool stuff. So how should we get hydrogen naturally? I think I've talked about it enough. We can breeze through this. In your gut is the way it's supposed to happen. You're supposed to be farting. Remember, I said that earlier. You are supposed to be farting. Any guys who are, tell you right, they don't know. Don't tell me to stop that. I'm healthy. Maybe I don't have to make as much noise, but I'm healthy. Okay. So, anyways, that's what you get. Now, you have what's called inhalation. That's where you're going to put a cannula into your nose, and then you have drinking. The most effective method of administration is drinking hydrogen and water. Why? Because it's going to get into the gut. It's going to get in the stomach. It's going to have the ghrelin secretions going. If you're breathing it in, you don't have that. And so you do have benefits, and we are coming out with an inhalation device. For those that want it, we'll have it. But the most effective method of administration is through water. Okay? And good news, you get hydrated at the same time, which is a big issue. Okay? All right. Oh, tablets. We do not sell tablets any longer. I was one of the first in the world to have them and sell them, Robert Slovak and I. But they're 60 cents to $1 per tablet for 16 ounces. That's like, we think gas is expensive now. Can you imagine paying $1 for 16 ounces of gas? You'd be like dead. You'd be like, no one would have a car, but I'll be riding bicycles. You just wouldn't do it. It's crazy, right? A little 16 ounce bottle for $1. So we developed this that you can push a button and have hydrogen coming into it, and you just recharge the battery. And for the price of $2 a tablet, you can have one of these. Now, which is better? Depends on who you're asking. The tablet company would say it's horrible for me, but for the person, this would be better, right? So just understand that there's no sense in buying tablets and having horrible tasting water. You can have good tasting water with hydrogen and ORP. And guess what? Oxygen's coming out the bottom. With tablets, oxygen's going into the container, so you have kind of a mixture of a bunch of stuff. You don't want to know. How much hydrogen do you need? 0.3 to 0.5 parts per million is considered therapeutic. Hydrogen only stays in the body 1 to 2 hours. There's no need for high parts per million. You don't need to like freak out and be like, I gotta get them out of the bottom. You don't need that. Just get it in your body. Right? No benefit, higher than 1 to 1.5 parts per million. Now I'm going to tell you a secret. You can't dissolve more than 1.6 parts per million in 1 atmosphere based on Boyle's law. So they're just like gravity. There are laws that will show you how much gas you can dissolve in a liquid at a certain atmosphere of pressure. And that's 1.6 parts per million. Unless you're using distilled water, you get up to 1.8 because you have less stuff in the water. So there's more room for gas, right? So that's why we can get to 1.81, 1.88 is because we can use distilled water. No other device can do that. And so that's why we're able to beat the system, or what's called natural law. But you cannot dissolve in water with minerals in it or whatever. You can't do more than 1.6 parts per million based on Boyle's law. You can do 1.8 when it's distilled water, but when it's other types of water with minerals in it, and you can only do 1.6. So anyone telling you that they're getting a ton more hydrogen is either not being honest, the mechanism they're testing from is incorrect, or they're pressurizing the container and somehow trying to test it before the pressure is released. So, and the good news is for Parkinson's and for neurologic issues, 0.1 parts per million activated ghrelin. So again, we don't need a ton of hydrogen, we just need hydrogen. So here is how ours is made in Echo Machine. I'm going to play you a quick video. And what I want you to pay attention to is the cathode is not in contact with the water ever, period. The hydrogen gas is mixed into a second clean stream of water that has never touched an electrode or been in the chamber. And the hydrogen gas is dissolved in the water in a venturi circuit, or what we call a dissolving chamber. So I want you to watch this. So water's going in through the pump. Now you see it splitting, going up to the top for the water that goes into the electrolysis, and down the bottom is what we've been drinking. You can see water's coming into the chamber. And now you can see no water touching the cathode. Oxygen is there, hydrogen is there. Now it's going to show you hydrogen's coming out here, and then right over top of it goes the assembly, and then water's going to come through here and be mixed with hydrogen right there, and then it's going to go through the venturi circuit so that you're forcing the gas to be mixed, and then it's coming right out and up and out. Okay. Okay. That is what I want you to understand. What is proprietary is the fact that the electrodes never touch the water you're drinking. So people can say all the nonsense they want. It's impossible for metals to be on water, because I've had some people recently try to say, oh. Like I crack up. I literally, because it's like someone telling me my son has 3 eyes. And I'm like, oh, no, he's got 2. I've seen him, I made him, right? So it looks like me a lot. And so when they talk about our device and they say, oh, they have heavy metals in their system because their electrodes are this or that or the other. And I crack up because I'm like, they're so dumb. They don't know it's impossible to have metals in our water. But they're just making stuff up, right? Because they want to tell someone some story about without doing any research. Because if they did research, they would pick a different lie, right? They wouldn't pick one so obviously wrong. And so I crack up. But I want you to know through watching this video and how our devices function, there is nothing anyone can pick apart with technology. I can pick holes in every other machine in the world, like huge, and I never even have because I'm a nice guy. But I could pick them to the bone and destroy their products because there's huge problems and inefficiencies with every other machine on the market.
Can you go back one just
But I don't-
the
yes.
diagram I want to.
But I don't want to do that, and I don't want you to do that. So please don't participate in that negative marketing. What I really would like you to understand, what we do as a company, Synergy Science, through our offering, we make the competition irrelevant. We don't attack them. We don't talk negatively about their products or their salespeople or their tactics. We just present what we have and we'll make them irrelevant through our offerings. And that's what I think is healthy. We get attacked and I chuckle because I'm like, it's funny. But please don't get into that, attacking other companies. We don't want that energy. We just want truth and transparency. You want me to show you the video again?
No, the diagram before that. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. So understand there's 2 different things going on, and we're going to step into the product, getting deep into the product. In this device, the module that you just saw a video of is in the Echo H2 machine. Okay. In the Echo Ultimate, that module, what we call the hydrogen module, is in here, and we have an alkaline acid chamber. There's 2 engines in this device. So that's why we're able to produce a hydrogen water with purity and amazingness. And we're able to produce alkaline and acid water and filtered only water through that second chamber. There's literally 2 engines in this machine. Yes, sir.
Since you talked about how pH is really not as beneficial as previously believed, correct? So assume that the reason you're offering that in this second machine is for cleaning purposes of
Yeah.
and whatnot?
That's the
Not
only
for
reason.
drinking.
I'm not dumb enough to think that people aren't going to drink coffee. Because as much as I can teach and educate them, that's not in their best interest. They still will. They just will. And so the good news is, with the alkaline water in here, you will always have hydrogen. You will always have ORP, and it's impossible for minerals to build up on the electrodes in the alkaline acid chamber. So 10 years from now, you'll never have any mineral buildup. It's impossible. Again, we're using law to govern the way minerals have an affinity to an electrode based on charge and heat. Okay. So because we reverse the polarity, now that only happens in the alkaline acid chamber. In the hydrogen module, as I just showed you, the cathode never touches water, so there's no need to rotate or change the polarity, because it's never going to have mineral buildup, because you're never touching water to the electrode. In the alkaline and acid water, you are in direct contact with the electrode. If you choose to drink that water, you will have platinum nanoparticles in the water. No way to get around that. Platinum nanoparticles are antioxidant. What you will not have is titanium nanoparticles, because you never have a little calcium. You're never causing the platinum to come off the electrodes. So you'll never have titanium nanoparticles. But you will have platinum nanoparticles. And if you choose to drink the alkaline water, you're going to get hydrogen too. But I'm telling you not. That's not in your best interest. The best interest is to drink the hydrogen water, which is a neutral pH. You have the negative ORP, and you have the hydrogen, which is where the benefits are from in the first place. So, but the acid water is actually why we have the ultimate machine. The acid water with the hypochlorous acid is awesome for face, for hair, for skin, for nails, for dry eye, pink eye, whatever. Vegetable, all the same stuff. The difference is we do not have saline injection. We don't have salt injection, because we don't want to create chlorine gas and chlorine. And that's what you have with 2.5 water. You have chlorine. You're making chlorinated water. It's called hypochlorite, not hypochlorous. Here, we're making hypochlorous. In our EcoClean, if you don't add salt, you're making hypochlorous. If you add salt, which it comes with a container of salt, which you could, you'll make hypochlorous and hypochlorite, which is good. So you can make both. You can't make both here. You can make both here. So, because of the efficiency of the electrodes, which we'll go over in a few minutes, we can make a beautiful amount of hypochlorous acid with the without injecting salt. Okay. So let's get to a quick page on hydrogen water versus alkaline. Now this is more like how a chamber would work in an alkaline situation. You have a cathode and an anode, and all your minerals want to go to the cathode. Hydrogen ends up over on the cathode side, oxygen ends up on the anode side. You have your H plus coming across when it's broken up, coming over, and you have electrons. You combine an H plus and an electron, you have H neutral, and H neutral is not stable. It needs a friend, and you end up with H2. Okay, so H plus, they come together and then create, and your hydroxides are going across over to here. You're releasing the electron, it's just chemistry, right? It's all happening really fast. But the important thing to understand is because every time we use the machine, these are swapping the positive and the negative. That's what I mean by polarity change. The next time this machine is used, this plate will be positively charged. And then the next time it'll be negative, and the next time positive, the next time negative. So there's never a chance for minerals to ever be able to push right back off any minuscule change. Okay? So, number one, echo machines were designed for hydrogen water from the beginning. They were not an alkaline machine, retrofit, or now marketed as a hydrogen device, but never changed in purpose. It is from the ground up a hydrogen device. Designed to have no weaknesses in any way to produce hydrogen and negative orbital. No water source, no issues. The machines are bulletproof. Okay. So does not require constant maintenance. Hydrogen water is never in contact with electrodes, no scale buildup. Water is separated, hydrogen, oxygen, gas. The H2 is dissolved, the oxygen is sent out of the device. In the alkaline acid water, passive technology versus polarity, making it possible for minerals to build up, no scale. And the acid water has hypochlorous. Excellent. So that's why Echo is the best. Is a combination of several machines. Alkaline water machines not designed to make hydrogen water. Constant maintenance required. Needs to be cleaned every 2 weeks. Mineral buildup on the cathode, which stops H2. Electrodes are not cleaned often, you'll be lost. All these, we already talked about all this. So it's pretty simple. So let's go into it. Number one, IHSA is an important certification. We're the only one in the world that has it. So that's why no one talks about the fact that they don't have it, because they don't know. But there is no other company that makes a water machine in the world that has ever accomplished this certification. The certification is not difficult for us. It's extremely easy, but it's impossible for every country. The reason being is, number one, you have to use what? Distilled water. You can't use distilled water in typical electrolysis devices. You can in ours, but you can in others. So the standard is half part per million of hydrogen dissolved using distilled water. Well, not only were we able to accomplish it, but look what we did. 1.5 to 1.88. 3 to almost 4 times their standard, and they freaked out. We're like, holy cow, how did you do that? It's not perfect. Now, they kind of knew we would accomplish that. Because the people that know our products, they know that we're very specific for hydrogen. But what they didn't know, that truly, in all honesty, freaked them out, is in the Echo Ultimate, using distilled water in the alkaline chamber, we dissolve hydrogen at 0.5 parts per million with distilled water. And that, my friends, they said, quote, is theoretically impossible. How are you doing that? And I said, I've told you 100 times, our electrodes are different than every other electrode in the world. It's proprietary. It's designed to function on 3 axes, not on 1 axis. Not just 110 vertices. We're on multiple vertices. And that is why we can convert differently, right? And so they're like, well, we can't argue that. We didn't think it was humanly impossible to run distilled water through a normal electrolysis chamber and still dissolve half part per million of hydrogen. But you're it. Not only are you the only hydrogen device, but you're also the only alkaline device that's ever done. Yeah, it's like that. So understand this is a big deal. And where is this certification out of? Japan. Dr. Shigeo is the one that set the standard. the guy who did that first study with Nature Medicine, showing hydrogen to be a selective antioxidant, he's the one that set the standards in Japan. And no one else has been able to accomplish it. Okay. Here is the ultimate. 4 types of water. Filtered only. Coffee and tea, if you're going to run it for a long time, it can, Gatorade. Whether it's Socrates, it's Socrates. Hydrogen water, no pH change, 1.81 parts per million. Alkaline water, 4 levels. What's alkaline water good for besides drinking? Not for the skin. No, acid water would be good for the skin.
Yeah, I was thinking
Oh,
about
yeah.
acid water, yeah.
So what's alkaline water good for besides drinking? It doesn't really emulsify it, that's not true. It doesn't really do that, but it's a surfactant. Water is a surfactant, and the higher the pH, the higher a surfactant is, right? So it's a good cleaner for organic dirt or organic things. And so cleaning dirt is excellent with the alkaline water. Acid water, disinfect. So understand, just like hydrogen and ORP are 2 different mechanisms. Cleaning is different than disinfecting. Alkaline water is great for cleaning. Acid water is great for disinfecting. You're talking about killing bacteria versus cleaning dirt. So there's 2 different uses. Okay? Yes.
What about oil-based pesticides? Is there any validity to that?
No. So what are you doing? It's called saponification. What you're actually doing with the alkaline water when you use saline, you're making soap. So any soap will help with any oil. But it's nothing to do with the pH. You've created water, you've created soap because you've broken down a saline solution, and then you combine it in the alkaline stream. We've created soap, or what's called saponification. So that's why it lathers up. So you can't do that with our machine unless you add somehow saline or salt. And then anyone's machine will do it because you're making soap. But it's not emulsifying fats. So that's false. So here you have filtration, of course, and right here is your indicator how many liters. It starts at 4,000 liters or 1,000 gallons. You do have a 7-inch color touch screen. You have 10 languages that you can go into the setting button right there, and you can change. And what will happen is the entire machine will reboot. The software will reload in a different language because the language that you read on the screen will be different. And the spoken voice will be in that language as well. It's 110 or 220. You can use the machine worldwide as it is. You can use it in your house today and go to France and use it in France. No problem. Okay. And then again, it's a countertop, or if you've been to Amanda's store, you can see the gorgeous faucets we have in 3 finishes. We have chrome, brushed nickel, and oil bronze. It's a solid metal, and they're pretty heavy. If you haven't ever touched them, you can hurt. It's pretty serious. So, something like that. So you've got the connection to the faucet runs the machine. And so what you're doing here correlates with what you're doing here. It's really a nice setup. And again, designed to be under counter or countertop. Any questions about the Ultimate? The Ultimate and the EcoH2 have the same exact filter. They're interchangeable. Now, one thing I'll tell you about the filter. Go ahead. Yes. So with the filter, we have a wireless system that monitors how much water has gone through the filter. Okay. So on the back of the filter is a wireless chip. and it communicates with the machine. There's an IR reader inside the machine that communicates with that chip, and it records how much water has gone through that filter. So you can't trick the system. We don't want people using filters over and over. We don't want husbands trying to save money. And then their poor wife has crappy tasting water, calls up our customer experience team like, this water tastes like crap. What's going on? My machine's messed up. Well, you guys haven't placed an order for a filter in 2 years. What's happening? Oh, really? My husband handles that. Your husband's trying to beat the system. So what we did is literally this 1,000 gallons is monitored by the filter itself. So you can't take that filter and go put it in your neighbor's machine. It'll say, no, it's been used. Because the chip that's on the filter is where the information is stored. And if you take the label off, then it'll say inauthentic filter and shut down also. So there's an arrow on the filter and there's an arrow on the machine. And you need to line those two things up so that they're communicating. Okay? So these are the kind of advancements that we've done to make sure that you're not drinking poorly for water. Yes, ma'am.
Is this ultimately, this platform?
It depends on the water. You can pretty easily get to 10 and 3/4. To get to 11.5, you really need to have water to support that. And what I mean by water, minerals. Water. There's no real need to get to 11.5. I mean, there's no need to get it, but potential. I've seen it, it does happen. But it's pretty tough. 11, 10 and 3/4, not too difficult.
Could you drink that to like help fight?
I would never. Because it's just not good for you. To fight sickness, you need the hydrogen and the more pH. You don't need pH. But the higher the pH you put, the more hydrochloric acid you have, the more stomach acid to combat that. It's not actually unhealthy because you're going to get more hydrogen in the hydrogen water than you would in the 11.5. So you're kind of, you're defeating your purpose. You're putting your body under a bar instead of helping it. If you drink the hydrogen water, and the frequencies for viral. So we have frequencies then that are immune plus and viral. And that can boost your system from an immune perspective. The pH isn't going to do that, but it can actually put your body in the body. Yeah. So we don't, the machine doesn't do anything except for what it's supposed to. It benefits itself. We don't enable it to do anything it really shouldn't be doing. Okay, question? No. All right. So again, filters are the same in the two machines. Both of these two machines have the synergy resonance technology, which means they have frequency generators built in using quantum entanglement. What that means is you will have on your phone the ability to change brain, lung, adrenals, pancreas, gallbladder, liver, kidney, eyes, sleep support, menstrual support, corona support, the coronavirus support, right? So you have all these things, parasite elimination, all these kind of things that you can do. Currently, we have tier 1. In the very near future, I've just been lazy. I know that's shocking to you, but I've been lazy and I haven't added tier 2 and tier 3. But we will very soon. And so those will be more expensive per month. The frequency system is a subscription that you pay monthly. We have a $19.95 currently, we'll have a $29.95 and a $49.95. And it's just going to get more and more amazing stuff. And then we're going to add bottles, water bottles, that later will be also a device on your system. So autism, for example, will have one, and you can choose autism for a child if you have autism, but the whole family doesn't need autism in the water, just that individual might need it. So their job is going to be just keep that whole water. And there's 2,000 frequencies in the autism formula that are time released during the day, and it'll happen automatically with that device. So imagine you could have one in your home, one in your office, both of them are on your little and you can change the formulas going to each of them. I have 10 on my phone. I could change the one in my house, office, I could do whatever, because they're all in my system and I control them. Because I've registered them, right? So understand, we can end up having a dog dish later, we can do bottles, we can do whatever we want with the frequency part of the whole thing. It's pretty amazing, actually. But that is a subscription. And so any one of your clients that has that, you will be getting commission as well on the monthly subscription for the machine. There are 3 revenue streams, and we'll talk about that with in a minute, but there are 3 revenue streams. The first purchase, the filter replacement, and then the monthly subscription with the Synergy Resonance technology. Okay. This is the Echo H2 machine that you see here. Kind of looks squatty right there. But this is the machine. As I said in the video with Amanda, it's kind of a workhorse. What I mean by that, it just goes. It's great. Not that the Ultimate is not. It's just, this is a very elegant machine. This is the top of the line, right? This has got every option, every bell and whistle. This one is beautiful, gorgeous, but it doesn't have a color touchscreen. It doesn't have a digital faucet. It's a simpler machine. 2 types of water, filtered only and hydrogen. And you can turn hydrogen on or off. Here, you have 4 types of water. Okay. You get 1.5 parts per million of hydrogen gas. It's like 5 actually, but it's a great machine. And that is a faucet, and we have it in matte black, chrome, white, oil bronze, all kinds, brushed nickel.
I think the ORP is left out on this one.
It's the same. Here's the deal with the ORP. It's always going to be at least a negative 304, but you were telling me when you tested it and you had a negative 650 when you took it. Yeah. We don't claim the highest on hydrogen, on ORP. We don't claim the highest that, we just claim what you can count on. And so in this device, you're easily negative 300. But just make sure when you're testing ORP with an ORP meter, you need to understand if you're doing negative ORP, you have to condition that probe every single time you test it or it's off. One test is all you get, and then it's off. With positive ORP, that's not the case. You can test it multiple times. It's just negative ORP. You get a film on.
What's the best way to condition that?
Well, they have a conditioning liquid. You can use bleach or you can use nothing. I have a favorite ORP meter, and I haven't used one in so many years, but I have a favorite one. It's the X-Tech RE300. That's the one I like. And the reason being is the probe is flat. So many years ago, 15 years ago, when I was talking about ORP, and doing a little bit of a dog and pony show back in the day before I was doing this for so long, I used to use an ORP meter, and I would go, and I got embarrassed a couple times because it was off. And you're like, the negative ORP should be doing, you put it in, it was like negative 50. And I'm like, oh crap, the meter's off again. And so I like the RE300 because I can say, oh, hold on, the meter's off. And I can literally be wearing jeans, rub it a couple of times on my jeans, put it back in, and it's a negative 600. And they're like, oh, okay, great. So then I got to where I just did on the pants every time to make sure when I put it on the first time it was right. You messed up once or twice, and you don't do that again, right? So anytime you're using these types of tools, you need to make sure you understand the tool, because otherwise you could be embarrassed. And then squirrel, and then run. No, you don't do that. But the point is, I like the X-Tech RE300 because it has the only flat probe in the industry. And you can debride it very rapidly just by rubbing it on pants. Something like that. I don't use RP meters anymore. It's been 10 years since I've done a presentation of it anymore. So you're always going to get ORP. If you're able to dissolve hydrogen, you're always going to have to. And unfortunately, ORP meters are not perfect, but And the hydrogen meters, if any of you are using hydrogen meters, throw them in the trash. Because all they are is ORP meters converted to say hydrogen particulate, and they're completely wrong. They're based on ORP, they're not based on hydrogen gas. And so the only real way to test is gas chromatography or the H2 blue reagent. And even with that, you have to use it because it'll get bad over time. This is the H2 server. This does not have the frequencies, but we can add them externally, just to let you know. This is a cool machine, whereas this one and this one, if you're using it under sink or countertop, you can only have it going to one thing. If it's on top of the counter, water's coming out here. If it's under sink, water's coming out the faucet, and you have to buy the faucets from us. You cannot use any other faucet, or you can have issues, okay? So you have to get the Echo Ultimate faucet to use with the Echo Ultimate machine. You cannot use any other faucet. When it comes to these, you have to buy our Echo H2 faucet to go with them. It's a special faucet designed to go with this machine, and you know why? When you're not using it, there's no water pressure on the machine. The way I designed it is all of the water pressure is being held right there in the valve, not sitting on the machine. So it's impossible to have a leak because we don't have any pressure on the machine. So this is why they have to use our faucet. We design things so that they're bulletproof or foolproof. Does that make sense?
Only, does that exclude lower water pressures? I get that it's higher water pressure.
Any water pressure. We don't want it sitting on the backside of that machine while you're not using the machine. So with our faucet, when you turn that valve off, it's actually turning the supply to the machine off. So all that pressure is being held in the faucet body itself instead of being held on the machine. And where it would be held is in the filter. Because this is your main valve on this machine. When it's on top of the counter, then this is how you're controlling water pressure. But when it's under sink and you've got a faucet connected, this is open now. So your weak point is the filter itself. And over time with hammering of water, you can create a weak point and you can have a leak. I'm not interested in having a leak. So we have a faucet that controls the pressure itself. It basically takes the place of this valve. Yeah.
And what about when it's on top of that?
This valve now is controlled.
And what about the ultimate?
The ultimate, there's a solenoid valve that closes, so the water is not coming into the machine either. It's being held. If you have the faucet or not, it's still an electronic solenoid valve that opens it. Here, it originally was a solenoid, and I changed it to this so that we could use a less expensive faucet. Because if I change it to a solenoid, I have to have a power button on that faucet now, and it becomes a digital faucet, and the price goes up 2 to 3 times. So instead of a $100 faucet, it would be a $300 faucet. The faucet for this is $695. So it's pretty serious. Okay? But you've got a 3-inch color touchscreen, you've got the electronics control, it's yeah. All right, this is the server. There is no filter in this device. So you must connect it to pre-filtered water. Whole house or our reverse osmosis system. I developed what's called the Echo RO. It's a tankless reverse osmosis. 1.2 liters a minute of reverse osmosis water. We never wait for RO water. It's amazing. Hydrogen loves pure water. And so by having an RO, you're removing all contaminants out of water, and then you're putting hydrogen. It's amazing. That's what happened in my house, is the Echo RO and this. So, and we use the frequencies all the time. Love it. I got people from church coming over. Oh, I need the water. They call They call me the magic water guy at church, you know, like, you gotta get this water. It changed my life. I mean, it's so funny. But anyways, this is very, very small, 9 inches by 9 inches by 4 inches. The coolest thing about this, it can go to a fridge and a faucet. It's the only device we have. You can use your own faucet or our faucet. So in this case, you don't have to use, but it's the only machine that you can use your own faucet. The rest of them, you have to use our faucet. With this one, you can use a faucet you already have. If you already have an RO system, you can add this to it. But if you have the water line from your fridge under your sink where this unit will be, you can put a T adapter right there and run water up to your faucet and over to the fridge and have your ice and your cold water from the fridge be hydrogen water. And people love that. So you can do it. All right? Again, no maintenance, because you're putting filtered water in it. And there's no filter. Here is the Echo H2 pitcher. It's right here. We are adding a filter assembly that will drop right in here. You'll still be able to pour out of it with the filter in place. You pour water in, it will filter the water and run in. Anyone that bought them in the past, we will give you the filter assembly for free. No matter if you bought it 3 years ago, we don't care. If you bought it before, you can have the filter assembly for free. We just finished all the injection molding and it'll drop right in there. It's beautiful. But this is nice. This has a 10-minute and a 20-minute cycle. And you just push and hold this right here. Okay, you see how it goes on, 20, and then off. Okay. Now, this is not a button. This is a heat sensor. So don't think you're just going to push it real fast. It's going to work. It's designed not to be turned on accidentally. So if I go and do this, nothing happens. I have to do it for 2 seconds. Okay? So please understand, if your customers call you and say, this thing's not working, well, did you hold it? Do you have cold fingers? Did you put your finger on ice and then touch it? If you have little tiny cute dainty fingers and they're cold all the time, use your thumb, right? It's a heat sensor. It's not a button. So understand, we have that happening sometimes. We've made such advanced products that sometimes they think it's not working, but it's just they don't know how to use it. So we're getting better at sending videos out to customers in preparation of you getting your new Echo pitcher. Here's how to use it. That way it helps that process. But this is half a gallon. You have 1.6 parts per million of hydrogen, 1.7 liter or half a gallon. And again, you have to use filtered water until we have our filter available. It's rechargeable. On the back, there's a USB-C. Unlike Apple and Samsung, we give you the charger.
Yeah.
Okay. We figure we're going to spend 50 cents. And we added it. Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, when you say filtered water, is that bottles of the sign, is that classified as filtered water?
Yes, it does. I would use something in glass or something, as long as it's RO, reverse osmosis or distilled water, it's great. But any filter, if you have a filter in your home and you do it, or you don't put chlorine in it, that's what you want. But the more filter it is, the better. The filter that we're putting in it is going to remove minerals, it's going to remove all kinds of stuff. And so it's a very, very good filter. Yes?
The filter for that.
Yes.
It's the longevity of that. So
You're probably going to have to change it every 6 months. It's a small filter, you know. That's not great. So up to 20 uses, same as here. This is a USB-C right there as well. And again, we give you the charger. Okay. There's the Echo Go. Again, great production of hydrogen, 1.88 parts per million. Must use filtered water, same thing. There's no filter. We're not making a filter from this one. We don't have any plans for that. So we got to use.
Is it better to use distilled water than filtered water?
Yeah. Well, distilled is filtered, but it's very well filtered, right? So filtered water, when I say filtered, I'm talking RO, distilled, or something with a media that's going to remove most of your contaminants. Please remember what I said. If there are contaminants in the water and you run it through stuff like this, it can be more bioavailable to your body. So please use very good filtered water. The RO. This is the RO, and right here, you'll see the TDS of the water coming in and the TDS of the water going out digitally on the front of the screen. You'll also see the 4 cartridges that you see here that you can replace when you take off this top piece. It just comes right off. You have 4 cartridges there to replace. On the screen, there's a cartridge replacement indicator, digital, so you know your cartridge life at any time you look at it. But it is making 1.2 liters per minute of pure, clean, smooth tasting RO water. You have a 95 to 99% rejection rate of all contaminants. If you're on vacation in Paris or with us in Cancun next year, and you're leaving the house for a week, you're so happy, we're going to be having fun in the sun. Every 24 hours, this unit will flush itself for 90 seconds to make sure there's never standing water, bacteria, and do anything else. And so the unit will automatically go, oh, no one's touched me in 24 hours, I'm going to flush. And so it flushes water. Okay?
How many gallons will it, make until the filters need to be?
There's no gallons. It's based on how dirty the water is, really. So again, it'll show you on the indicator. And that's better than how many gallons. For instance, in my house, I have a water softener. And then I have this. And it's amazing how long my cartridges are lasting. But other people have to change every 6 months. The RO membrane is about a year. The rest are like 6 months. But if you're using it a lot, you'll see they don't need time to change it. But if you don't change one out, then the unit will stop. So you gotta be obedient. Okay. So, anyways, that's the unit. It's very beautiful. If I had it sitting right here, it'd be about this big, this tall. It's pretty small. It fits easily under a sink. Yes.
So when you do change the filter, about how much does that cost if you're doing it about every 6 months?
To replace all of them is about $300. So it'll on the cycle about 150 a year. Because you're going to replace the RO once a year, you're going to replace the others a couple times. So averaging it all out, we're probably about 150 to 170 a year. So not a big deal. Okay. Filtration. Let's look at that. Yes.
Before you move on to that one, with RO, can you just go somehow, I'm sure I'm not going to the RO is the.
Got it. Okay, this is another false thing that has been taught. Because you can't use RO water with most other alkaline machines, they have to come up with a reason why you shouldn't use it. But the reality is RO water is amazing for the body. If you actually go to medical facilities, they're going to have you drinking distilled RO water because it's pure and because you're not bringing any contaminants, any minerals that the body doesn't need. You're not bringing anything into it but burden. People that are in trouble, they would use distilled or RO water. So it's actually excellent. It's actually amazing for you. So let's talk about the premise stuff.
Is that with a low TDS?
You're going to have, let's pretend the water in our office in Utah is about 256 TDS. And when you start running it it'll be about 25 TDS. And then after running for a few minutes, you'll see it dropping. And by the time, let's say I was to fill a gallon, about halfway through that process, you'll be about 7. That's about where you're going to max out. You're not going to be able to remove more than that. So you're not removing everything, but it's definitely about 95%. So here's what I'll say. The marketing story is that RO water will leach minerals out of you. Right? That's what you do. Well, it's completely untrue. And for it to be true, water would have to need those minerals for something. If water's going to leach something out of you, it's got to mean that water needs that more than you do. Or that water has to have mineral content to do something, which is not true. Water has minerals because water has passed through and picked up minerals as a one. So, A. B, we can go to Switzerland, we can go to parts of Germany, Italy, we can go to Seattle, Washington, and you will have almost no minerals in water in Seattle. Maybe 5 TDS. That's what tap water is. So, if in fact water that was void of minerals took minerals out of you, you should be seeing some very significant issues in Seattle from a health perspective. And Switzerland, Italy, Germany, the Carolinas, Atlanta, all those places have almost no minerals in water because granite is where the water's passing, and you're not going to pick much up going over granite. Florida, you'll have high minerals because it's lime stuff. So it's very water soluble. Granite is not, so you're not going to pick much up. So please understand, water has minerals because of where it's flowing. Our body does almost nothing with the minerals in water because they're inorganic minerals. They're from rock. We're not licking rocks. We don't eat rock. We eat vegetables. Vegetables pull inorganic minerals out of the ground and convert it to an organic state, and then we eat plants that have the minerals in them. That's what our body needs. Water is not where we get our minerals from. So in fact, EPA says anything over 500 TDS is unfit to drink, is too much for the body. So imagine where I live in Utah, there are places that are over 500 TDS. You shouldn't be drinking that water in the first place. Where our office is 250, you're halfway to the point where you shouldn't be drinking, it's just too much for your system. So please understand, the minerals in water are fine to be there, fine to not be there. It doesn't really matter. Because your body's not getting much from them. Because they're inorganic. Okay? And I know there's a ton of people telling that story, and they call it dead water, we call it dead. It's just marketing.
I'll be totally honest. I monitor RO systems.
Yeah.
And basically all I do is RO water is dead. It is dead. But I monitor it on a premise of we want the cleanest water possible.
Correct.
Because you see low carbon, which is a need for the petrol. It's was free.
That's right.
They're washing the car with RO water.
That's right.
And we were told, no matter how thirsty you get, never drink the oil because it's suck the life out of you, right? That's and so, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. Yet ROs are in very high percentage of households in here, India. I mean, use desalinization, you gotta use RO. So I would say it's a wide scale, but I don't want to be mean to women. It's just a fake marketing thing. There's millions of people who drink RO water today. I love it. There's no issues with drinking it. It's plain water, for sure. Yeah, it's plain. And with all the contaminants in water today, I don't know that I fully trust them. comes out of an RO. Because there's a lot of radiation in water, there's a lot of stuff in water that you can't get out any other way without having a very elaborate media-based system that you gotta replace all of it pretty often. And some of these systems, when you have radiation in the water and have a media that's picking it up, that actually becomes biohazard. And you gotta be careful. So, Canada, a lot of radiation in the water, anywhere near high mountains, sometimes you get radiation. So I like RO. I think you'll find it to be wonderful. But please understand, there is no truth to the fact that RO or distilled water will leach minerals out of your body. Water. And the final funny comment I'll make, where would it go? If you're 75% water and it's leaching out of you, it's still in you. Where is it going? It's still you. It makes no sense. It's just marketing hype where, quite honestly, if I had a machine, this hypothetically, if I had a machine that wouldn't perform well, you don't put minerals in it because it requires minerals for electrolysis to work well, then I might be tempted to tell you not to use RO water because it'll harm you. But really, I want my machine to work right. And you won't see purple water with RO, right? So, anyways, I would tell you it's completely untrue. And my machine can use distilled RO, whatever you want to put in it, all types of water. We'll make purple water with RO, distilled, doesn't matter. Hope that helps. Okay. Filtration. This is the filters in here and here, these two machines. And you are removing pesticides, chlorine, chloramines, bacteria, viruses, fungus, algae, glyphosate, radiation, mercury, lead, nickel, copper, chromium 6, arsenic, all of it. I think I said arsenic twice. Okay, so let's look. Here's the study from 2019 on glyphosate, and you see not detected. Okay. Here you have a metal scan. You can see these on our website, but you can see what's a big one? Lead. Here, lead. They saw. Hello. 215. Less than 4. So even our filters in here, we're removing heavy metals, 99.3%. So it's pretty serious. So we use KDF 55. It's zinc and copper, and together it will absorb metals into itself. And so it's a very cool media. It's also antifungal, antibacterial, antiviral. It's with the EPA registered. It's a very cool media. We use that, and we use 100 grams of it in our little filter here, so it's pretty good. Deuterium, I'm sure you've all heard of deuterium depleted water. It's another marketing hype. Deuterium is in every water source in the world, so either the creator missed that one, which I don't think is possible, or it's not so bad. And so I had fun with a gentleman, Robert Slovak, who started the deuterium depleted water movement. And I said, how come I see this study out of Australia that as you increase deuterium, it's anti-cancer? What? Right? Because they're telling everyone to deplete the deuterium out of water. Get it out. You're going to die if you die. So I always like to have fun with these things. But the good news is, water going through our machine, you will reduce deuterium in the water. You won't remove it, but you will reduce it. Okay? So synergy resonance technology, the Echo Ultimate, the Echo H2 have the synergy resonance technology device built in. It imparts subtle energies in the water once activated. There's no electricity, Wi-Fi, or Bluetooth needed for the SRT device. The user changes the formula through a web portal. You're able to change the formula as often as you wish. It is intelligent formula. It can do no harm. Okay. 3 levels of potency: weak, normal, strong, 30 days no charge, and then a monthly charge after 30 days. What that means is, once someone purchases a machine, they go to a certain site, they register the device. On the back of the machine is a silver sticker that says device ID and key code. Those 2 pieces of identifying key codes and identification numbers are for the synergy resonance device inside. Without those two numbers, you cannot register the device, and it, as if it's not in there, it's not functioning. So just like a phone has an IMEI number and a SIM card to be able to communicate, you have two pieces of very unique information that identifies the unit in your machine. Okay. 3 plans, and I already kind of put that in there. All right. So here's some testimonials. I love my.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Since we're talking, does anyone use restroom music called break room music?
Yeah.
We are planning on going a little bit after because it's still information covered. So now we take good time on it.
About 7 tomorrow morning, isn't that what we said? Okay.
So, rapid break a little bit or?
What is our anticipated, I'm sure most of us have dinner plans.
We're just gonna, I wouldn't say we're gonna be more than 45 minutes past. So, yeah. We were talking about ending at 4. I'd say by 5 will be good. Technical data warranties. You can get on the page, our website, and you can look up the warranties. There is a 30-day return for us. We don't have a restocking fee. I know that's a shocker fee. We don't charge a 20% restocking fee. We do not refund the shipping that we paid to get it to them. But if they return everything back to us like it was shipped to them in like new condition, they get their full money back. Less the shipping. If we pay for installation, they won't get it back either. Okay? But obviously, this is what it is. If they return the machine and it's not a warranty item, we're going to charge them that $50 an hour to look at it, see what's wrong, and fix it for them and give them a full. Okay. One thing that we do that's pretty cool is we have an upgrade program. So let's say in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we come out with a new machine that's fancy dancy, wonderful, they love it, and they want to say, oh, I want to upgrade. We have an upgrade program for every customer anywhere in the world. They pay an upgrade fee, they send their old machine back, and they get a brand new. And that's a nice thing we do for all customers, so they're never left behind. Okay. These are the warranties. The Echo H2 server is 5 years. The Echo H2 machine is 5 years. The Ultimate is 7. The RO is 5 years. The portable device is 1 year. The pitcher is 1 year. They're battery operated, so not really more than a year. And so there's maintenance. After 1,000 gallons, you have to change the filter. Please do it annually. Don't wait if it's 6 years and you haven't drank 1,000 gallons. Replace it before that. We have some people that have literally had a machine for 3 years and then, but it's not 1,000 gallons yet. I'm like, oh my God. 3 years. Replace the filter, you know? So I would say annually would really recommend it. But the machine will force you to do it at 1,000 gallons. So,
How much are filters and how much are filters for the pitcher?
I haven't established the price on what the filter for the pitcher will be yet. These are $105. And the cleaning cartridge, when you buy it together, it's a bundle of $120. So you have the citric acid powder. Yes, ma'am.
But they end up letting you know, like, warn you, like, you're getting close to your 1,000 gallons, so you're not like, boom, you're done, and then you gotta hurry and start and find the filter.
Yes, if you're paying attention. So on the front of the Ultimate, it's giving you a readout. It starts at 4,000 and just goes down until you get to 0. Here on the machine, it's blue number right there on the front. It starts at 4,000 and goes down. Yeah. So. Hey, ISO certifications. This has been a topic of inquiry. So here's the deal. I have always used, for example, the Ultimate and the Echo H2 and all of the machines, starting at the Echo 7, the Echo 9, the Echo 9 Ultra, here and here, they were all assembled for me at the same factory. I've only ever used one factory. I was dear friends with the father. It was the first alkaline water company in Korea, and in the 80s, they started manufacturing. I've always used the same factory for assembly. Keep in mind and please understand, the hydrogen module, they don't have anything to do with. We produce that. I currently have 5,000 of them sitting in inventory in another factory in South Korea. And when we go into production with either of these machines, I tell one individual, ship them this number of modules. They can't get it otherwise. Even the company that assembles these, they can't get it. When it comes to the Synergy resonance technology device, that comes out of England. And we ship it to South Korea so they can put them into the machine. So if something was to happen, where I decided I now want to make machines in the US and be the first company in the world to make them in the US, then we can do that. And there's no way these machines could be produced out of a factory after I discontinue using that assembly in that factory. For obvious reasons, right? We've developed some very proprietary technologies and we want to make sure that we safeguard those. So the company that I have used is Ionia. Ionia Company Limited is in Seoul, South Korea. And they are one of only 2 companies in the world mentioned way back in the 80s when Japan was doing all their studies and all the original days. There was a company called Nihon Trim in Japan, who was the first company to ever start producing devices, and then Ionia in Korea. Those were the first 2 companies, and the only 2 that have ever been talked about in a study way back in the beginning. It was Ionia in Korea, and it was Nihon Trim in Japan. Those are the only 2 companies that have ever been. I've used these 2 companies because I feel strongly they are the best, and they have certain technologies that we developed together, and they protect me, and I protect them. So this is the first time I am mentioning publicly who we used to do our assembly, and why am I doing that? Because that's where the ISO certifications are held. Because ISO certifications are always held at the manufacturing or the assembly of the product. I'm not going to get them, and I don't care to spend the money just to do it all over again to have them put in our name. It's done at the factory level, okay? So I say that because they are the ones that are doing it. And so here you see ISO 13485, Ionia. And this is simply talking about quality certification when it talks about a medical device. I can also tell you that the KFDA number for our devices are 610 in Korea. Now, these machines are not considered medical devices in the United States of America. And it is completely illegal and inappropriate for any company to ever call their machine a medical grade device or sell it in the United States of America. Technically, I could seize every shipment. I could go to court and seize every shipment that any company brings in if they're marketing it as a medical device when it is not considered a medical device by the United States of America. Furthermore, if you state your device is a medical device in another country and you're marking it under that premise, that is illegal in this country. So please don't call our device a medical device. Please don't call it medical grade. Furthermore, it makes you look foolish to the rest of the world because every water machine produced in Korea and Japan all have 13485. You can't manufacture them otherwise. And that's what you have to understand. It would be like you and I getting together on a Friday night and saying, we want to make an x-ray machine. And we're not going to get a 510K. We're not going to get any certification on it as a medical device, but we're going to sell it to hospitals. We will not be able to do that without having certifications that we have a quality system in place. That's all we do. In other words, if all of a sudden the United States of America said these machines are now considered a medical device, then we would need to speak about them as such, and we would need to show these qualifications. But because they are not considered medical devices in the United States of America, it is illegal to market them as such here, while saying in Japan or Korea they are a medical device. That's illegal in the United States of America. So we don't do that, please don't do that. If someone says, some unknowing person who believes they're the only company in the world that has ISO 13485 on a water machine, foolishly believes that, you can say, no, it's right here. That's the only reason I'm bringing it up, okay? But trust me, tie it. It doesn't matter who it is. KYK, tie it. All of them, every one of them have to have this to manufacture in Japan or Korea. You cannot make these devices without having all three of these ISO certifications. There's nothing special about us. There's nothing special about any other company that has ISO certifications. They all have to have it if they're manufactured in Korea or Japan. Okay? So here's 9001, 2015, which means it will go to 2023. That's the current standard for ISO 9001. Same as here, it goes to 2024. It's 13485, 2016. And so it takes you to 2024. This is 2015, so it takes you to 2023. And this is 2015, which takes you to 2023. Okay? So this is the 14,001, which just simply talks about waste and reduction of burden on the environment. 9,001 is a quality system. And so is 13485, but on the medical device side. Okay? Now, we also have, obviously, CE, ROHS, which means the products from lead free and all this other stuff. So all of the certifications that we have are all on the back of the machines, not the ISO, those are on the boxes. That's it there. Okay? So let's talk about electrodes for a second. Remember, when I talk about electrodes for alkaline and acid, I'm talking about only the ultimate, because we don't have an alkaline acid chamber in the H2. I only have that in the ultimate. And so there are 9 electrodes in the alkaline acid chamber in the ultimate. 2 of the electrodes are solid, what we call the bookends. The other 7 are our proprietary design that greatly increases efficiency with a low input and a high output. And what we're doing, if you can imagine, if you had a mountain right here going way up 12,000 feet and back down, and then you have a road next to it that's straight, which one of you are going to get that distance faster, the straight road or going up and over the mountain? Why? Right, it's shorter. So on the surface of this electrode, we have peaks and valleys all the way across. The last thing you would ever want to do in electrolysis is make a flat surface. The flatter the surface, the less performance. A, you only have one vertex, and the flatter the surface, the less reaction. Here we have not only the design of the electrode, which gives you thousands more points of contact, but they also force electricity to go out across the plate. On something like this, you're going to find a path of least resistance. Electricity will flow across a flat metal plate with a very high resistance. And it will find a path of resistance in the weak part of the electrode. And so here, you're forcing the electrical power to go across a larger surface. And then, if the surface is peaks and valleys, if I flatten all that out, I've increased the size of that electrode by 100 times. Does that make sense? It's like years ago when you had higher performance engines, but you didn't want to make it an air filter that was the size of the car. You fluted it, and it gave you more surface area, but they folded it so that they could put it in a small package, but you still have all the surface area of the air filter. It's the same kind of idea. Okay? It's no different than the computer chip, right? Now you have how many more sides to a chip than you used to have. It's just efficiency. And so this design is far superior. Also, on the electrodes, they are titanium with 5 layers of platinum. And each one of those layers is sprayed from 3 different angles so that we get peaks and valleys. And that is one of the ways we do it. But we also bond every single layer. It's not a dipping process, because when you dip, you're going to have spots missing. You're always gonna have a solvent, you're always gonna have something on that metal that is not gonna allow that metal to bond. Here, we're spraying. I was just last night, 11 o'clock at Amanda Bobbett's house, having fun. They were listening to great music downstairs. I was enjoying my time. I was sitting on PowerPoint and I said, man, do I open up that folder that shows 100 and 1,000 times magnification of other companies' electrodes and how much missing platinum there was on brand new electrodes? I said, no, I'm not going to show it. But let me tell you, because we spray, every single spot is covered with 5 layers of platinum. When you dip, you will have missing points, always. There's never a chance that you're going to fill that entire circle because you cannot clean that metal well enough by using dipping alone to do it. So please understand, these electrodes are completely 5 layers of platinum. There's not a space on them that's not platinum. Why is that critical? Platinum is not toxic. Titanium is toxic to the body. Any spot exposed, you will have titanium particles in the water, and it's carcinogen. It's toxic and it's cancer causing. So you got to be careful in the electrical world of making sure that you're doing what you need to be doing. It's critical. Now, we recommend you drink the hydrogen water. There's never water touching electrodes. You really don't have to worry about it. If you're going to drink the alkaline, at least you know with us, you're going to have platinum nanoparticles and no titanium nanoparticles. But understand, this is a big, big, big deal. That's how we're able to take distilled water and still make the alteration and dissolve hydrogen gas with no mineral content. It's because of the performance of those electrodes and the efficiency to convert those things in the water. Okay? So they will last longer because there's no mineral deposits. They're more efficient because of the surface of the electrode. That's critical for source water to have minerals. With us, it's not. With other companies, it's absolutely critical. You can make hypochlorous acid without adding salt. Okay? And remember, salt strips the bottom off plates. When you're injecting saline solution, you strip platinum. Increased efficiency allows for smaller electrodes with far higher outcomes because it's all about the density of current per square inch on that electrode. Okay. Hypochlorous acid versus hypochlorite. Hypochlorous and hypochlorite are the same? No, they're very different. Sodium hypochlorite is NaOCl. The formula for hypochlorous acid is HOCl. Very different. Okay. Hypochlorous is what your white blood cells make, not hypochlorite. That's foolish. Okay. So the key difference is sodium hypochlorite. Hypochlorous is sodium hypochlorite contains a sodium cation and hypochlorite anion. Of course, hypochlorous acid is a proton and a hypochlorite. So it's just very different if you want to get into it. In plain English, salt or no salt. Okay. So, I already did that. Okay. So Synergy Sauna, we do have an amazing portable sauna. Again, I talked about it earlier today, or I don't remember earlier today, but we talked about it and we got inside. You get inside and you sweat, and then stuff comes out of your body when you sweat, right? That's what it's for. Now, in our sauna, we have a remote control. We have bamboo fabric, so it's very green, okay? Organic bamboo mixed with cotton. We only go up to 140 degrees. It is dangerous when you have infrared heat to go above 140 degrees. So anyone that's going to tell you, why don't you go to 160? It's dangerous. It's too hot in the body. Unlike regular saunas where the heat is resting on your skin, infrared goes past your skin into the body, which is wonderful, but you don't want to be higher than 140 degrees. Okay. So we have bamboo fabric. We have a negative ion generator. If you've ever heard of negative ions, it's wonderful for the body. We have an ozone generator, which after you get out, you can push ozone and it's going to kill any bacteria that was in there from you. We have 3 neck collars right there. You can kind of see it. It absorbs sweat. It's like those old tennis bracelets, remember in the 80s? So it's very absorbent, and you can zip it right off and put another one on so your spouse or friend doesn't get a nasty wet neck. Okay, and think about your sweat being on them. 19 pounds, easy to set up. There is a 110 and a 220 version. So obviously it's based on the country you are shipping into. And so that's there. It folds almost flat. And it's like $9.95, including shipping. Pretty inexpensive. It can go under a bed, in a closet, wherever you want it. Okay. Let's get into EMF protection. We've tested up to 42,000 megahertz, which is way high. 16,000 is what the US is slated for, but there is no real 5G launched yet. It's still all 4G signals being marketed as 5G. Okay. So this is the little mini. It's 3 by 5. Comes in different wood types. Beautiful. It can go in a pocket, a purse, what have you. It's about a pound. This is the shield, which is here. This will do about 550 square feet. We just improved it actually. And it used to be 8-foot radius, now it's going to be 12-foot radius, so it's great. But these devices create a field. And any EMFs that pass into that are changed from a radiation perspective and a signal strength of the room. You can still use your phone and your Wi-Fi, but it's lowering the excess electrical voltage. Okay. Then we have shield cases and a mini case so that if you drop them, they won't break. We have the home device, which will do 50 by 50, but we're going to change that in the near future to 75 by 75. So it'll be a much bigger, it'll be a 5,500 square foot on each level, up 16 feet and down. So you could do up to 16,000 square foot. This is the max, which is 328 by 328. It's 100,000 feet on each level and goes up 100 feet and down 100 feet. So you're talking a 20-story building up to 2 million square feet. Beautiful. Now, what are you going to feel? If you have EMF effects, any issues, headaches, whatever, you won't have it anymore. If your issues are not from EMF, then you probably have them. Or maybe you won't. It can help you admit this. But a lot of animals love this. People send us pictures of animals that get real close to these devices because they love the energy. And so this is the device. They're awesome. You have 2 different wood colors. With the shield, you have 2 different metal colors, but the wood is the same. You have a nickel and a copper. You're going to touch them sometimes. So we do a nickel plated copper, and then we have just the copper. And these, it's the wood that's different color. You have a natural and then a darker color. And every once in a while we get a wild hair and we do a rustic of this, which is a mixture of the 2, and no 2 are alike. And so we charge a little more for that, but we make a rustic version and they sell out within a day or 2 because they're rustic. They have totally different look. There's no 2 the same. So, okay. All right. I get a question.
What's the price point on those?
Oh. Here. I'll go. That's $550. That to me is $550. The shield, $11.95. The cases, I don't know, they're like $30 or something. The home is $35.79, and the max is $64.97. Yes.
I have a question, just trying to explain the difference with the frequency to people with the machines, and then that's so.
No, nothing, no correlation.
Well, so we're protecting against frequency with this, but then putting frequency in the waters, just so I can explain to people.
Well, you're not. You're protecting against an electromagnetic field.
Okay, not a frequency.
Yeah, EMF isn't frequency, it's an
Okay,
electromagnetic field. You could say that frequencies are involved, but it's really a field that it's creating that has radiation within that field, and that's what's affecting our bodies with radiation. Good question, thank you.
Actually comes from souls.
Yeah, if you were to test the voltage in the air, you'd be 3 volts per meter. That's all the air can support, just like, you know, you can only support so much gas and water. You can only support so much voltage in the air. It's about 3 volts per meter. With this, you would take it to 2 volts per meter. With the bigger devices, you would take it to 1 or a little bit less than 1 volt per meter. Still plenty to carry on Netflix or cell phone conversations or anything else, plenty, but you're not getting over the voltage. All right, I'm going to share with you a video real quick on a culture study.
My name is Professor Darch, and I'm a biochemist and physiologist. I'm working for more than 30 years in the field of experimental animal-free cell culture models, which want to predict effects on the complete organism, but without using experimental animals. I'm the chief of a private scientific company, and we are working in a variety of fields containing pharmaceutical industry, or food supplement industry, but also tobacco industry for looking on toxicological features. According to the provider, the key shield is able to protect against all kinds of radiation. We conducted a study in which we tried to see if the key shield is able to protect against the radiation of an active mobile phone. And we used as a test assay the cell regeneration process or wound healing process of the cells which we use in our cell culture systems. We use cultured connective tissue fibroblasts for a simulation of the wound healing process. The cells were exposed to the radiation of an active mobile phone for 2 hours. One assay together with the key shield and the other assay without the key shield. Afterwards, the cells were incubated for another 22 hours in the cell culture incubated, were then fixed, stained, and the space of the remaining wound edge was measured. In addition to the quantification of the results of the fixed cells, we also used the time-lapse video system to demonstrate the dynamic process of wound healing with mobile phone radiation and key shield and without the protection of key shield. The present study has shown that the cell regeneration process is largely delayed by the active mobile phone radiation. To our surprise, when using the key shield to have a protection during this exposure process, we could show that the wound healing process is nearly the same as for an unexposed control. For us, this means that the key shield is able to protect against the mobile phone radiation, and from this point of view, we can highly recommend this system.
Okay, so any questions?
I have a question. Could anyone hear me?
How does it work? I mean, we normally talk about the threshold of ionizing radiation, where it's essentially causing damage to tissue. But what we're not seeing here is we're not seeing dead cells. We're seeing alive dynamic behaviors that are inhibited. And so, I mean, I'm not being skeptical here. If anything, I'm skeptical of all these wireless technologies being sandwiched. And I've been lacking for anything scientifically meaty enough to have objection outside the narrow focus of is it ionizing or isn't it? And so I guess what's the mechanism here that's not being spoken?
I mean, none of it's ionizing, it's ionizing
Right.
radiation, and so none of it's ionizing. That's personally, that's not a part of the equation, because none of it's ionizing. What I'm talking about is low level radiation that occurs in Wi-Fi, cellular. Really, the conversation has always been thermal and non-thermal effects on the body. So, World Health Organization, for example, always and using it heats up the tissue, and therefore that is causing damage. But what's now been proven non-thermal. And what does non-thermal really mean? By us sitting in here, and there's a tower out there broadcasting a cellular signal in here, is that permanent? And there are now multiple studies published that yes, they concentrate the cost cancer. So thermal versus non-thermal, and this is really the only product in the world that can protect you from thermal. That's what our claim is. So we're affecting the radiation, we're depolarizing radiation, and we're changing signal strength in the world. There are products that are fabric, or there are products that are other things that possibly can change thermal effect. Or you can use your phone on speakerphone, but that's just going to affect your hand, but it won't affect your head, right? And so you can do those kind of things. What we're really saying is we are creating a field, and when other EMF fields enter into our field, they are changed. And that's what our device does. It's done through creating a field that we create inside of these devices. And I'll show you a quick video that I skipped, but it's okay.
Today, we live in an omnipresent cloud of charged particles emitted by electronic devices, electromagnetic fields, WLAN, and radio waves. These particles penetrate our bodies and heat the water in our body tissues. Recent scientific studies have shown that this particle flux not only heats the cells in our bodies as if we were in a microwave oven, but damages them as well. At Key Technologies, we want to protect you from the negative effects of such particles, so we have developed the Key Home Cell and other products. The Key Home Cell creates a protective field that works like a filter, intercepting any dangerous particles before they can enter your body. Here we have a partial look at the inner workings of the Key Home Cell. The Key Home Cell generates a charge exchange between the water tubes, thereby discharging free electrons and releasing them into the room. Within 24 hours, the Key Home Cell creates a torus field. The free electrons formed in the torus use their negative charge to bind to the positively charged harmful particles, thereby rendering them harmless to you. The torus field has an effective range of 16.4 feet above and below, and 24.6 feet around the device. The torus field created by the Key Home Cell is transmitted and provides you with protection through the walls of your home. Not only humans and animals are shielded from harmful radiation, but plants and food too. Whether mobile radio waves or WLAN, any particles that come within the torus field can no longer cause any harm to you or your family. The Key Home Cell provides you with all-around protection, allowing you to communicate with absolute peace of mind when using your cell phone or any other electronic devices. The Key Home Cell's free electron.
So, hopefully that helps you. If it doesn't, I can train you on this. We currently have 17 studies. I just showed you one, having to do with fiberglass and wood shielding. So in that study that I showed you where Darch, Dr. Darch talked about fiberglass, this is what's called a study on function of the body. So what we were wanting to see is, does Wi-Fi, in this case cellular, affect wound healing ability of the body? And what we saw that there was a 90% reduction in the ability of the body to heal itself in the presence of cycle. So there were 3 cell cultures, there were 3 assays, as we call it. One was no exposure to EMFs at all. And in that case, during a 24-hour period, the body heals. So that's your foundation. Second was a 2-hour exposure to cell phone and a 22-hour non-exposure. Without our technology. The third was that same cell culture, 2-hour exposure, 22 hours non, without having this shield. And so that's what you saw, a 90% reduction. You saw 100% healing in 24 hours, then you saw 10% healing, and then you saw 90% with our technology. So, as it was nearly the same when you had our device versus when you had EMF healing. And so those are the kind of things we're looking at. We've done human studies, we've done technical studies where we're looking at the actual frequencies, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1800, 1900 megahertz, and we're looking at attenuation of those frequencies. We've done on-axis, off-axis attenuation studies, for example. But a lot of these things we've done in showing the effect. Some of them are technical, some of them are studies having to do with people where you have a Wi-Fi router, a meter behind a person, and shield next to them, a meter away, and you're looking at the Friedman test with 7 points expressed on the body, for example. So we've done a number of them. They're all on our website, and but I'm happy to answer any questions getting into specifics because it is a specific world. It's amazing. So there you go. We're going to quickly get into the compensation structure, and real quick, we're the only true hydrogen water machine in the world. Hopefully we gathered that during this conversation. These are some of the reasons why, and that's why we want to teach about this. Let me close this out and get started on the compensation, because I do want to give Dr. Paul, you mind going back to that last slide or something to snap a picture? Sure.
Dr. Paul, we did have a question online as well, just about
Okay, go ahead.
8 years is life expectancy. Can you recharge it after 8 years, or do you need to purchase a new one?
8 years is how long they'll last at 100% efficiency. They can send in the home and the max to have the liquid refilled, and then it will go for another 8 years at 100% efficiency. The shield and the knee just have to be repurchased.
Perfect.
It's too much work.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Christy?
I didn't get all of it, but I'll listen to the recording. Thanks, Amanda.
That's what you're looking for, sir.
Thanks, Dave.
You're welcome. I was going to get into competitors, but we're not going to do that. One thing I'm going to tell you about the trip, the $80,000 in sales that you do qualifies. But for the first time, anyone that you bring, you get 10% of their sales that qualify you as well. And so that's exciting to where if you bring people in to us, to our company, then their sales qualify, 10% of their sales qualify you to go to us. So share the love.
Is that only the first level?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, we don't, we're not in all that. getting crazy out of it. But I'm gonna share with you our compensation structure. I hope that you see the power of it. Just as when I started on the last very long presentation of products and us as a company and stress, inflammation, gut health, I ask you to, in your mind, take a step back and understand the paradigm shift. Some of you are leaving a situation where you have 8 levels. You don't have any such thing. We're not a multi-level marketing company. I'm not selling this machine for the kind of money that we would need to if we wanted to do 8 levels. A, I'm not interested. And B, I would have to mark this up to be able to do that, and we don't want to do that. But we have an amazing program that people are loving. More importantly, the regulators love what we're doing. The governments in the world love what we're doing because our plan makes sense and rewards the people that are doing the business. It doesn't reward someone else multiple levels up above you. It rewards you. The people who do the transaction, in our case, the people training you when you start with us. That's where we're rewarding the bulk of the money. And so you just have to understand that's what we're doing, and you can't make it anything else. Right? It's a compensation structure that I developed, of course. I did it with you in mind. It is different than we did with doctors. They're not going to do the training, right? They're selling the patients. They're not going to go out and prospect. So, our building and the in 2011, and the reason I did was to help you accomplish your divine potential. I believe each one of us have a divine potential. And let's accomplish that. And more importantly, if someone's in bed, it's pretty hard to accomplish your divine potential. Unless your potential is still in bed. And think about a lot of things. So that's about what's happening. Let's help people live, thrive, and do what they were created to do. And we can do that. So let's talk about the structure. And let's talk about terminology first. First of all, each of you are wellness professionals. This is the individual who desires to properly be trained so they can appropriately educate and promote and design the product. A training period, that's the time it takes a wellness professional to become educated on what to say, what not to say, policies, procedures, and how to process transactions, and sell $200,000 worth of products. That's what we consider your training period. So it doesn't take that long. Now, someone was telling me a company that was very near and dear to your heart was more like 300,000, 400,000. This 200,000 is much easier. So you can get to that pretty quick. Training bonus. This is compensation for training the individual that you educate, train, and mentor in the process of marketing and promoting the products. So you're all wellness professionals, and we expect that you're going to train hands-on a person you're going to. This isn't something where you throw them to the wolves. I just educated you, and I'm happy to do more of it. But I expect you to do likewise. I want you to be educated so you can tell others, and don't just throw them to the wolves. Educate them, help others, and we're going to pay you to do that. Override. This is compensation for finding, training, and coaching an individual to become educated and successfully promote. That's really the people that you bring, and we go 2 levels. It's called a 2-level affiliate program. We go 2 levels on override. That's as deep as we go. But you have 2 levels of override. You have training and you have a commission. Again, that's all we can do and all we want to do. Commission, that's compensation to a wellness professional for finding, educating, and accomplishing a sale. Okay? So when you facilitate a transaction or a sale, obviously you need compensation for doing that. And that's where the biggest number goes, is the person who does the sale. That's where the biggest number goes. The only person that receives commission is the individual that finds, educates, an individual that decides to purchase. So only one person ever receives commission in our system, and that's the person who does the sale or accomplishes the transaction or facilitates the transaction. Does that make sense? That's the only person with commission. The reason I say all this is I want to use proper terminology. Because we have commission, training bonus, override. Three different things, just like hydrogen, ORP. We have commission, training bonus, override, and we want to call them by the right name. Okay? So the training bonus, compensation given for training the wellness professional that you introduce, so that they can properly represent SSI as products and services. The training responsibility includes education on the science, how to present the studies, the products, how to use back office marketing tools, policies, procedures, and to process a transaction. Training period lasts until they sell $200,000. They should know what they're doing by then. If they don't, that's another conversation. We'll have it at that time. But they should. The wellness professional is then considered graduated from training. Okay. Override. Compensation given for finding a wellness professional that you introduce. The override is given for introducing a wellness professional to SSI. It's expected that you will continue to mentor and motivate the wellness professional to continue promoting SSI products. There are two levels of override. Any questions so far? Compensation structure. So here's the entire structure laid out. $0 to $50,000. The commission is 10%. The training bonus is 10%. The first generation override is 5%, and the second generation override is 5%. That's the whole thing. When you get to 50 to 100,000, you get a bump in pay. They go to 7, 5, and 5. And then when you get over 100,000 in sales, you go to 20% of the gross sale, 5% and 5%. And then 200,000 plus, you're getting 25% of the gross sales. So when we're talking about, 5,000, we're talking $1,000. And then on top of that, your training is done, so the trainer gets 0. But that same person now gets 7%. Remember, the person getting the training bonus is the same person that gets the first generation override. So when you're training, and it's the initial time, you may be doing some hand holding, right? So you're going to get a 10% training plus a 5%. So you're getting 15% for that first cycle of training. Now, here you're getting what? 12%. Then you get 10, then you go to 7. But they're at 200,000. They should be knowing what they're doing, and you want to be motivated. Now, why am I increasing that and not keeping that override at 5%?
Because you have the training class.
The more money they make, the more money you make.
Well, we want you to keep them selling.
Yeah.
You just, now you've got 7 overrides. And they've gotten 25%. We want you to have them still selling. So don't just go, I'll or whatever. I've trained you for 200,000. Now it's time to jump out of the nest. Goodbye. Don't see me again. We don't want that. Hopefully you're dear friends. Hopefully you're comfortable working together. Now they're making 25%. You're making 7, and the other individual's making 6. So we bumped this person and this person. We want them to love on you a little bit and remind you of how great it is to have. They've already made a nice chunk of money. And we just want that mentoring to continue happening. You may not be directly training them and consider their trainer anymore, but you're still their mentor. You still brought them to the party. So let's look at some examples. Here, let's say it's an Echo H2 machine. When you barely start with that, you're going to make $349.50. Now, a It doesn't take many machines at 3,500 to get to $50,000. Okay. And then you're gonna come right here to 524, and then you're gonna go 699, and then you're gonna be $873. Okay. If it was the ultimate, you're $1,248.75. That's commission. So you've done this transaction at someone that you found as a customer. You're making the money. So now let's look at training bonus. During the 0 to 50,000 that your trainee has sold, you make $5,000 during this cycle. You make $4,000 here. You make $5,000 here. So how much did you make? 14. On your training bonus. Now, during that same time period, you made what? 10,000 on your override. So your total revenue for training one person is what? 24,000. Correct. Great. So 24,000. If your goal was to train 10 individuals at a time, it's $240,000. How many times can you do that? It's up to you. I've had some people that said, I'll easily do that every year. It's one a month. I can handhold one person 1 month. And I'll be happy to make $240,000 a year. I've had people that said, I'll do that for a quarter. I want to make almost $1 million this year. That's awesome. There's no right or wrong. It's whatever you want to do. I have chiropractors that sell 1 a month and feel wonderful doctors. I have some that sell 13 a month. And they know what you put into it, right? And so understand between both of those, you're going to make $24,000 to train someone. And then roughly, and this is a guesstimate, not a guarantee, it's just a guesstimate, you roughly should have about $7,000 a month in residual income. Based on the fact that you have replacement filters, you've got other things going on for all those transactions that happen for all those individuals. That does not include how many of them are doing frequencies. Okay. So again, 14,000 in the training bonus, 10,000 in override, 24,000 to fully train along with professional. You made $240,000. Okay. In the second generation override, the individual that is the one that brought you, right? So someone brought you, you brought someone, you're making the training bonus, this person's making an override. Second generation, that's the same here. You got 2,500, it's the same number as that 10,000 from last time. And you're looking at 10,000. So the person that is the second tier support person is at $10,000. Okay. And then again, we talked about it goes to 6% after they graduated. And then roughly there should be 6,600. Question and answer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let me share that. All these are paid out at the same time. If there's no second generation person, then that's not paid out. But if there is, it's being paid out at the same time. Yes, sir.
And if you sell to a customer, it's 20%, right?
Correct. This commission is when you're selling to a customer. So let's make sure we understand. Customers are not wellness professionals. Customers are customers. We are not a multi-level marketing. We don't want every person coming in. We want people that actually on the market and sell and be trained properly and are going to be committed to sell to become a wellness professional. We are counting on you to not have every person come in that really doesn't care. We don't really want that. We don't want 100,000 people, 10,000 people, right? We really want people that are interested and being educated, trained, are passionate. Those customers that say, I don't really want to sell it, but I know a lot of friends I want to send to you. Have them give you referrals. Give them something. You're smart to do that because you'll make that. They'll help you make more money. It's like anything. Use wisdom. For those that are willing to be trained, for those that are willing to learn and want to share the message, welcome them. We welcome them. But it's not like some companies where you check a box and everybody's a seller. We don't want that. Okay? We really don't want that. I'm being serious. We want professionals. We call them wellness professionals for a reason. We want professionals. We want people that are willing to be trained and want to be trained and want to say the right things and do the right things and create a revenue for their family. I know a lot of companies tell you you have your own business. You're really commission salespeople. You always are. We want people that want to have autonomy, be able to facilitate a transaction, be compensated for such, and be loved. We love you. We're going to take, I don't care if you have a YouTube channel. Please have a YouTube channel. Talk about it. Talk about things appropriately. The only time you need to worry about me coming is if you're saying stuff that's inappropriate. And then we're going to be like, hey, don't do that. You agreed you were not going to do that. Termination occurs if you do that. And it's not because we want to be ugly. We want appropriate. So we don't want people making claims. We do not have any tolerance to that kind of stuff. You have 1,175 studies. Talk about that. You have plenty of content to talk about. You don't need to go off the reservation. You don't need to talk about crazy stuff. Just talk about what's appropriate. You have so much content. So much content. But you don't need to be going around talking about diseases. Remember our message. We don't go after diseases. We go after the cause of disease, which is oxidative stress and inflammation. It's a far more powerful conversation. Who cares about diseases? We want to talk about what causes them. And say, we have 1,175 studies that talk about oxidative stress and inflammation, which is the leading cause of disease. Even Dr. Google agreed. So that's what we want. And we have Synergy Science University. We have so many different things to train. We have an incredible mentor, Amanda Bobbett. She's awesome. She really is awesome. She's got the heart of gold and the fight of a life. I love it. I love it. I remember having the conversation with her when she was in office and said, are you ready? You know they're going to attack you. That's what happens. And it's not because I had a hunch. You think she's the first person who's a say whatever that's coming to us? Oh. Every one of them, all of a sudden, are the devil's stepchild. And they're horrible, and they're this, and they're that. I'm like, yesterday you were wonderful, today you're evil. That doesn't work that way in real life. But the bottom line is we want you doing what's appropriate. And as long as you talk about things from appropriate, it doesn't matter to me what mechanism you're marketing. If you want to do YouTube, if you want to do Instagram, or you want to do, you want to do whatever, as long as it's appropriate, it's good. That's it. We're not going to have somebody calling me, Amanda's better looking than me, or whatever. I don't like her having a YouTube channel. We're going to say that. We don't do that. You get better looking. I don't know. Jump up and down or dance a little. I don't know what you gotta be on YouTube. I don't like being on social media. I'm not that guy. I have stuff to do that. I'm not a social media guy, to be honest with you. I don't want everyone knowing where I go all the time. I just don't. I don't want you to know where I'm going. So that's me. I like to be with me, my wife. No one needs to know where we go. So the point that I'm making, this structure is clean. You're gonna make this money. I'm never gonna hold your commissions. If someone finances a machine, you get your money on the next commission cycle. It may take them 3 years to pay for that machine. You have your money, I have my money. If they don't pay, it doesn't matter to me or you. That's between them and the finance company. Because we're not an MLM, finance company will work with us. And we get our money and we have what's called a non-recourse agreement. If we will commit fraud and the person defaults, not our problem. They have to deal with that on our side. But you have your money, we have ours. And you get it on the next commission cycle. Complete. Right? So it's more traditional than maybe what some people are used to. But you're not going to have all this having to worry about where it is. You're going to have a back office provided by me. You're not going to have to go figure out a back office. You're going to have a back office provided for you in Metro. You're going to have trips to Cancun. You're going to have all this kind of stuff. We might get crazy and do other stuff. Let's just build and change some lives and figure out as we go. We can have some fun doing some cool stuff. But this is the structure, and all of this is being paid out. But please remember, your customers are customers. Take care of them as such. We will be taking care of your customer. We have a customer experience team. It's our job and your job to take care of your customers. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe my phone's not working very well.
Okay, so there's some water.
I've been drinking it, but I just maybe a dumb question.
No, that's okay.
So if I buy a machine,
Yes.
I don't get any commission off of it, right?
Nope.
Okay, I just wondered exactly.
When you buy your machine, who gets the commission?
Not me.
You don't get it. Person who told you about
Yeah.
He's trying to say you get it.
Whoever the wellness professional was that sold you gets that one, and then they never. So let's walk down the path. What's your name? What's your
Christine.
Christine? You. Okay. So let's talk about this if the speakers will let us. The person who sold you gets commission.
I did.
They'll only get it unless you're going to buy 10 machines and you don't ever want to become a wellness professional.
Yes.
So once you become a wellness professional and you buy machines, you get the commission. If you're buying from your own link, you get the commission. But the reality is the person who brings, the whole point is one time. If someone's really becoming a wellness professional, the person who introduced you, the right thing is for them to get the commission. After that, you're going to get it on anything else you buy. And you want the same thing for your customers. So just understand that's the way the system works. Whoever the customer is, commission goes to the person who facilitated the transaction.
Just to make sure I understand. So if I were to sell one person multiple machines, would they on all those machines
Yes.
or just the first one?
All of them, unless they become a wellness professional
Oh, I see.
and buy from themselves.
I'm wanting room. I'm slow, but I do they will have.
So now do you understand why I said keep customer?
Yeah, keep customers. Yes.
Be smart about it.
Okay. I'll do that.
Don't let people become who are never going to sell just because they want a discount.
Okay.
That's what happens. Oh, right. After he has it. Well, next thing you know, they're not selling like that. They just got discounts.
Yeah.
So
This could get messy though, but you've got a bullet up there that 10% discount for your clients, which would be customers.
what is it?
10% discount to your
Oh,
clients.
that's going away.
Okay.
That's old, yeah.
See, that's causing some confusion.
Yeah, it's going away. We did that, and we had so many people tell us they didn't want that. We always thought it was a great idea to give you the ability to give your customers a 10% discount. But here's the deal, it either has to be or it has to go away. It can't do both. Both can't live at the same time. So we love the fact that if a patient called from a doctor's office and said, hey, Dr. Jones, oh, great. Because the doctor would say you get a 10% discount. They go to our website, they see full rack. You see. And they're going to go back to the doctor. Instead of what happened is if they see the same price, they're going to buy online. And that's the way it's going to work. So if I was to fast forward this a bit, what's going to happen is there no longer will be the ability to buy on our site eventually. As you guys build and do what I'm expecting you to do, which is to outperform, then we remove the ability to purchase from us on our website. And they're forced to come back to you without a discount as the logic or the reason. I added the discount so that it pushed people back to the person who told them about us in the first place. Because if you come to our site, it's the same price, you're going to buy it. If it's hundreds of dollars difference, you're going back Monday to go, hey, I'm ready to buy that. That's what happened. Because what would happen is people will call up, not tell us that someone told about us, so they buy. And then someone calls later, my patient so-and-so bought that machine 6 months ago, and we go back and give them commission. Because we would see that the transaction, there was no salesperson on it. And so we would give them, and it was a pain, but we do it. Same thing we do for anybody. If there's no person that sold them and we didn't take commission off, we're happy to go. If someone goes, my friend Joey, and she did, okay, here you go. And we didn't have a time limit on that. So I can see what's going to happen. 10% discount goes away, and the ability to buy from us goes away. And then we're just supporting you and the doctors. And we'll probably end up with 8,000 doctors' offices in the next 2 years. As many of you as we can do. And the race is on. Is it medical professionals or you that wins? Who can sell more, right?
Dark horse.
What is it?
So who's the dark horse?
But understand, keep customers, and make sure that the people that want to sell, you embrace and teach them. And facilitate, mentor them, help them facilitate that process.
So at what point do you share with them the wellness profession versus the same vertical?
That's a great question. Have you ever talked someone into something and not had to keep talking to them?
Where you keep on chasing after them.
You don't say something the rest of your life. I would say wait for them. Anyone who's good at sales is going to come up to you. They're going to say, hey, that water, this thing is incredible. I feel so great. I shared it with a couple of my neighbors and they feel good. How did you get your gig selling? How did you become a salesperson? You can tell me, how do I get that? Those are the people you're like, oh, well, let me tell you. And if you're talking to your customers like, hey, you think you ever want to sell this? Not for that.
Now, the friends who are already
Mm-hmm.
I guess in that case, you just want to
Share with them the plot. Let it do what it does, which is change lives. And then when they say, how did you get, or how I want to do that, I promise you they'll find you. And they'll have those conversations if they're interested. I promise you. But as I've said to you, if you have to talk someone into anything, you will have to continue talking them into continuing it. If I talked my wife and married me, I might have to keep staying married to me. But if she said, man, I think you're all right. Me too. All right, we're in this together. Let's go. And we're not talking each other into it after 28 years. We are so in love. Oh my gosh, like it's ridiculous. Sometimes people are like, how long have you been? Like a year, 28 years. What? They freak out because we like each other a lot. So that's what I'd recommend. Don't talk anybody into anything. Sell them a product that can help them by sampling, by having them experience this. Teach them the science. If they want to share it, they'll start calling you. Hey, I got a friend that told her about the water and gave her a gallon. Can you come help me? Yeah, sure. You watch that person then. You're selling it, but if you start to see some life in them and you're like, there's like a fifth person in 2 weeks, maybe I should talk to her. That might be a recommendation. But some people are scared to death of sales. And they're perfect referral. So take care of them. Give them a $100 gift card. Give them a $200 gift card. Great. Whatever you feel comfortable. Take good care of your referral source. But I hope that answers everyone's questions. But be smart, be wellness professionals, and educate individuals. And they'll come to you. They'll come to you when it's done. Any questions on the commission? So everyone knows all these are paid out as long as there's someone paying each of those areas. And then, each of the processes are there. So, any questions about any of the stages?
Did you see my question?
Yes, I did.
It's all right. I can do it in an email. It doesn't have to be answered now.
It might be easier just because it's a little long.
Which will take them right into our shopping cart. They can do the financing built in the shopping cart. The firm is there. If they're declined, we do have some secondary financing available. We can manually do. Contact us if they get declined for a firm, or if the interest rate's crazy, then let us try it with the financing. It's all automated because the link you're going to be given, it links them to you, and then they're linked. If they come back without your link, they're still linked. So if they come back 6 months later, if they call us and we look at Mary Sue, we're like, oh wait, Mary Sue, Phosphor Library, we're going to credit you. If they're coming back and buying filters, it's automatic. If they come to the site and they're doing anything, it's tied to you through a number of points, IP, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, right now we use a program called Lead Time. That's how we track everything. So as I said earlier, we're now going with something called Maxim, which is, and it's more encompassing every aspect of business. And it's one software that does everything instead of us having. Take a guess. I'm just having fun. Take a guess how many pieces of software we have that are all bolted together to have our system function the way it functions today. Okay. 52.
Wow.
For us to accomplish everything that we do digitally today. So Maxim will take 80%. Because it's not just the revenue, it's because it's probably more money than that, but it's consistency, accuracy, and systems not having to talk to 50 different places with all a bunch of APIs. It's one system where all the CRM, all the data, everything is in one place. And so it's not like it's talking, it's all in the database.
Okay, so super quick. I want to do the trip and all that kind of stuff.
You
So
do?
let's
You want to
say,
go again?
no,
Okay.
So, but I do 40,000 your percentage of science, that's when people there and work and all that kind of stuff. But then I do 30,000 or 50,000 with Amanda, again, merge them.
I don't know, we've talked about it, but we're gonna figure something out, but it's not been set yet. Right now, it's 80,000 in our system.
In your system.
Yeah. And we'll figure all that out, but, no one will be penalized for selling that product. Or whatever, we'll figure it out.
And that's not just the water machine.
That's right, every product,
Yeah.
anything that's energy science sells. Yeah.
We do have Australia on the phone or on the Zoom wanting to know about shipping over there, how that's gonna work,
Great question.
taxes,
So,
import fees.
Shipping worldwide is no charge. Shipping anything over $9.95 is always no charge, doesn't matter where it's going in the world. Included. So it's air shipping, DHL, UPS, FedEx, we have multiple vendors. But if someone buys a machine at retail, the shipping is included anywhere in the world.
Duties and taxes.
They can prepay, so we allow them to prepay the duties, which will save them a lot of money. For us, all we do is click a box in our shipping software and we assume the duties and we allow them to prepay them, but it will save them a bitch of money. And it will save them time because it will go directly to their house instead of them having to go to the customs office and fill out a bunch of paperwork. So it cuts down on time, days, aggravation, having to leave work to go to the customs office. It just goes directly to their house. Yes.
So there's only one price though, retail. It's not a retail or a wholesale. You made
There's
mention
wholesale,
of
if
retail.
someone can get wholesale, and that would mean that they have a business license and a resale tax certificate, then there can be wholesale, and then it still goes into the structure for override. There's still overrides for if you go to somebody who's going to do wholesale. But please reserve wholesale for those that have brick and mortar or those that have a legitimate business.
Like a store, a water store.
A legitimate, even an office where they have patients coming in. Sometimes they won't want to do the machines, but they'll want to do the Echo Goes in a case of, or a case of 25 or 10 of them, and they want to stock them. Wholesale is great for stocking products. If they want to have, we have places that stock machines, but typically they're not buying 10 or 15 machines to stock, except for me. Amanda buys all. She's a selling machine. Learn from this girl. Learn from this girl. She knows what she's doing. So,
That can be dangerous too though,
what?
just from the outside stock. I mean, people will say you're buying into a certain level or whatever.
No, they're not. You can buy.
I'm naive. I don't understand. I'm learning as I go. So.
It's a very simple concept. Wholesale is wholesale. And you can buy one or you can buy 100 items.
I could buy $200,000 worth of wholesale.
You can buy $200,000 worth of wholesale. For that amount, you wouldn't pay. Half the way. Yeah. I'll come back there. Hey, I'm ready for that order. We'll ship it Tuesday. Yeah, so any other questions?
It's not really a question, but we have a special going on, correct? For this Dr. Paul in the house?
What are we gonna do? We gotta figure out something really cool. For all of you, how many of you already have an echo machine that you own? Raise your hand. I do.
Kind of.
Kind of, okay. All right. So that means there's a lot of you that still need one. So we're gonna do a special. It's called the Paul's and Happy special. So I'm here till when?
Monday.
Monday at 4:45. I get on the Delta flight on 4:45. I'll be in C2D. And off I'm going. I'm a diamond with Delta, so I get free upgrades per class. Give them a lot of money. So anyways, we're gonna do a special. And what did I say, an Echo Clean? So you all know the Echo Clean, right? We talked about it. This is what makes hypochlorous acid. It's amazing. You can just spray, right? All you wanna spray, clean your face, whatever you wanna do. So, right? Okay. So it disinfects, it cleans, it's wonderful, it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. This is $249, and we're gonna give these away for every machine. It doesn't matter which one, even the server, the RO, whatever combination you wanna do. We'll give you an Echo Plane for everyone that wants to be here. Now, in August, Amanda has asked me to give away an Echo Go for every machine sale you all do. So every machine sale for every customer will get an Echo Go at no charge, included with whichever machine they purchase in the month of August. So that's what we'll do. And anyone that's gonna buy here today, tonight, you'll get a Go and a Clean with any of the machine purchases. So we'll do that today, but through Monday, we'll do that. Any of you that are here. August, we'll do the Clean for anyone you're selling to. You can tell them to get the travel without. Amanda.
I would also suggest if you have clients maybe on potentially buying soon, let them know about this special. To kind of cross that fence. And we will be at the store tomorrow. Dr. Paul will be there right around noonish, probably till around 4 tomorrow. We are open at the store on Sunday. I thought we'd go down there with all the team and experience everything. No breaks.
Yes, okay. It's no problem. Either I was gonna be working at her house.
So,
yes, so I would love for everyone to get the system, get going, let us know what we need to do. There's a lot of exciting things coming. What's new coming? Air purification will be coming out in the near future. Consumable products. We have a chocolate and vanilla superfood that is wild crafted. You know what that means? It's extremely clean. It's amazing. A chocolate and vanilla. We have products in the nitric oxide world. Now the thing is beautiful, and what's really cool about hydrogen is you can Google nitric oxide and you'll see 30+ studies that hydrogen signals nitric oxide. But then you can give them something for your mouth and you can have nitric oxide boost. So we're going to do cool stuff like this. What we're not getting into is vitamins, minerals, green drinks, things that I call Me Too products. I'm not interested in getting into Me Too. What we're going to do, very targeted things like enzymes, things that empower the body, things that can help what we want to do, which is to heal and fix the source problems in the body. Those are the kind of products we're going to have that are proprietary, that we have that are available to our customers only. Those are the kind of things that we want to do and educate. And so there will be some consumables that will, and it's all the same compensation structure, but there will be products that will be consumable so that you can build a monthly business that you can rely on. So it's not just machine sales. Obviously, someone's not going to buy one of these every week, right? Unless they have 52 houses, they're not going to do that. So we have other products that are going to help you have your income where it can be. Once you have built a relationship of trust with a customer, you can take a journey with them to truly help them. Not stuff that is just pulling from their budget, but things that they will need to help them. Yes, ma'am.
It's a separate person. Good question. Let me, so when we ship, if you buy this machine or this machine, it's going to come as a countertop setup. If you want the under sink, you need to purchase the faucet. And the faucet will come with the things to connect this under sink. That's how we govern that. There is a proprietary adapter that goes on this machine and this machine that you cannot get from anywhere else in the world but us. We do not ship that part for any reason to anyone unless you buy a faucet. Because we've had some cute customers in the past who go on Amazon and $35, they buy an RO faucet thinking it looks like our H2 faucet, and they sucker our staff into sending them or charging them for one of these adapters, and then the machine has a problem. And I'm like, you don't have a faucet, so it's not covered under warranty. Sorry, your kitchen has a leak, but you're gonna have to take care of that. Who told you to use our faucet? And so they're like, oh, what do I do now? Is the machine broken? No, you just need to buy a new filter and buy our faucet. And the machine will perfect forever again, and replace the wood under your sink. Okay. If it's our fault, I'm happy to take care of it, but if it's not.
Amanda, did you see my question? Just
No.
But understand, please tell your customers, don't, if they're wanting the under sink. Now, if they buy the under sink kit, we will remove this and this out. We will remove the diverter valve out. We will put in the package the T adapter, which allows it to go to the cold water valve underneath, and the adapter for this that will come with the faucet. So when they're bought together as a package for under sink, we remove the things that allow it to be used above counter. It's just going to go in the trash. It's a lot of money for these. And the diverters. For us, $20, $25 is not something we want going in the trash hundreds of times a month, thousands of times a month. And so, long story short, just know there's nothing missing. We're taking them out when we ship them. If someone's buying an under sink, we're not giving them the countertop because it makes no sense. So what does that mean if you're a salesperson and you want to be able to put it above counter, but you also are buying it for the under sink? You need to tell us, hey, I want both setups. I want to be countertop and, okay, and we won't take the stuff out. If there's a use for it, we're happy to send it. But understand what's automatic. We will remove it. The staff will remove it unless there's a special instruction. Make sense? Any other questions? Any other questions on any other products? Yes, ma'am.
I did have a question on the Echo Go. So earlier we were talking about on the other machines, how the titanium can be exposed, right?
Yeah.
What about the Echo Go? Is there any exposed in that?
No. You can look inside.
Oh.
It's the same design electrodes, but it's in the bottom. And it's black, we can see the black.
Okay.
I mean, with these, you can see the electrodes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the same here. You can see right inside. You can see the electrodes.
And they don't touch you, or is that? Oh, they do. So it doesn't.
So, okay. This is a proton exchange membrane. That's the system. You can't affect pH here. Oxygen's coming out the bottom. So only hydrogen's going in. And in this case, your electrodes are directly touching. Yes. Everything I was talking about, that's the module that's in this ultimate, the H2, and the server. That's where our proprietary module. This is a design that's only for us as well, but the electrodes are directly in contact with the wall. So you will have platinum nanoparticles in this water, and you will have it in here, but you will not increase pH or change pH. So there's a hole in the bottom where the oxygen comes out here, and there's a hole down here where the oxygen comes out.
So I guess we'll drinking out of the Echo Go a lot give you too much of the titanium particles? I'm sorry, oh, the platinum, that's right, okay, so that's okay, 'cause that's good, okay.
Platinum nanoparticles are an anti. Not harmful, it's all- Yeah. All electrodes are made that way. It's using up the water electrolysis. There's only 4 electrode manufacturers in the world.
So you can't completely cover on those either, right?
So all of our electrodes are completely covered in platinum over top of titanium metal. And you use titanium because platinum is completely soft.
Okay, because I just remember earlier you saying there's no way to completely.
When you're dipping,
Oh, when you're dipping it, you guys don't. Oh, okay, all right, got it.
we spray from 3 angles.
Okay, that.
No, this is good. This is good because later tonight that's what's going to happen for everything. I'm like, so when the way that we're applying platinum is spraying from 3 different angles to create peaks and valleys.
Okay.
If you're dipping, you'll have spots.
Okay.
We don't.
Okay, quick question. So let's say I have somebody who wants to Echo Go.
Yeah.
But they want a separate, they want a faucet that they're gonna put on top of the counter.
What do you mean? What are you talking
Oh, sorry, no, Echo H2. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
So they
I'm
want.
like, are you tricking me?
So they would pay, what is it, cost $105? Okay, so they would just say, leave all of them on. Is that correct?
If they want to know,
Okay.
they would say, please keep the top spout and the diverter valve.
Yeah, I've sold a couple, I haven't, and at least, I sold them. So I guess they're gonna go under because we never said to leave that on. Right?
No, but we're gonna ship them to Amanda anyways.
Okay.
She'll have extras with these and then, yeah.
Okay. So then the cost is gonna be $34.95 plus $105 for the faucet.
For the digital faucet that goes with the Ultimate, yeah, it's 95. These are 105, and for the server is 105.
We haven't talked about it, but you do have the house filter,
Yes, we do.
filtration system. And you mentioned your own home has a soft water, and then you go to the osmosis.
Right.
Is that, you feel is the best way to go, or should you bring it right into a brand new home, put the filter in, then osmosis? But that filter does not make it soft water, so it's still spot and bad, like in really harsh conditions.
Correct. I like soft water.
So you
there's
prefer a
less
soft water machine and then go to the osmosis?
And you can tell us I want a soft. I'm gonna leave it off, that's okay. And I'm gonna turn that off.
Just so you know.
So, I like a softener because I don't like, when you're in a hard water area, having stuff on your glass, having stuff on your walls, all on the hardware, it's not good. In your hot water heater, it lowers the efficiency of your hot water heater, it wears it out faster. I particularly like the soft water. I don't like the slimy feeling, so I usually turn the salt down a little bit, the amount of pounds of salt per 1,000 gallons of grain, but I do like soft water for the rest of the house.
And then you go osmosis after that?
Yes, the perfect would be a whole house already.
That's what I want to know, is perfect, so I want to build a home, I want to make it
Perfect would be a whole house already. It's about 20 grand. About 20,000 to 30,000 for a whole house already, but that's literally reverse osmosis for a while. So you have a 300 gallon tank somewhere sitting there. That's nice. The softener I like for cleanliness, and then the oil for sure, because you don't want the salt.
It's filtering.
And it's not
making
salt.
more of it.
So, good, better, best. Our filtration system is great. But if you tell me you want to have a softener that's a pick and go, all that is softener to our product line. It's that easy because we already do it on special order for people that are saying, I want a softener and your filter. And so we'll do it.
lot of clinics and stuff like
Makes
that.
that filter last longer.
It would definitely make it last longer, and some people want softening, it's not softening. It's removing contaminants where the minerals are going through. So you would run the softener and then, when it does help it. But it's easy to have a softening system as well. The second thing, yes.
I'm curious now, I don't live in California.
For many reasons. For many reasons.
So if we were to sell one of these in California, then what is the setup of the?
Saying that the filter is gonna remove all the stuff, if you want a softener, I highly recommend it because some of the water in California, though, is how you get. It's quite the easiest, you should stop it.
So would they get something like?
Echo RO will take care of it for drinking water, 100%. It's just bathing that we're really talking about. Hot water heaters, your bathroom fixtures, all your other stuff in the house, your pipes. For drinking water, I do, softener is not where you want to stop. You definitely want an RO after that. And the RO is only $595. The Echo RO is only $595. And it's awesome.
Now, if they get the Echo H2 or the Ultimate only and not like an RO, then when they drink out of it,
It's removing contaminants, but it's not removing minerals.
the taste still.
Pre-filtration.
Yes.
You don't need it. For drinking water, you can go with our RO if you want to get everything out of the water. But from a contaminant perspective, you're removing all that you would want to remove here, except for 100% of the fluoride. If you want fluoride removal completely, then we have a fluoride filter. The RO will do it too. But if you want, we remove some fluoride in here, but not all of it. So we have a separate $50 fluoride filter. It's just $50 every 6 months. But the RO will do fluoride and everything else. These will do lead, arsenic, fungus, bacteria, viruses, pesticides, glyphosate. We get all of that out. This is an extremely robust filter. I designed it to be that. You don't need pre-filtering for contaminants other than fluoride. And not everybody wants to remove fluoride, so kind of a funny thing. Locally, where I am, they don't put it in water. But I have a softener, RO, yeah, it doesn't matter. But that answer. Question, yes?
My last one.
Yeah, sure.
So I've sold a couple RO systems
Yes.
with the server.
Yes.
Now, I know they don't have the frequency of the server, so.
We can add it externally.
You can, okay, they don't have it, but right now. But so would you recommend if somebody has a house that has water softener and they want the machine, but they also want RO, can you do the RO and the machine?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that was, I didn't know if that was it.
Yeah, you can use RO with any of it.
Okay.
You hook them together or
what?
You hook them together?
Correct. In my house, I have the RO and then the flow. It's the RO feeds this. Yeah. Yeah. It's a little bit slower flow than you would have on the alkaline acid water. On the hydrogen, it's the same. You just got to know that RO produces 1.2 liters a minute. It's a little slower than what we would get tap water going.
That's enough production to make that thing work.
What is it?
That's enough production
yeah.
to make it work.
Yeah.
If you were to buy a hydrogen meter, because I've seen them,
Yeah.
are they accurate enough?
Not at all. Waste of money.
So the fluid drop.
I spent $5,000 to figure it out.
Okay.
when they were 500 apiece 8 years ago. I talked to someone yesterday, they call for 20. All they are is ore meters, and someone wrote a program to have them convert to hydrogen. It's completely scary.
But the ORP meter works.
ORP works as long as you condition them after every single use. But unfortunately, you can't do it. It is easy, but it's easy for me. You gotta be very specific. And if you're specific, then it's okay. It's not gonna be accurate, but it gets you close.
Jerry's video that you demoed.
Yes, I'll show you a video if you want. Absolutely. Yeah, so. And it is not easy it's not easy with the reagent at all. Okay, if any of you have not been to our YouTube channel, please visit our YouTube channel and learn how you can learn. Want to know? Oh, I want to highlight Mosiah's work here in a second. He's done some incredible videos, him and Matt. All these videos that you can see are awesome. And Mosiah wrote most of the scripts completely. But you have all these videos, you can see them. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can't, I'm standing in front of it. But you can see all these videos that are there for you.
If you're a Washington homeowner, 2022 is your last chance to go solar.
Oh, no.
In December of 2020, Congress passed an extension to the.
In testing the hydrogen, it's important that we use 6 milliliters of water and that we gently put the drops in. The first drop simply shows us that there's hydrogen in the water. You see that it clears. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8, and when it groups at the top like that, we can just gently stir it. Don't shake it. Just gently stir it with a stir stick. I'm using a pen, but you can use anything you want. So we've put 8 drops in. We know we can put 9, 10, meaning 1 part per million. 11, 12, 13, 14. Now each drop we put in is 0.1 parts per million. So we put 14 drops in before it went blue, which means we're getting 1.4 parts per million of hydrogen in this particular water. This is from an Echo 9 Ultra H2 machine. This is how you use the H2 blue. And be very careful. You notice that I have a paper towel because anything that this blue reagent gets on can stain it very, very quickly, including stainless steel sinks, countertops, what have you. So be very careful. Now, one thing I would tell you, every single water is gonna be different. When you're testing hydrogen, sometimes it's easier to just put one drop and show someone there's hydrogen in the water. That also will use less of the reagent, which is somewhat expensive. So you can either use it to just show that there's hydrogen in the water, or you can use it, in this case, to show that we have 1.4 parts per million of hydrogen in this particular water. I hope this helps you in understanding how to use the H2O reagent with your Echo9 Ultra H2 machine.
Totally. Yeah.
Say goodbye to
I started all that. So what's that really showing? But it's showing undissolved hydrogen, not dissolved hydrogen. So it's really just a fun thing to do that I started doing many years ago. But it doesn't tell you anything. That's right. So that's all I've got. We can have some fun. If you guys want to see a fun video or two that are amazing tools I've done. So here's some other stuff that you can see. So we have stuff like this. This is the kind of the stuff that you guys will have available to you to have fun with and market with. We have other things like, you know, is hydrogen water H3O? There's so many different questions to answer that you could send out links to your potential customers and have them understanding the question. Yeah. So go to the top here, and it's just energy science. If you type in energy science, aim for energy science. We have funny stuff. I'm gonna do this one just to again help. Oh, the spice. So it's just cute videos like that, you know, they're tongue in cheek. So we have another, yeah.
Yes, very much so. Thank you.